Neće doktor,
Koga zovete Mićo,
pa kako se zove?
Ako se zove Mihajlo Mića.
Da.
Brate, ne
Aj,
upuštaj se
Pa kako
ovaj.
se zove?
nisam, brate, bio sam 7 dana umor, nisam ništa gledao.
Aj, on promijeni ime za 7 dana.
Dobro.
Also commit to the rest as fast as possible to
Jo, nemoj ga
make
rezat.
sure that
Ne, da će dobro.
anything off the knock. They do have one down
Dobro,
themselves.
easy,
As
još jedan mak.
Bravo, Jurice.
Bravo, bre, ma bravo, bre, čistilica jedna, lagana. Tu smo, tu smo. Tu smo. Ajde, vidimo sve što je pričao.
yeah, 1v3. Let's see if
Nah,
he can pull it
fuck.
off. Does find the first one. Skyrl ain't always the best gun, but finds the second as well. He knows that there's
Bravo,
one isolated,
Mićo.
but
Jebote, najlup
makes it just in
76
time.
imao.
Swings in, finds him, and then Tropic gets the
Dobro je, dobro je, dobro je, dobro je.
Idemo, gift open.
That could have been a big spray. The It's Chris strategy sometimes pays off, and unfortunately for Ibby, just
Jebote,
didn't
haul
have
skoro
the
zadnji.
Ko?
Haul.
Brate, nisam se ni ja tome nadao. Ja sam mislio makar top 8 za njih.
A bili su top 2, brate, na
Usually
PGS2.
where we
Sve
see the early
prošlo.
fights
Od
happening.
svih, ono.
I guess maybe Wu and Entropic being a bit of an outlier there, but at least for DA and Howl, nothing new under the sun.
Kako je be question mark prvi be, brate, be? Može li neki neki banuje already,
Sam
be?
ništa, isto je fair, nije flash. Oj, Gabi, dragi, da li ti stvarno misliš da je Ibiza lik koji je sposoban da ispadne fair u bilo kojoj? Lik bi i flashao iste sekunde da...
Samo nije mogao, brate.
On nije mogao da flash.
Ako bi otišao levo, ubio bi ga Michael odmah.
Iste sekunde bi flash. Prvo nije nimao metak. Nimao prilike da flasha.
A vi da je krenuo desno, onda ga je Michael ispitao.
Bukvalno je krenuo desno, da. Ibiza štakor najveći.
I mean, just in knowing how shotguns work and them eventually probably gonna go open that door, at least someone will probably get a whole hell of a lot of small pebbles right in the face.
Bok,
Or the
Monika.
body. That would do the job just as well. And Code could quite easily
Gabi je
clean
legenda.
up what's left of Howl
Koliko
in that
prolazi?
compound. They are
Prolazi
just
top
about
2,
copying
ali
the
se...
vehicles. I did see the symbol on the minimap, so maybe
Jebi
they're
ga,
just gonna
ali
make a swift
teško
exit.
stiknuti top 2, međutim,
May come under a little bit of fire
što
from
se
Entropic,
bolje,
who
što je
have
bolja
fully
pozicija,
claimed
to
the
je
church for
više
themselves.
poena
Full
PGS.
revives, 4 points
A
on
ne
the
fali
board.
mnogo
Big
poena.
start for Entropic, and maybe
Yeah.
the
Jesu.
symbol of a bit of a push to try and make a late
Mislim da
run
bi bilo idealno da
for a
budu top
top
4.
2 qualifying position.
Ali
I
i
think
dalje ima šanse ono da
realistically, you've
prođu
got two teams
direktno,
sharing
realno.
Los Leones as a drop spot. A zone like this, they're eventually
Jedan
going to run
mini
into
tus.
one another, and Entropic this time came out ahead.
Yeah, able to get that going for them. Twisted Minds in the meantime know that
Balagano,
it's a,
brate, ima
bit
još
of a
5
turn
gama, sve ovaj,
towards the
ludnicu.
southern side should it swing down
A mi
there,
smo
so
opre
setting up
spremni.
deployable a little bit
Samo
earlier
da
here.
najlute dobijemo,
Feels
bit
like
ćemo
it
Samo
pet.
je, samo iskreno.
Which makes sense. Jumps on down. I think this might be a case where they just send one forward.
Koje
Yes,
su
they have
juče
the
50
early
evra?
second scout towards the south, but send one
Kako
person
50
up in
evra?
that parachute and see if he can
Dulis
get some
dao
info.
50 evra.
Unless if we see a
50
massive
eura,
shift
pa
in
nismo
either
igrali.
direction, then they might up to take it.
Zašto?
But if
Igrali.
they're
Ja,
away
kasnije,
currently,
ti.
I'd be surprised if now they're all leaving it.
Ja
So
nisam ni
maybe just
došao, brate.
wasting one of them so that opponents can't get it.
Koji ste vi?
That is actually a very good
Indians.
point. Yeah, there was a bit of questioning. I think it was Ibby that was asking about it in one of the discords about why his emergency parachute failed to deploy and whether it was intended or not. And
Daj desno,
very
jednom
likely it
batem.
was because another team
Oh,
had
dobro je.
just deployed
Može
it. So
PK da ići
actually
lagano,
really
ali
smart from Twisted
loše.
Minds if that's what they
Ma
were
kao
doing.
PK dobe
deny
Twisted Minds u
uses
centar
for
i Sarven
teams,
ponovo.
because you always want to be using
To je
it
finish.
to time
A dobro,
your
ubit će
positioning
Sarven
to
sad
be
neko.
around the center
nije
of
ovo
phase
još.
1 by the time phase 2
Treba još
pops.
jedan shift.
So you always
Tu
have
nas
the
napas.
option to drop
Ovo može
on,
da ode
let's say,
desno
for
na
example,
prekadu.
the rock where Batulin's currently is would be
Ma
pretty
nema
real
šanse.
estate.
Znam da Tropik ne ostane
So
ovdje
really
čitavo
smart
vrijeme.
if that's the case.
Uzet će im sve pozicije.
Pa evo, vidjeli su da je Hall muo.
After all, up
Imaš jednu
north,
ođe, jednu
you
ođe.
can see here with question mark.
Pa može
Madden
ići
on the
skroz lijevo,
western
brate,
side,
na,
you'd imagine
na monte,
they're
onda
gonna
dole.
backfill.
Ja,
A može, ali
Now
mala
that they
šansa.
see exhalation
A,
on the
može, i
defense
to
and
se
Maywood, they
desilo.
probably go down
Može
that
na
direction
X
and then
stvari
maybe head
završiti tamo.
a bit towards the north as well on their
Ja mislim da
journey
ni nema i
forward.
šta više
Simon,
da kalkulišu.
set up,
Oni moraju da ga
dead center in
sendaju.
the circle, waiting this
Ajde
one
da
out again.
kažemo
They
da
don't
mogu
really
još
have
Ovu
much
povući
zonu
jedan,
ne
dva.
more.
Why not just sit around
Ne ovu
and
zonu sledeću zonu.
greet your
A gdje će ovu,
neighbors
brate?
as a lot
A može
more
na Mars
than-
završi.
They have
Dobro,
in
uzeli
fact
su malo
regrouped
bolju
to their
poziciju.
split, and I'm worried for the future of Howl if they choose to do
Op,
the
op,
same.
op, op.
Mad and Laza are hovering
Mićer, se
around
gura.
their vehicles, and if they choose
Evo
to
tu,
pull up
videli
in
su
that
da je holo
compound
otišao,
where
će vide
Ruin
sad
and
dole da je
Sentry will
free
have
ovaj
remained, they will be greeted
donji
by
kampić sa
gunfire
ovu
and
ruševinu.
pellets galore for the new arrivals. They are on the way there right this very
Odotle
second.
mu se bori.
Keep your eyes on the kill feed.
Yep.
Entropikić.
Haven't been able to really get anything going throughout this grand final so far.
Samo je
and
bitno sada 4
seeing
ostalo.
as to how Face has been performing, you'd be surprised if Exalt were the ones to come out on top. But then again, they are the ones in the better position
dobro.
currently. What was
stvari
off
isti
about
kolici.
outside of
Ovo
Howl
su dve
pulling up?
bitke tima.
No, this was smart. They weren't
Yeah.
pulling up
No,
to
nama
go
je
and
bitno
regroup
da
in the
Navi,
compound. They were
Virtus
pulling
i
up
FaZe
to
B
join the
stojiš.
convoy
Da.
as they made an aggressive move onto the split of Navi and forced them to regroup. So Howl, I don't know whether or not they knew that Code Marco was in that compound, but they've subverted the situation entirely and forced Navi back in a huge move.
Dobro, Face je prošao,
Yep,
jel?
and while
Face,
James is looking
Navi
towards
i
Exalt, the
Twisted, jel?
rest of the team
Dođe,
is
da.
of course being
Evo, evo,
looking
dobro.
down towards the east side. And the issue is, I don't know if they realized that James was there. Maybe that's what alerted Exalt to look in this direction. But now they see Correction. Oh, greedy and shooting, considering the fact that he's set on 1 HP right now.
That's always the last time where they expect you to peak is when you 100% should be healing. There's always the option that you can just catch them out while they're on the move, maybe with a grenade in hand. Sometimes you find yourself on the receiving end of that. It's tilting, and Yepper are just going to have to back away. Maybe knowing that slightly better aim, a pixel or two higher, upper chest damage might have been enough to get that knock in first place, but just not quite the case.
Not quite the case, no. And for FaZe, well, they were fighting on 2 fronts. Now we might as well just add a third to it as Ascent comes over the hillside. Mika.
Koliko ide dalje? Ide 2 dalje.
Information across their players on the other side.
Top 2, ali za slučaj da je
Corrects in the open and somehow
Virtus FaZe je
able to
top
get
2,
away
onda
from there
treći
alive.
čak. Što je već
Warning
prošlo.
shots for Fexi instantly gets down on his
Druže,
stomach.
trojica puca lika,
There's an entire team
20
behind us
metara,
now.
ili prošlo,
Zia
na
goes down
upino
a
nisu
bit too,
gubili.
but kind of liking this position from Ghost.
Gleda, ali
He's a
meni
little
stream.
isolated, sure, but I'm not sure if Ascent knows that he's set up on this hill. Or up
Vex
against the
just,
hill, I should say.
Pressing the panic button on his keyboard, which is, as we all know, Z, just to make sure he hits the deck quickly behind that block of bricks. So Ascent
Ja, jesam ti rekao.
swiftly snap
I ovo
onto
ide
him
dole
after
sad
they...
na X.
Well, they were
Na monte.
intending to sit Corexy down as he made the move, but the MK,
Ooh.
you know, it's a very solid gun. There's a whole bunch of damage, but
Yeah.
sometimes it's a little awkward to hit the shot.
Sure is. Bit of a spicy shift here as we go up towards the north, and with this next circle shifting away from unplayable terrain, this might be one of those really, really weird, awkward field endings out towards the west, like pretty much
Yes.
towards the Nuevo in Mountain Nuevo. A hard western swing here wouldn't be surprising considering the big mountain that Exhalation is sat right next to. The one currently in the center is supposedly getting shifted away from.
I'm expecting to see a whole lot of car forts coming in just north of the warehouse where Monarch have currently pulled up. If that is to be the zone we're expecting, Alia, good dodge on the grenade to jump aside swiftly as he was tagged down low. Couldn't get too close to that fragmentation device, but it's enough. And the fact that After All are still so widely split, with Danimon probably doing wheelies on top of the mountain far north, means they're not going to overcommit to the fight, and Navi get away with it. Laza, though, you cannot get away with rotating in a
Kakav je
bunch through a
shift?
field like this.
Brate, rekao sam ti na monte. Nema
Samo
gore
drugi.
brda.
Exactly. So
Jo,
many of
idemo
these
na
teams
after
just
hour.
opting to send it
Oh,
straight
dobro
through
ide
mid.
ovaj,
Again,
pal,
pretty much
brate.
everyone expecting this one to hard
Oh,
towards
rupu.
west in just a second. And now Sabin up
Aj,
close
jo.
with Entropic. They've already taken down
Oh,
an entire
jebano.
team without taking any casualties.
Oh,
But this time
jebano.
around, there are multiple people on the
Da,
front.
ovo je
Chilla finds one, CC finds one as well. They have lost Global Army in return, but a lot of damage coming out right away.
Third-partying shots coming in from a lot of angles, but it's Entropic who are coming off the worst for wear up on the northern, or actually the eastern side. It's Hibako and Ainan that really were looking to get the damage, steal away the flushes, and forcing Ivas down into the dip. He couldn't really do anything to help out the squad, couldn't even get in range to throw a grenade without being in danger of fragging his own teammates as Global Army did to himself
neće
after he
niko
got knocked,
dirati.
and you can't even get out of there quickly enough before Ainan gets an angle.
Onda nije safe on the after round.
Ivis
Pa isto.
over the top. He gets met by a ton of bullets from Ian. And Foot flying on in. I was looking at the
Okay.
map feed for a while, unable to see them. I was like, where are they? But
Trebali
really
su
they're wrapping
čovjek
south
previše
around,
su
and
išli
this
u
is where they're
centar.
going to go to straight across the entire circle,
U dva tima
down
su
towards
leteli.
Klim. Now, if only they knew that after all this in a wide 2-1-1 split, they would have just straight sent it into the compound. But now, of course, most importantly, get down on the ground first, get ready to fight. And now, as Klim leaves, if he is leaving, this might be the info for Foot to go make a play for it. Issue is they don't have any vehicles, and there is a bit of that field they have to run through that's very dangerous to transition over.
Maybe even for Foot, just knowing that the compound is vacant or at least
Hey, they
slightly
were zona.
defended will be
Ma
enough
te
for them
Leo
for
je
now,
skroz.
and know that
Ma
that's
to,
an area they're not going to have to
not
worry
same
too
issue.
much about. But actually,
Unlucky.
jokes on them
Brate,
because they
kilujem
are
i
going to have
dve
to worry
kilema.
about it. That zone has shifted hard towards the northwest. We knew it had to go west. It's a little further north than maybe we were expecting. Howl found themselves a dip directly in the center that gets a hard feed.
I sad Thunder
So
ovaj
I'm sure they're going to come under a lot
uleti
of
luku
pressure
tamo
soon.
i izrazi ga
Yeah,
slučajno.
Flindelos now trying to get out of here. It's
znaš šta je
limited
problem?
where you can play. A lot of these dips have already.
Problem je
some
što
more
nisu imali
terraces
oni
has already gotten players in them. As you can see here,
jasnu
Chris
predstavu
Wolf
gdje
thrown
treba
down
da
behind a
lande.
vehicle. Nice shot
Da.
from Daneman over the top.
Oni
They're
su
able to take out
krenuli na
Baltimore.
after alt,
Mistake cleared
pa
just
su
to
mislili
get
da je
one
Šek
grab
free,
at
pa
a
su
time.
otišli na Šek, pa su onda svaki
No
čovjek
trade
da
from
se
Fendelos.
da su
He's
išli
got
direktno
himself
u
a
rupu
dip,
gdje je
a solid
Tentamo
couple
što ovdje
hundred
Luka
meters
igra.
away, actually close to where the
Preživjeli
last
bi
man
se.
standing for Entropic is lurking with 5 points on the board for them. It's not been an awful game,
A
but
jebeno,
they're going to need
brate,
more
bez
if they want to
zaleta bilo
make
gdje
a
igrat.
late stage run for sure. But
Nije onda nam.
they're in the best of positions to try and make
Evo ga
that
Mira, moraš
happen.
moći nekako, ali...
FaZe
A jebe, ovo
have a bit of a
teško.
tough position. They have to push either through one half or
Dobro, ali
even
oni iz njihove
3
pozicije auto ne bi ni
quarters of
stigli
after
dole.
alt, or they have to push through Na'Vi. But whichever they push, once again, they're going to be in a position where there's going to be third-party shots from the other.
Yeah, I'm looking towards Twisted Minds on the south side of all of these fights going on
Nice
right now. If
killing,
they opt to go up from the ocean this way, it's going to be
Oh!
very dangerous for them. Ascent trying to fly on in. Not exactly easy as Kiliakai gets torn apart. I'm not sure if he was jumping up for information
Gdje je question
or what
mark?
it was, but he
A question
sure
mark
as
je,
hell
brate,
did
znaš
not
gdje je u
put the
centru zone skoro. Nije u centru, ali
The
imaju
information
poziciju
is
da
it's very
ide se.
dangerous to do that.
Levo,
People
ono,
are
Panther
getting
su na
pretty
FaZe.
Really?
good at getting those shots. I love that death cam right up
Monte
in the
face
yeah,
split.
just floating. But oh man, that's very unfortunate for Kiliakai.
Aj, joj.
Ooh.
Dobro je,
Breaks
dobro je.
able to find the first. Marco able to
Šta je
respond.
dobro?
Nice little 1-1 coming in the end.
Gdje nije baš ono.
Working in favor for
Da, ali
TA.
gdje-
Again, yes,
gdje
they
je
lose
ti
one player,
ispod-
but traversing straight
ispod,
across the ring,
Entropika
the
po
center of the
PGS
circle
poenu.
here is, if you can do that losing only one player, kind of have to go for it.
Exalt once
Oh,
again
Yannick
removed
Face,
from
oh,
the
Yannick.
lobby. They were trying to make a push in the south, but cleaned up by Monarch. And now the full push in the compound from FaZe. They've got plenty of smokes up, and Na'Vi have actually leapfrogged ahead of them into the zone, so
24
they
game
can
igra.
take this
Ne igra se,
fight
znači.
A to je samo
in
Kinezi su
earnest
igrali.
all by itself.
Ma ja, ma
Isolated,
ne igraš, pa
Corexi
PGS je pa provjerio
to
sam.
check the corner.
Kinezi
They
je
do
jedan.
it
Igrao
for
sam
him.
ligu.
Aina, well, they cleared out the
Sam
shack
je
with the
igrao.
Molotov. They knew that he couldn't be peeking from inside, so just a little pre-fire is sometimes all it takes.
Swing there, and important that they get it done with as fast as they did.
A druže,
See
3.
there, Na'Vi
Ova tima što bi
was
trebalo
and
ubijati,
currently
oni
are
su na...
pushing, they were
svi na jednom
pushing up
fightu,
and
gledamo, Na'Vi,
trying to get into a good
twisted
position to kind of
face.
counter phases,
Twisted
get
face,
like
face,
move off the hill, but able to reset
Ni sad
fast
će
enough
li-
to at least be alerted to Navi's presence.
Now Batulins is the one who's putting in third-party shots from the south into FaZe. And there's very few teams that remain unbruised in this game. Exhalation, one of them. They actually have a very wide split of control towards the southeastern side of the zone, holding on to the warehouse compound and a little bit of presence in the fields as well with Daboom. See whether or not they're able to hold on to that or whether they choose to regroup, expecting maybe a push from teams like Monarch who are yet to find a position. But first, we have to deal with FaZe trying to make their entrance into the zone. It's a brick wall of Na'Vi to try and stop them.
And it has to include a vehicle, you'd imagine. With both Foot and Twisted Minds being able to see them, you'd imagine that it has to have cars involved one way or another. And here they come flying down the hill. Do they get anything with it? Example able to find the first. He does get one in return, but Example finds the second
Aj,
instantly
Juba
after a
možda
nice
pucao.
peek. There's Uber trying to bait some of the attention, trying to force them to look his direction,
They
but not
force
really
them to-
happening. Vex steering the vehicle
Yeah,
with Na'Vi for a
Uber's
split
so good.
second, and in the end they will fall.
For a second, I was wondering whose grenade that
Brate,
was that
kako je
just went
Zampo
creeping into the
pucao, ja
smoke. They were
mislio...
one way or the other, likely to
Mrtvo.
flush out a teammate, but in the end, Na'Vi Well, we saw what they did in the previous game when they had to be the ones jumping off a ridge to take the fight. This time they're on the defending side and they still come out ahead. 5 points on the board, 2 still standing, and FaZe.
A Monarch juče nije uzeo ni jedan poen, a?
Ko?
Nice double coming through for
Ovim
him.
Monarch.
Mouse finding the third, a lot of skill.
Sad gaza, brate.
And
To za dva meča.
that one look easy.
Vasco has really been hitting for
bilo
Monarch.
bi
A
dobro
couple
da
of
ovi
them
solo
maybe lacking somewhat in the
Ej.
contributions, but
To je
in
to
terms
so.
of those who have really not been, Vasco and Scav have really been pulling their weight heavily. And again, Arangla has actually been the much better earner for Monarch, so getting as many points as they can in the opportunities they're given on Miramar would be a big difference for them. Again, they're one of the teams who is yet to really have any PGC points on the board, so if a late run is to happen, they got to really climb their way up the standings, and they're not too far away from maybe a top 5.
No, definitely, definitely doable. As we see here, Vard, the up-close threat, or maybe more just the up-close info gatherer, trying to stay as quiet as possible, hear as many footsteps as possible, and feed the info across.
Oh, Chris.
Yo,
Still
vidi Krisa.
holding from behind. Chris, one with
Jo.
nature, thrown in a bush,
Zvavi
does he get
će.
one over by
Doozy.
8C? Oh, a doozy, nope, somehow able to dodge that one.
Oh no.
Now they
They
don't
haven't-
know.
No.
Does he reverse on top of him?
He went through
It's
the
the
wrong
wrong
bush.
bush. Wow. And it is funny. This situation has got Chris written all over it. His
100%.
ability to
Pošto
infiltrate
pogodi nade
enemy
lik jebote.
kind of fortresses, to get behind enemy lines and just become one with the other team, it's impeccable.
Yeah, we just gotta wait for him to get in one of their cars now. Oh man, that is
Doozy
rough
touched him again.
position. He almost got him. They're eventually gonna find him one way or the other, whether it's him that sits them down or them that
Dobro,
accidentally.
Luka jedan, tamo 3 timaš na
Chris,
njega.
he just has to be patient
Those
now.
like-
No
yeah.
chance to be patient for Navi. The push was
Yes,
forced.
Gazelle.
Oh!
Oh, they got him.
Ili ga slučajno zgazio da je vidio.
Like they're literally driven back
Ma
and forth
slučajno, ali ja
so
mislim,
long
brate, viš
to
da
make
kako
it
igra,
to
brate, on
enemy.
zna da je tu i namjerno
That
prolazi s
must
kola
have been
1000 puta.
So random. They were driving
sad
around
kao će
where
se
to look for
vrati.
somewhere to go.
Važi.
In the end, well, there are only so many bushes for Chris to hide in.
You hear the splat and you think, wait, was that a bug? Did I just run over one of my teammates? You see a kill on the scoreboard? Well, yeah, you know what? They will absolutely take it. Every point is, well, every point's a point. So
Yeah.
for Chris, question mark, just extending their lead at the top, giving themselves a much better chance. Foot have to
Ovo je
give themselves
dobro.
a chance to get
Nek
through
ostane
Twisted
što manje
Minds if
ljudi
they
od Twista, za
even want a
imati
chance
studio
to make it into the top 2.
Možda
They're
ne
not a
može.
million miles away, but
Tetris
Lou
ostane.
just expands that distance and even denies the point from the bleed out of Perfectix, getting the hand on the res just in time.
Dobro, neki
Just
sad 2
before
poena.
He falls to the ground in this circle. Once again, shifts towards the west, and question mark sat very well in this
Ovo je
one.
najbolje da vidite
124,
Twista, brate.
124 points for them so
Pa da.
far. Still with 4 alive.
Ali treba
Having
QM
not
izbit što
really
brže.
had to endure too much themselves. Having not really taken too much damage. They should be good on both
Please.
vests and helmets. And imagine question mark here starting off the final day with a back-to-back. That would be absolutely insane.
You know, some people have interesting opinions about this game. Some people have interesting opinions on which DMRs are good. Some people have opinions that the Chevron is a good reticle to use in a 4X.
Ili
But someone who
sljedeće
uses
taj
the
ego.
circle reticle on a mini just cannot be
I na
trusted.
zadnji
So
Erangel, jel?
how you need to have a conversation with Schofield.
Kuzi.
But hey, it's
Što?
got a knock onto
Imam
Hover
na
and
zadnji Erangel,
was
zadnji
trying
dvije
to
mape su
maybe
Erangel.
get the flush, could eventually pick it
Nisam
up
čekaj,
regardless.
to ništa
If it
razumio.
works, it works.
Jer su zadnje dvije mape Erangel.
Come on, man.
Pa ne znam.
That's what I say to people playing mini over
Oh,
SKS as
nice.
well. It's
Aj,
you
joj.
know,
Ja.
Oh, look at Rux.
finds one, but ain't gonna be enough. He's gonna fall down in the
Hello,
end. And
Zabor.
Twisted Minds
Uzeo je dva,
continue
bio je
to rack
šest.
up points.
6 je bio, ali
Bio
nije
je
kill.
šest.
You don't get to change the reticle on an 8X. Spyro
I
sees no
knew the
reason to
answer.
do so regardless.
Uzeli su
The
7
blue
poena.
caught in the open field. There is a smoke just next to him, but it's not close enough. Just trying to wrap around, trying to find a sneaky angle onto Monarch, but gets sat from the opposite side of the zone. And now that's going to
Kreću
mark
ovak,
the
mina,
demise of
brate, oni su
Exhalation,
prošli.
surely down to just one standing.
On će sam
Howl
polako
might
igrat.
even fall before they do. If they're lucky, they might get the extra placement point. And it is just down to Mr. Circle Reticle. There's a circle in his shack. It's an explosive one from Phil first.
Look at this now, question mark. With every single point, with every placement, they are just extending that lead. 20 points down to Savim, and another almost 10 down to Footsat in fourth. This is looking very good if you're a question mark fan. And what a journey they've
Vidio
been
MNC,
from not qualifying
top
to
three.
to PEC Spring from, I mean, no, sorry, getting what did they get? 13th in PEC Spring. They don't qualify for the rotation, and now here they are up in the top. It's been truly
Treba Monar da
up
umre,
and down
brate.
performance, but also the first time we really see the new roster after Hobbits left the team. Or the other way around was left from the team.
Yeah. It's almost reminiscent of last year for Question Mark, where they really didn't get much going in the first half of the year, but the second half, you wonder how things didn't go better for them in the first 6 months of the year. And once again, we're now in the 7th month of the year, so it's Question Mark's time to be on. I guess they're just like an autumn-winter team. They don't do particularly great in the spring and summer, but oh man, when they're in season, they are absolutely dominant. And it looks like this might be another run. It's Twisted Minds to try and stop them, but they have one on the floor. Back up on his feet, though, is Spyro. And they do have to deal with Monarch before they consider making a push against QM.
Yeah, one thing's for sure. Question Mark, a lot of their success in these last couple of games, these grand finals, has been on the back of Best of Luck. I know Phil has been a big name, but picking up Best of Luck was a very good decision on that. At least so far, it's proven to be.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the amount of times that we've praised a doozy for his in-game knowledge and his mind, his passion about the game. You put cracked fraggers on a team with something like that, it's going to be a recipe for success. And hitting the headshots on a moving vehicle, that's going to be pretty successful too. Twisted Minds, thank you very much. They will claim their 11th kill of the game. Monarch down and out. And it's just going to be a brawl for the top 2 positions. Question Mark could really solidify their spot here.
Sure could. Or make it, I don't say impossible, but almost impossible for anyone to catch up. For Twisted Minds, of course, as well, always with the win on their mind. They're not going to shy away from trying to claim this one for themselves either.
Looking at where things were standing before today, it was looking like the top positions were going to be averaging about 50 points per game, given that Question Mark got 23 in the game before this. If they win back-to-back, they're close to 50 in just the 2, and a doozy's going to get things rolling with a big grenade onto Spyro. That gives them numbers advantage again. Again, as we said before, Question Mark hadn't really had to endure too much in this game. They've been fighting for the last 15 minutes straight. So very bruised for sure. You saw Batulin's without a vest on as well. No helmet for him either now. So definitely against the odds here in this fight. Also now knowing that they have to wrap down the other side of the hill. Yeah. Perfectix is leading the way for that. It's Phil first, who's actually the anchor. Maybe not the player who you would expect to be filling that role. You'd want him up close and personal, getting the sprays down, but Besto's doing a good enough job of that. A doozy is there as well for the double peak, and Twisted Minds picked apart swiftly and left down to Perfectix as the last man standing. And as we've already found out, hiding in the bush from QM does not work. Nope, sure doesn't. They'll find you eventually, as Perfectix tries to bandage his way to safety. Again, they don't have a whole lot to lose against these guys, but even with that, trying to run away from it, not gonna happen. Dante finds him, and that is going to be Question Mark back-to-back to start off the last day of these finals. 45 points in the first 2 games of the day, and I mean, if there's anything more that you could want from a Miramar, that has to be it. That was the only 2 Miramars that we're playing today. Back-to-back wins for Question Mark, and look, when they did that in the upper bracket, they picked up a 3rd win as well. Yeah. That would really be the nail in the coffin. I mean, 50% of the points they
had bio tu kad je, a Duzi slučajno prošao kroz bolje ugledanje. Šta je prošao? Kroz bolje i nekoliko to.
I to namjerno se vozio, znao je da ima to neko. Ne možda kažeš da nije znao. 3 puta je prošao. Da, a nije to.
But 2 very different styles of Miramar games to set themselves, and yet they come out on top twice. They also got double the amount of points in the 2 Miramar games that we've just seen, as they did for all 5 of the Miramar games across the 2 previous days. So massive turnaround for Question Mark, and you can't really necessarily say that it was a hard zone feed that gave them those points. It was a bit of a brawl. They had to play very smart rotations and holding down the positions extremely well.
And welcome back to the PGS2 EMEA qualifiers. This, guys, what an insane back-to-back here for Question Mark. 30 points ahead of the nearest contender for PGS2. Toby, it's looking pretty much like we're always sending one team to Riyadh.
Yeah, it's looking very good for them.
Na ovaj krug dobit gore zonu. A ne s ove dolje strane, pa ja ne znam, brate,
Pretty
evo
impressive,
razumiješ.
Saga, now that they're on the western side and
Sam ti
phase
rekao da
3
ide
pod,
kontra
obviously a lot of us knew
tropika.
that the circle was gonna go west,
A i oni
but
su, i oni
they
jedu
fought their
gome,
way in,
jebote,
and they got the kills all the way through and stayed 4 guys strong
Znači,
for so
bukvalno imaju
long.
rupe. Imaju
Yeah,
rupe,
they
oni su
were
prelećeli, oni nisu
further
znali gdje idu
west
uopšte.
than where the zone shifted to
Kao
the
da
west, so
kol
they
nisu
did
imali gdje
still
idu,
have
nego
to
aj
find
gore
their
Vratno
neki
su
way
imali
malo
into the
kompas, su
zone. They
vidjeli
were helped
Nika
out
tamo
somewhat by teams like
i onda
DA
su se
making sense into the dip and
razgubili.
cleaning up Ascend before they got there, and then all they really had to do was just pick off the pieces. It's Chris in a bush, for
Vidiš.
example, and from that
Idi
point on,
vrati,
they had full
vrati malo.
control. But again, it's a low
Ajde,
ground.
meni
It's
izgleda
not
kao da
easy
njima
to
kol
play.
bio
You
ovdje
still
idu.
have to deal with a lot of
Na
sight
afteru.
lines, but they were somewhat helped
To
by
mi
the
je
fact
izgledalo
that
tako.
everyone who was playing the high ground, all the ridges
Ko da idu
to
dole
the
na
side
kamp,
power
da.
grid,
I
was just
vidjeli su
fighting each
Lika.
other the entire time.
Ali
Another
bio
consistent
solo,
placement here for Twisted Minds. 11 kills going their way. Toby here obviously putting them in a pretty safe spot in terms of PGC points, but also showing that they're a fantastic team right now.
Yeah, it's
A viš onda su
it's always
vidjeli
great to
tam,
see a team be
rupa
able to
clear,
go out and
viš,
maximize,
i
even
onda je
when
Saremo
the
lete dok su
position
oni
isn't
gledali.
necessarily the
Gledaš.
greatest. They were set up there on the hill, not knowing
I kad se
go
vraćam,
towards the face,
Sarmem je
the
ušao na
face
šek,
fight
nije
happening
išao
on
na
the
rupu,
side,
rupu,
but
pa je
back
ovdje.
down
A
the other way.
ta
They made the
šek
decision
kod
to go
rupe,
back up
tu su
on
išli.
the hill, knowing it was going to come
Vidjeli
down
su da je
off of
šek
it. I
clear,
don't think a
kontaš.
lot of other
Neko
teams
je
would
kolo
have
vratilo da je
dared to
šek
lift. They would
clear
have
i svi
kind of played
ukrenuli
the
na
more, I
šok.
don't want to say safe option, but the more circle
I onda
favoring
su
option.
bili
Just go
prenisko
down
da
that
bi
hillside
ukrenuli
on the
negdje
southern
više.
side, wrap in, try and claim a compound, claim a hay bale
I čak
stack,
idu
do
dole i onda
something,
vide da ih
not
sebi
take the
gore.
fight
Ej,
outside.
Nikico!
Twisted did it here, and they came out with a lot of kills because of it.
Evo je, gledam finale sa Dulika na YouTube. Gledam finale s Dulika na YouTube.
Malo ih je timing sjebao malo.
Da.
Ma nema šanse da su oni vidjeli Lika ovdje.
They did, and
Jack.
thankfully none of them got
Desi
shot
što
out
ima.
of the air like Kilyakai did. That
A
helped
ja
for
mislim da su
sure.
rupe. Da je
Ma
šek.
nema
Yeah,
šanse,
it was
Lik je
putting
unutra.
themselves onto those ridges
Ma ja
on
pričam za aftera,
the
nema šanse.
northeastern
Pa,
side, not getting
ovo
Da,
što
možda
radimo
su
je
da je
ovo,
šek clear.
sad
Igra
igra
unutra.
unutra, pa ne radimo.
Evo
compound
viš,
where after all
izlazi
may
ovdje
have had
malo.
the chance to pick them off from not only the player who's in the
Igramo
compound, but
poslije,
the
sad
as
gledamo
well. And
A
then
može
just
ga
moving
ići.
slowly
Ajde
around
su
this
ga
to
vidjeli,
the
ne
edge. It was just
pobjegli.
Možda je
really
za Krovac
unfortunate
došli.
that the teams that were also on that side were the teams that were just completely
Da,
destroyed.
pa i ja sam
On je-
polijali,
on
on
je
kod
iznutra.
njega
Yeah,
ima
Monik had a pretty
30
good game
čovjek.
as well here. Toby getting 8 kills going their way, of course.
Yeah.
Sitting on that southern
Ajde.
side, they're able to get third here.
Ajde,
Obviously,
ajde.
you see 13 points going
Bravo.
their way. Twisted Minds, of course, in a situation where they get 17, 22. But Monarch, on that southern side, they managed to fight pretty deep into this one.
Yeah, it was a good one for them. We got glimmers of what we've seen from these individual performances in the past, as Saga mentioned during the game. I mean, Vasco really staying up Scav as well. We haven't gotten the pleasure of seeing Scav too much in competitive PUBG at the highest level, but Vasco, he's been here for a long time and continuing to brag out.
Yeah, and here's the overall SGC, 139 points for question mark right now. 30 points ahead here, Saga, of Salvem, their nearest, not contender actually, it's 39
Mamicu
points
gi
ahead of
jebem,
this
brate,
Twisted
na
Minds,
question
obviously
mark
not
sad
going
će
in,
imao,
so it's
brate,
39 points ahead of their
680 boda.
the nearest contender in terms of them would being pushed out here. So I would say this is looking pretty safe right now for them in terms of PGS2.
Very much so. You would need 2 minimum teams picking up a 40-point differential with 4 games to go to overtake them to push
Brate,
them
DA
out
je
from the qualifying slots. It would need
460 poena.
Savum to get
DA
more than
impressive
30
poena.
and Foot to get more than 40 on top of whatever question mark gets in these final few games. And
Je,
again,
10.
Erangel has been
ja,
my
brate,
question
ali
mark so
šta je
far, has been
razlika je
picking up the
11
majority of
bodova.
their points, save for what we've seen today.
And this would also mean that now Ascent, if
180
they're smart
poena
about
ti je
it,
10.
so
mjesto.
they Ascent, Entropic, Foot, they would have to focus on Savem as their, most direct
Question
contender in
marks,
terms of the overall leaderboard.
100 bodova ima.
Yeah, but then the question
ako sad
becomes,
budu
do
prvi,
they focus them? Or
imat će
since there are so many
750.
teams on that same
Sa
hunt,
750
just probably play their own
bodova
game
je,
and hope that other
znači,
teams dare to
naši
risk
već
their
sad
own
moraju
games
da
in
imaju
order to deal with
750
Savem.
bodova da bi
Right.
I
prošli,
feel
nema
like
šanse.
I think still,
Zašto?
with
Baš
4 games
četvrto
left to
mjesto
play,
imaju
teams can still
750.
play their own
A
game, so
brate,
to
svi
speak,
ti
try and stay
su
focused
ispred
on that.
njih, konta, samo
Yeah, what
Exa
I mean
iza
in
njih.
terms of that focus is
Who's
like when you
Twisted
see a
Minds?
third party opportunity,
Who
go
is
in
he?
for it. I'm not
Samo
talking
je
hunt from just
Exa
yet.
iza
We'll
njih, ali
wait
Exa
for
ima već
last
1000
game
poena,
for that. But
brate.
guys, next
Zato što
game
ti
is
neće
going to be
750
Takeover, and we're
poena
going to be going
treba,
to a very
razumiješ.
short break.
Biće
So
svi
stay
ovi
tuned
timovi idu
to
iznad.
get back on Takeover for you guys.
Ascent ide iznad.
Stavlja 3 game na sve ranga.
Znači da kontaš da će question mark biti prvi. To ti je 750 poena. Sa 750 poena oni su 6.
Ne možda bude šesti, be, Face uzme puno poeni sad.
Ja Face ni ne računa.
Zašto?
Da, a koliko će uzeti face poena? A ne znam, evo, koliko oni uzimaju sad?
Pa 350 uzmem sigurno.
Uzet će minimum. Koji su sad oni?
920 imajući budu. Pa isto će ostane taj top 6. Samo što će prestigne Twisted Mind će bude prvi.
Dobro, može biti.
Da.
A dobro, zadnji ti daj najviše, brate.
Pa i Pecko osvoji direkt.
Oni su se sjebali što nisu prvi turnir prošli.
Oni moraju biti četvrti da bi imali... Da je bili
Dobar
osmi, jel
šans.
tako?
Gle, brate,
Da bi ostali osmi.
uvijek imaš da osvojiš 5. To ti je
Dobro,
posljednja
slušaj,
šansa
brate,
svima.
Pričamo sad za ovu. Znači sad, ako ostane ovako, ako recimo budu četvrti,
Pa
znači, oni
do
imaju dalje
treće
šanse
mjesto
da budu
imaju šanse.
treći budu.
Da.
Da.
A
Znači,
trenutno treće
budu
mjesto
treći idu
igra.
direktno, a ako budu četvrti, recimo, oni će biti, znači od treba četvrto da bi zadržali osmo mjesto, a onda moraju ivi na pet, jel?
Ne mora, treba dobro.
Ne moraju, da. Mogu opet biti.
500 će imaš 1200 poena. Pa sve zavisi od drugih tima.
Ma, zavisi od drugih timova, da.
Ne
Ali da
možda
bi bili
računaš tako.
safe,
Da bi se mora ga osvoje.
ne, nego da bi bili safe mora ići preko 900 bodova, evo otprilike.
Najviše više, brate.
Više,
Mislim da
Exalt,
treba
Foot, Hole, svi će imaju po
A više,
1100,
brate, treba
200 poena. Da.
Korčeno, pa kako?
Kako,
sad-
brate, gledaj koliko ti zadnji turnir daje.
A ne,
Ako
pa kažem kako, onda njima treba, recimo, onda njima treba na pecu, a pec nosi više poena, brate.
Mnogo više nosi.
Kažem,
Više nego PGS2. Viš, pec četvrto mjesto 550 nosi. Viš. I zavisi će od drugih timova, a recimo top 4 na pecu i možda im bude dovoljno. Neki save! Kasnili su se, nisu kasnili. Nisu 100% kasnili, na vrijeme su to, baš šta ćeš ranije, razumiješ? Nisu 100% kasnili. Evo gledaj. Ovo je prvi. Ovo je drugi. Evo ga, popa, ovaj krug je bitan. Ovaj krug je bitan. Evo ih. A ne može brže, evo ga. Treba
ti onda stigne minut, koliko treba već.
Pravo minuta stigne. Okej, možda su mogli bolje da tajmaju, slažem se. Ali nije problem to, brate, problem je što su loše su kolovali, ostali su ovdje ljudi.
Odakle je Salem došao? Gledaj Salem odakle je došao. Scoutima, vrat.
A dobro, pa je Saren lagano.
A da, niko nije bio ispred njega.
Evo ga, kad imaš ovaj kampova nije teško autima proći. Ispo je jedan, jel?
Niko nije ispod. Paolo je ispod jedan.
A mislim da je loš kol bio. A i nebitno, i da nije bio loš kol, znaš da recimo da je dobar kol da su pali ovdje, trebali zakomitaju, no. Svaki put kad se premišljaš,
Samo treba komitati zajedno, oni su komitali jedan po jedan bukvalno.
a mislim, jedan po jedan spak, nije lako tajmat ovaj push, razumiješ, plus padaju ljudi s padobrana. Ova dva su prva pala, ja mislim. Tako mi izgleda, nam. Nije lako tajmat to. Ne, me loš call, pa nema šta loš call i gotovo. Sad gledamo mi timing loš, da je loš call, loš call. 2 dobra kola su bila ili da komitaju kamp ili da uzmu rupu ovdje. Jer ne postoji teorija. Ne postoji teorija u kojoj oni ne vide ljude na šeku. Ok, znači šek je free. Ovdje je neko mogao da kola šek je free, ali vide auta. Tu su već trebali dobro nođu u rupu i to je to. Što je on uradio, ali ostali nisu. A da su tajmali kako treba, ono, recimo da su perfektno tajmali, pa ništa se ne bi desi. 12.
Duliću, Turčine.
Isto je bio.
Jesi vidio ko je u Beograd, be? Jebe što?
Ne.
A? Stvarno?
Nisam vidio.
Nikola Mirotić. Hehe. Odbio Olimpijakos.
A? Ko je odbio kog Olimpijakos?
Mirotić.
I'll tell you what, there's one that actually, my daily APAC reference, in the SEA Open qualifiers, there was one that ended in Shipyard to the point where in Phase 8, someone was on top of one of the warehouses just free farming. And that was like crazy and insane and no one was casting that lobby, so if we could just do that again, just so we can see
njima
what
je
it's
puno.
like that.
Pa, vrate, to uopšte nije upitno, jer njima puno teže u gameu. Normalno da je njima puno teže, jel? Kad se nešto uradi loše, uradilo se loše. Da nije loše, živi bi bil.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of what makes Taiko a better or easierly playable map.
Ajde sad, Tego, 2 vina i nazad.
2 gema si igra Tego sada? Bravo. To je naša mapa.
Making it miserable hell to be down below. So a lot of the fields are way more usable in much earlier stages of the game than, for example, in the previous.
Čekaj ti pošaljem sliku da vidiš bombu u Partizan.
We'll see until we get on top of the mountain just south of Army Base. That is pretty tall and annoying, especially if people get an emergency pickup, Saga.
Yeah, TDM map is up there so everyone knows the angles by this point, so
Pogledaj.
if we end up there, we're expecting to see some banging gunplay.
Alright guys, we
Bombu
are
Partizan.
so ready to get into Taiko here for our third match of the day, the very last day for the PGS2 EMEA qualifiers. Guys, take it away and have fun with it. It's time for Taiko.
Thank you so much, Martin. Almost did James there, but we forgot to find out where he wanted the plane to go, or where he wanted the circle to go. So I guess now we'll never know. We've lost the power to predict where this one is going to take us. But I still won't prevent him from, or prevent you from being asked anyway. Saga, where do you want this one to go?
I already gave my answer. Yeah, immediately to the east of where the plane currently is. Please give us those shipyard, those giant warehouses. Yeah. Also, a fun little mini game that I do like to play is when we get the sort of cold open to the map for the observers. I do like to play a little bit of Pub GeoGuessr. That one's pretty obvious. You can always tell that that's the broken bridge, but keep an eye out for it on Erangel because some of them are pretty tricky. Test your knowledge.
Yeah, they do become pretty interesting. Now, this plane path is probably, I mean, it's very similar to the one that we had on Taiko yesterday. So very easy for most teams, if not all, to go to pretty much where they want to do, unless if you're
Ne mogu da dolete, a?
all the way down to Ohyang, it's going to be a bit more.
Pa, će traže kola.
Jebi ga, samo da ne dobiju strike.
Ban.
If we do get the big shipyard circle, that would be fantastic news for After All, because we haven't really seen it so much today on Miramar, but they have switched up their quote-unquote identity of being the wide-wrapping team that rotates for 17.5 kilometers every game. They've been more so going for emergency parachutes, but their success has been when they don't have to do that, when they do get the zones that favor them. This won't be one.
Ajde.
Džabe sad kad ne znaš što treba da uzmeš, ode u kurac u pičku.
Ovo je najgore.
Down towards the southeast once more, and once
Najgore ima centar zone, ljudi, vječita dilema, šta sad?
Gle, ova ima scroll, rurn. Scroll kao u 1.6 imao, vrat. Da čuči.
Pretty uncanny that we don't have more players in, but this time around, a hard yoink to the edge, and it's gonna be interesting to see if teams remember what happened yesterday.
It's a pretty similar, as much as people dislike the Tego to Miramar comparison, the one comparison that you can make is that the mountain range along the eastern side of Tego is in the same sense as the western side of Miramar. You cannot drive across it. Although, like, you physically can, but you will die, so so realistically you can't.
Čuli ste, alo?
Teams that would normally in a zone like this
I igram asocijacije da mi pomognete. Alo?
all the way to the west on Hapo.
Popaj.
Normally their prime gameplay pattern would be to go south, come across to the east, and then come up on the opposite side of the zone where it's less contested.
Oliva,
Do that this time
spanać
around, unless you
i
take
ovo što mi fali.
rotate path. So we'll keep an eye to see
Koji kurac
how
možda
those
bude
teams
to?
adapt.
We are now make it 3 minutes into the game, and I'm seeing all of DA stand on top of each other on my map feed. I think that's an indicator that they want to get down here early, try to
Also
beat
Savin
all
driving.
these other. Also, Savin rotating. I mean, I guess where there is sun.
Gle,
there
Iva,
is
sad to laguje, brat.
I don't know. I'm trying to say something cool, but I don't have them written on my arm
But
today.
there's smoke,
to be able
there's
to do that.
fire. Yeah.
Oh, that one too. That one
Yeah.
too. Where
Free
there's
space in the
ocean,
middle of the
there's
zone.
water.
Savim's on the way.
Yeah, exactly. And then Tropic with the UMP doing the exact same thing, of course. And Tropic a little more split up early on, but everyone now on the hunt for free real estate.
Yeah, it's free is the key word here. Everything
Da
is
nije po
free
C.
in the zone unless you are
Jel,
a
Fuzi?
team that is slightly behind in Tropic, who is one of the very few
Ne znam
who
šta je.
had what we could vaguely call
A, mnogo
prime
teška, brate, ne
in
mogu
this
da je
zone,
rešim
where
već
they had the
5 puta mi
first
se pada
position
jebem
to win, but they
tigricu.
still had to rotate for a good kilometer and a half. They've now found themselves a extremely wide split, and their loot
Extremely
isn't
wide
ideal.
split.
So if a swift breach does come through from a team like Howl or DA, who is moving early, they might not be the best prepared for it.
No, well,
Ljudi, pišite
keep an eye on
Fuzi
that
da
one for
odgovor
sure.
po C.
As Foot now
Marka
still
Lugo.
far from the circle. Start their rotation. They do have a bridge to cross. Ebi just crossed
Ajde,
it, so
Nikitin
Kad niste
odgovara u
sigurni,
chat.
stani zaokružite
that
C.
it is indeed
Tako smo i glasali, brate, pa smo sad desmo. Jebemo sustav. Vi što se okružujete C.
He's on a solo scouting game, so if he stops around, waits here for Foot to maybe get closer, at least that's info he can feed across to his teammates up in the north.
If he counts the cars that go past, make sure that there's 4, then he should know the Yongchun team is gone, but do they know the Godok team is going to be looking to backfill, or whether or not they're going for the opposite bridge? The western side of Yongchun, it's all a little bit of a guessing game.
Ti
Now,
zapravo bez
it
zasluge
seems
za
like
ovaj
Foot isn't
odgovor.
going to be making a fully convoyed rotation, so Ibi at most will see 2 vehicles.
Brat moj, gore se provalio.
Najjače ikad.
Make an entrance on the western side of the zone. Everyone's already congested around the center. Now we're gonna head back north and watch. Not be any spots out. Ibi doesn't look like he wants to take the shot.
Not sure if Evie was testing the brakes and the acceleration on the US going uphill there, but it looked pretty interesting. I think just a little bit of a sync issue, but also with the boom is currently just shifting across here to get down towards, or just drifting down towards the bridge. Works out for him. Exalt now again going aggressive here, face the ones to play defense this time around, as Exalt have made their way up close.
We said that they had an easy time getting into the zone, but it's what you do with
Drugo,
presence.
tek se
And Exalt
uključio, vidim.
have just gone for the closest
Probudio se
compound. They
tek.
seem to have identified that there are threats abound, threats present. Oh, but Exhalation didn't identify that for themselves. They tried to just make a full send across the bridge. They've been
Bomba.
completely demolished. The Woo. My beats are on not. They didn't need him. They've taken 3 down immediately, and the grenade from Nixie gets the final one, and Ibi did in fact contribute
ide Nick
to
za
the
to?
opposite side of the bridge. So that is a huge, huge cleanup. And unfortunately for Exhalation, their Tego is over before
Exhalation.
it even started.
And huge for
Gledaj ga ovaj Ćureksio, ajde Ćure. Gde ćeš Ćure?
Spots Fate doesn't connect with the first one, as he will get knocked. No flash come through just yet. His face is still a little bit
Come on,
away
yeah.
from one another.
I fakes.
Fate
I fake
really
sa
bringing the
popičku.
pump out to play now. And all's left on the line. Okay, that's a bit ambitious to go for the pump from that range. That's more like it. Get it done with the AUG 3X from distance, but FaZe. Oh my. Looks like they may well be getting denied their triple-digit points yet again.
Yeah, not able to get anything going there. And of all the teams to take him out, the team currently sat in last place. Not something you'd be
Kecaši
expecting,
gi, brate,
making it happen, making
bez
it
da
work.
su ih
We are
išta
seeing a
pitali.
bit of, I'm not sure if it's desync or what it is on the server. I hope it's just for the observers and not for the players as well, because they are rubber banding a little bit all over the place.
Oh, I'm sure we'd be seeing hundreds of pings in various discords if players were bouncing around as much on their screens as they are on ours. It's actually Howl who's under the duress from the shots from Yepper. It's the two that are a long way in the distance, while the others, Metabay, I'm going to say Voldemort with a question mark in brackets at the end because I'm not 100%, but they're the ones that were looking to try and circle the compound, maybe steal away a third party or even just a flush on the FaZe.
Sviramo li PUBG posle, baš mi se igra.
Oh my god, Navi. Actually setting
Ja
up
nisam igrao 3 dana.
To je to. Nema, mene niki ne igra igricu jebote, toliko li je propast.
A brate, znaš šta brate, sjediš ovdje brate 5 sati, gledaš Entropik, nerviraš se i tvoj strana igraš. Iskreno, sinoć
Nema lepo.
gledao sam stream i poslije sam gledao Rocket, pa sam onda gledao NA i nije mi se igrao iskreno.
A ti mnogo si gledao,
Druže, gledao sam NA.
Jesi naučio nešto?
Gledao NA
toying with the idea of committing to this and taking the fight, but given their position in the standings and the fact that they're less than 15 points behind against Savum and with them a spot at PGS2, thinking better of it, they're going to try and take the more conservative option. This was the problem for Ascend. The way that they wouldn't be able to make the wide of a wrap as they normally would. This is also a big problem for Yepper as the 2-2 split they were holding as they're putting the shots into
motor
the
ga stavi,
tower, alerted everyone to their presence. Exalt found the other half of the split and they've just been completely demolished.
I mean, we asked yesterday if
Ima ga, ali ne ga koristi Fuzi.
Of lower bracket, of when do they need to finally get things going for them in order to qualify. I think it was yesterday. If they can get like 4 wins in a row now and somehow
padaju brate trola. Ne igram se više 18 gema. Preko glave.
A nije troll, oni... Mislim, ovaj Nixi pobio, oni su mu na mostu ubigan laki u rotaciji. A dobro, Jep klasično igra tako.
Dulik bar pošalje u drugu, treću zonu, a oni u prvu BTSN.
Da, brate, šta su juče radili? Oni rupu uzmu u prvu zonu i onda ih kecaju svi.
Kecaju.
Ljudi nisu preživjeli prvu zonu, ja mislim 7 gamova i los.
Gledaj Entropikić što ima shift, splitić. Neće se moći spojiti sad.
Wait, should we stay
Ma
here?
mogu
Because
spojiti.
half the circle is
gledaj,
going to be
zone,
actually a
brate.
big red line.
Druže,
Very unplayable.
Studio,
very
bre.
unreachable. This
Studio.
team is having us play on, I mean, a half circle effectively in phase 2 already.
Ali tu je ovaj, brate, Jim, mora ga utapam. Mićo,
Ne zna Jim,
Mićo.
ne zna Jim za Miću, alo.
Da, Mićo, Mićo. Ajde, pušti Miću da gledamo, jebem vam pleme. Evo, Mića, nije znao.
Bravo, Mićo.
Dobre, Mićko, be.
Kako me nervirate vi gdje bez ovdje Mića.
Šta te nervira ako se zovemo
Pa
Mića?
i mene zovu Mića, druže, drugari.
Tko? Ti li se zoveš Mića?
Ne, zovu me tako drugari.
Pa kako ti je pravo ime?
Mića.
Pa dobro, što ćeš. Če te zovemo Meksi, da.
I mean, I think they were trying to play kind of a full position there in that fight, but they know there's 2 down already. Might as well just sit in a more tight 2-2, so even if you do get one knock, you can instantly have one come trade instead of now. They get one knock, now the rest should potentially come through, and they've lost 2 players in the
Znaš što bi bilo isto dobro, brate, da plati jednog čoveka da zoomira malo ovu mapu, brate, malo je dosadno sve isto.
Ali plaćen je čovjek da je drži odzumirano očigledno. Znači, toliko...
Pa ne, nego upališ samo i to je to.
Ja volim mapu da gledam, ja mapu ne gledam zbog idiota, razumiješ, na svaki shift ono krenu.
He maybe gives Beamy a little bit of a sweat on the brow for now, but he does get it done. 4 kills on the board. He claims all of them. And there's nobody here to third party, as you say. Completely alone, he can go back, grab the revive. But
Ega, Mića dobi po
4
pičku.
points is good, but losing half the
Ali
squad.
dobi Liro.
Ljudi drugi sad će ih pušaju.
A brate, ali
Exactly,
najgore je
that's the
dijelit
thing,
kamp
they
ili igra
should
pored
not
Turaka.
have,
Kuneva
taken
se
the
životom,
casualties
to je
of it. They
meatball
won
samo
casualty,
takav.
sure enough,
On
something goes
samo
wrong, but two in
zatrče
that
negdje
case,
zaleću, jebot.
it's, I
Gdje ćeš
don't want to go
koji
all the
kura
way
bre,
to
stani u taj
unforgivable,
kamp,
but
dijeli
in this
kamp još
case,
jedan
knowing
shift
that you only
jebot,
have
sad
3 games to
znači
play
da
now,
uzmeš.
and as you're saying,
Ne može ovi
center
ni trofiju
position
povući,
once
nekim
again,
sleđe.
with 4 alive, it could
Pušaj,
just
brate, leo
kind
materić,
of
boži.
breach
On
into
ti
the
kaže da će
unforgivable
pušat.
type of situation.
Treba bježe ovi naši.
I think
Samo
Ne
dva
znaju,
su.
ne znaju.
this may just be the point where
To je
in the back
najgore
of
što
the
su
minds
samo
of
dva,
folk there
brate.
starts to creep in.
Nema tu ako gi
that
nakecamo,
sort of lingering memory
osvajamo.
of
Evo
the
bez umira
spring
guma
where they
pusta
were
ga jebe mu guzicu kad
point
po čemu se
short
derem.
in the final game. They
A
just
mora
couldn't
vidiš,
quite get
čim
over the
vikneš,
line.
on krene se trese tam.
If they
Vrat,
do end
ima
up
li
falling
time u
out
Moskvu?
or Savam gets a good game here, which it seems like
Znaju,
they're
ma
set
ne
up to
znaju naši
do
još.
pretty well. Again,
Ne
nice
znaju
central
naši koji
position,
pušaju.
4 still standing.
A
Good
bilo bi dobro
chance
da
the
neko
zone
fejla
shifts
nekog.
towards them once we do
Možda
get
da
rid of
fejla
some of this
povuče.
nasty unplayable to the
Ali
south.
će nokta pušać.
Knows Foot might just fall victim to their own
Yeah.
tiebreaker, maybe even.
Exactly. Also, in case
vidio ovaj
anyone
grup Sarem
isn't
druže.
aware, I am now an Ascent fan again.
Ali vrate,
Just
Sarven
so
koji
everyone
u
is
prvoj
aware that
zoni
they are now allowed to
senda,
gain points, they
razumiješ,
don't have to die
uzmu
in the early
kamp
game.
i onda 7
So,
zona narednih
yeah, yeah,
čuče.
because now they're
Druže, lik je najgoru
you know,
poziciju
we just
bilo
wanna
čučat,
every-
ne ovo
It's only question mark now that we really just want to see die early, which as they sit right now with all the crates in their prisons, I don't think that's going to be the case, unless if Batula
Mora nazad zona,
comes up
brate.
here and just instantly takes them
Je,
all.
je,
That's
to
trying
ima
to shift
pored
it
toga.
Gledaj
south.
shiftava
Ne
tamo
mogu, brate,
omni.
ali
minimap.
ljudi
We
nek
are gonna go
uču.
O,
very
ne,
heavy on
ukurac.
the edge
Svi
here. That
ispadnamo.
next one should go right on
Svi
to
ispadnamo.
They just have a way of picking
Mi bi
compounds
trebali
and taking
uzmemo
that,
Ridge, brate. Šumu ovdje u rupi.
it's working.
Najgore što, da li će se
Yeah,
DJ povucat?
It really is. But also,
Huh?
just to
Hoće
their
se
west
DJ povuć?
is Ascend. So
Di je
maybe
da se povuče?
you just said, hey, just in time,
Nema
we'll
šanse.
get some points, and the
Yeah,
zone has
true.
decided, oh, okay.
Vidi, ja se
we'll
nadam
allow
doći jer
it.
nema
This time
pojenta.
That
Savam,
real time, I was not aware
Ma da
of
svaki
that.
put kad sam
Yeah,
mislio da
I mean,
DJ neće
100%,
pušati ili nas
we
neće
are live,
krešati
we are
jer nema
under
A mi
pojenta.
će se
što ćemo
tepamo,
raditi.
dođoši i naši. Mi će se
Evo
fajtamo.
Tropik je spojio, ljudi će se tepati, sad će
Pa
tu
normalno.
uzeti ispred njih
Pa
za
mi
ove.
nismo pičke, be, brate.
A bolje je bilo da su.
Kojem na Nixu, aj, vadi gi.
A isto im laguje sve, brate, gledaj question marka.
Another thing that we haven't talked too much about yet, as we see some of these teams
Ma lago je cela
going
mapa.
forward, is that as much as yes, there's a
Vadi,
team
vadi,
that has a
vadi gi,
compound, and
vadi
people
gi,
can go on
jebem
the
gi,
map and
majku
see that there's a team in set compound.
Jo, nisu
It's
ničega
not
radili.
necessarily the case that everyone knows like these compounds in
Kao
and
što,
out.
šta
yet
laguje,
and
brate, jel meni
exactly
laguje, brate,
where
ne
to
kontam.
approach them from.
Lago je ti
Unreal
restartuje
Ima
internet.
možda
eyes can pretty much just tell you the best positions to kind of ambush a compound, the best, like kind of the weak points of every single
Ko vina
building
sad?
on the map.
Pa
Whereas to
brate,
here, there might be a way some
Navi.
teams could approach the Sabin compound right now
Navi,
where they could
Navi će
easily
prodati
share it,
tri
seeing as
bukvalno
there's
boli
a
kurac,
little
ono.
bit extra space there.
A,
But
na.
I think it's
Treba-
again
treba
one
da
of those
navijam
where we
da
haven't seen
navijam,
it tested in competitive. We haven't seen it done by other teams yet, so it's
Ili Twitch.
Brate,
especially at
nikad
this
ne
point
kažem
with just
ne,
4 more games or
nešto
3.5
što nije
games
tačno.
left to play. It's too risky for some of these teams.
Hutić. Hutić.
Realistically, if I'm Savam in this position and a team is pushing into my compound,
Ladno je bilo DJ,
there is a very solid chance that
ovaj,
yeah, okay,
iznenadili
you
smo
throw a couple of
pozitivno.
grenades at them, but if they don't get the squad wipe immediately, you just
Ko
like,
vina?
"Alright, we'll just let
Šta
them
si
have
rekao,
it
Fuzi, ko vina?
and just
Navi.
do what we can to survive later on
Navi,
into
ja
the game."
kažem vina,
Has been what's been working out for them, keeping themselves
Yeah.
for strong, not taking those reckless early game fights, as we may just be seeing from that
ma ja
Vascu.
ću ja kažem
on a
Navi,
quick
brate.
little drift
Bojim
around
se
the
da
side,
kažem
gets him out
question
of line
mark,
of
iskreno,
sight.
jako imaju najjači spot.
He's an
Bojim se da
ocelot.
kažem.
Neće question
No,
mark.
not able to get out of that one, but neither is Phil first. Now, kills do come through, so
Kurac
Bestlock
neće.
should be able to get the rest of it over, and question mark, they're just
Ne želim,
unstoppable
ne
at this
želim.
point. I
Znači,
mean,
neće ni
they,
question mark, ni
even when
futbolist
fights
neće
seem
vina,
to, at
vina
least for
Navi.
brief
Ma
moments,
ne,
Ni
go
Sarve.
against them.
Navi ili Ace
Ma
vina.
Tropik
Take out the
vina.
opposition.
Evo, futbolisti sad će gi sve utepao.
Secondary breach from Beamy, maybe. He's gonna do
Znači,
a
cool,
mini
druže.
swift jump peek. No.
A nek vina QM, druže, tako ih teško
A little bit
stići.
more
A,
sensible
gledajte
play.
Nixija što
Again,
gleda Beamy, a ne
Foot
puca.
is in that position where
Ili čekaju
they
da
don't want to be
da
playing too
utrkar.
recklessly, knowing that they're just a few points
A
behind,
ne vidi ga, brate,
especially
puno
taking
je
those losses
šume
early on.
tamo gore
Maybe
došle,
then
evo.
they would have been
Mislim da ne vidim,
more
nemam pojma.
inclined
Ne,
to
mi
just
se
make
imam
a
toliko
full send
filma da ne
into
vidim.
those smokes after hearing the shots,
Juj, dobro
but
su
this
oni.
time around not
Dobro
the
za
case.
nas.
There is the shift. We're going hard to the east.
Samo da
so
se Ala
not
Batuli ne
everything we
odluči
said
da
about
na
Ascend
najupa.
having a
Mada
good
može,
position.
realno, brate.
They
Joca
are
će da ga
sort
izvrne.
of in the
Druže,
lead,
sad ide
actually.
DJ na...
It's
Gdje
active
se
very
vraća?
much.
Jedno
In
mic.
first circle, we give it to Ascend.
Ne veze, ja nisam
Nemoj
našao
DJ
moguće.
na
Go
Tropic,
straight on
sao,
top of
molim.
esports. Issue is, for Foot right now,
Joj.
the position they're set in
MK
ain't
nešto
exactly the
buffovan ili
greatest. So yeah, it's amazing
MK,
to have a
MK
circle
je
and not
znači
to worry
da je
too much about that,
metro.
but I think they have a whole
Već
other
sigurno 2-3
set of
update.
things that they're currently concerning themselves with. For example, being still on alive.
That is a big
A
problem.
PUBG uvijek
100%
buffa
for
pušu
Foot, but
kad će izaći neki
again,
dobar
it's a
skin.
problem that
A
we could
Foot
have
buffer.
seen coming
Kad
in
vidi, a
the
prvo
way that
izađe
they
skin.
were unsuccessful
buffer.
in their attempts to keep up big numbers when taking the fight against, after all, just slightly too separated and
Hoće li Foot riješiti?
not
A
able
ne
to get
mogu
the
ih,
trades
razumiješ,
quickly
prevelika
enough.
ova rupa.
It's been
Raj.
extremely costly.
Ej, Mića.
Sure has.
Ovo je Mika, izvinjavam se,
Sure
nećemo,
has.
ne možemo ih sve
Ascend.
Miće zvati.
Ma
evo,
ne
jedan
vero,
je
ovo je
Mića.
Mika.
Wide
Da, ovo
wrap
je
down
Mika.
towards the southern side.
Ovo je
Again,
Mika.
there's only so much field to play with because of this
Šta ovaj
big red
gleda,
line
druže?
saying no, you shall not enter this
Traži
restricted
Krisa.
area.
U trau.
Radi
And,
buleve.
Bucka.
all of the team will have to sit down here knowing that it's a very narrow
Ma
approach.
dođi na
O,
intro.
do...
Kad dođi nakon, druže, šta će izgubiti fight.
With an ambitious 3x
Pa
spray,
dođoš.
Mitrelius just hops out of the vehicle and
Dođoš
hits the
i
deck in front
sad
of
će
him, so
izjebiti
he will
profil.
switch over to the
A
DMR
ne,
Pravka.
sad
Sad
će
će
Jole,
Niksa
sad će
na
Jole.
leđa.
before he gets out of the
Niksa
line.
na
Niksa.
leđa. Nikso! Pomagaj ma to.
Ajde, Jole.
Evo Nate, jedan nokan. Gle, on Jole puca pomoć. Ne pucaj pomoć, bre.
Jole je ovo shvatio personalno, ljudi, on se uvrijedio. On je rekao, meni ne treba pomoć, ja ću
Evo
užijem
sad
pomoć.
pomoć.
Ma gle koliko ga ovaj be.
A šta će Mića, Mića,
Za
ajde.
sinkova.
Ajmo, Mića. Ajde.
This almost looks like a wrangle.
Podiže Jole
I
tako.
don't know
Luka.
where they are to
Ajmo,
plan.
Luka.
Could have might as well have
Nokan,
been.
ko da Marko.
It's,
Bravo,
yeah,
bravo, bravo.
exactly.
Ajde, ajde, sad poludi
I
Mića, sad
flaša.
poludi Mića.
Getting torn by multiple
Gle, oni se
teams now.
zatrčali.
There's the
Uuu,
issue
ima ga
where
Miksi.
one side and then all
Nema
the other
metkove.
shots on the other because they haven't had
I
time.
Luka
I mean,
našao
where
Mitru.
all these threats
Ajde,
coming in
Mićo.
from.
I bravo, će
Nema
flašaš.
flaša.
Bravo će flaš. I ti došao.
They won't even
Twisted.
get that kill, and that should be, yes indeed it will be, DA out.
Twisted Mice, pušu s leđa.
Getting his kills
Ah,
on
Sasha
the board.
Chabatoli.
He has been the new pickup for Wu that
O, Luka diže
so
na
far
elpove.
has struggled to find form
Kalac ga
in
diže,
this
najgo.
caliber, but
Luka umro. Pa
now,
Mičo.
Wu with 8 on
Ma
the
znam
board,
za
they've already
Vance.
crept
Pa
up
ludi
a couple of
Mićo.
places. Ascend have looked to make their move and getting
Kurac.
encroached upon quickly by Navi and Exalt. Very difficult to
Mogu
keep
ljudi,
yourself
za
alive,
mene je ovo
especially with
previše
the threat of
stresa.
Sarvam lingering just off to the east.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. Multiple
Znate, kad
teams
sam
out
rekao
on
da
the
najviše
western edge of
volim
the
kad
circle,
ne igram
Salim still
Tropic.
has yet to do
Kad igram
anything to
Tropic,
show
pa
that
onda
they
ima
care
za koga
about this
navija, pa ti je
fight.
zanimljivije.
Still sat all inside
Mijenja
the
to
compound,
što
not
sam
wanting
rekao.
any piece of
Bolje je
anything.
kad ne igraju.
So clearly playing it very passive now that they know they're currently
Dobro, bolje onda
sat
ne
within
prođe sad, jel to hoće da
PGS2
kažeš?
qualification.
Nek ne trebaš gledati u finalu.
That maybe I might consider
A neću
just
to da
backing out
kažem,
if they got
znate, ja
breached
vam
by a team, but
krenut
getting
ćemo
breached
gledat
by
turnir,
three,
bolje
I
se
think
ne
100%
nervirati.
the correct play is just to
Ajde
keep
be
the
čistite
fight
ovdje.
before you even consider making any sort of aggressive play. Chris couldn't quite get the spray up the hillside, so Mika has fallen down, but it is
Ljudi ne znaju
trading
za
back.
Maxija.
Exalt
Maxi vina
losing
game.
members as well.
Navi
Momodox,
čisti sve ovdje i
yeah,
vina
it's
kao
finally
što
come
sam
alive.
rekao.
I know he has
Azima
been
je
ill
za Maxi,
over the
ti
past
znaš
couple of
ti
weeks,
koliko
so
gledaju dole.
hasn't been up to 100% form,
Maxi
but
dvojicu noka ubije
finally we're starting to
se.
see
Evo.
glimmers of the man that was
Hoće
so
li Niksa to sam da riješi Virtus? Gledajte, smo fight bolje desno.
Tropic eliminated. The can only
That's
match that multiple teams will follow in the next couple of seconds as Navi again trying
Yes,
to go for
Navi.
this. So hard to go.
Ajmo,
Navi,
Navi, igraj tigricu, malo osmi ste jebo krug, odradiš
Ali najlog je
što
najjače, lik puca na kilometar, ljudi mu na 2 metra stoji ispred njega.
niko iz Beograda u formi nije očito.
struggling to find an angle to third party this. They're looking, but they just can't quite seem to get it. So it is just going to be a bit of a brawl to the death. And actually, that folded shield denying Kill
Da,
Yukai the
ej,
chance to
Sumre,
get a
full
point.
ti
So
sada,
Uber
sad,
will take it
još je
instead.
nekako
Kill
okej.
Yukai just gets the
Ali
one.
neće.
It's Navi. The extra kill on the board and the placement point to go along with it. That is a very
Nek stvarno mi opet
heavy
centru
leaderboard
zvonalo.
in terms of who's still standing, but Ascend heavily wounded for esports on their last legs as well, and Sarvam
Da, Saro se da umre bi bilo idealno.
to make any sort of move. They are
nema
now starting to
pojma.
flex their positioning,
A jebi
looking
ga.
for the remnants of that big engagement on the west.
Yeah, you'd have to
And
match it to try and
solo
go. If
kill
not
people.
aggressive, then at least not.
Povukao
ga
ovaj
They
trigger.
find they've seen
Povukao
so
ga
many
trigger
kills
na
in and around
stranu.
the area they find themselves in.
Što je s ljudi što
Didn't
čitaju
get
sive,
through,
bre.
but exactly, nice battle back and forth, one headshot returned, but In the end, Uber will come out
Pogledaj
victorious.
čituje, brate.
Knock comes through.
Ko čituje?
Does that send
Observer.
Twisted Minds down? No,
Huh?
doesn't. They're still hesitant.
A?
Oh,
Ko-
no,
šta ste
no,
rekli?
they're,
Ko
they're
čita?
considering
Ne,
it.
nisi rekao
Zulin
kakva je
is,
krivi,
trying
došli
it this way.
pouku,
It's
nisi
actually the
rekao.
shots from
A
Howl
to je do
maybe
observera.
forcing his
Vjerojatno.
hand to make a move to the
Ma.
south, but it's either way, it's horrible timing for Uber to have found that knock from all the way across the opposite side of the zone for the Woo.
Doličević, igramo li
Now,
kvalifikacije
Push
za
doesn't seem
peca?
to be anything overly aggressive. No helmet for Kilyakai, but does that
Koliko
matter?
dugo treba kad je
One
priznu
little
metak?
quick tap.
A vidio si krv.
One quick tap is all it takes for
Čekaj,
Chris to
kako
go
ovaj
down
lik
to.
preživljava, možda mi neko objasniti.
Trying to do the wrap
Ah,
around,
yeah.
down to
A
just one
lubię
hit,
ga-
not gonna have
ona-
an Ascent Falls, and what better
Sum.
team for Savum to eliminate than Ascent, able to rag up some extra points with it too, as they try and separate themselves even further from all the teams in the hunt.
Eventually, Twisted Minds encroaching on the south. Well, they had to run into the Woo eventually.
Mhm.
Ibby is the one who is straggling a
Bog
little
te
bit
led.
behind the rest of the
Ali na,
squad.
rid,
In
na
grenade range of
nizbrdici se
Spyro
lik
is
nalazi.
never
Pa
a
ja
great
ubio
place to
čovjeka
find
na
yourself.
nizbrdici
The rest
nisam
of the team
i
putting in
neću
some
za još
spicy
5
fire from up the
godina,
hill. It's not going to
sigurno.
be enough to prevent Twisted
To
Minds
sam
from
Kako
picking
Kako
him
je
off.
ubode
Actually,
ovako
the
bombu,
man
meni
as
to ne ide u
well
glavu
has made a
uopšte.
push
brate.
from the
Dobro,
compound where Howl was putting a lot of
Druži,
pressure
ovi
into Twisted
kreću
Minds.
mače prije
He's finding himself an
evo
off
sad.
angle that they may not expect.
Poziciju baš ima, okej.
Little swings down towards the east, so
Jedino
Savum
ih
for the
može
first time now will have to
Novi sad
make a
sjebat.
move. They got massive
Hall će
rewards
vide i
for
naredne
an
3
early
od 3 će
commitment.
na Hall.
Gledaj,
Biće
gledaj,
bude u
ti
drugu.
prošle,
Now
druže.
they will have
Ali
to
ovaj
play
kaže,
in this
on
direction.
nije
They
Ma
do
ajde
find
bre
happening
navi,
just
ajde
south
bre
of
navi,
them with now
ubijajte
knocks
ga,
on both
ubijajte
sides.
ga,
You
jebem
could
ti
only
plem.
imagine
Ima i
they'll
Neiro,
try to
druži.
pick something
Korac
off.
je
And there you go.
ekstremno.
First knock for
Evo,
Global Army.
prekno slučajno.
Now, how many grenades does Beanie have left as well? He had a couple earlier on, and now he knows 100% who this team is and who
Yeah.
Neće ovi
they are
početi.
both teams that need to be eliminated.
Već su
I
4 na
think he
3.
might just be happy to sit back and play passively. Savum, they've tossed in a grenade, but they actually have gone back now to loot one of those notorious Tego drops. I don't think you get any grenades in those, but you definitely get the weapon and
A će,
armor
hoće da bude
upgrades for
krakljanac
sure.
sad.
Only make them just that little bit more confident now when it is time to finally get out of the compound and activate
Ja,
the
joj,
contributors
gle
in
sarma,
those fights.
brate. Ljudi su ludi.
Trying to figure out, do we leave now? Do we give the space to Navi? The thing is, then where do they go? They've only been looking west for the last while here, and I feel like they kind of have to
Oh,
continue doing
God.
that. As Huber does find the knock.
Oh,
Sparrow
Ukraine,
does
pa ju-
steal it away,
ju-
but at least
jednu
that's
kill.
one player eliminated.
Pozdravo,
Maybe
Merta.
Navi finding
Te
space in the
pucati
southern
hoću
side to
kad se
wrap around.
završi. Ma, još 3 meč. 3 vina za
This
entrop.
leaderboard is looking
Posle
eerily
3 metra
similar to what we
prijelaza.
had in the end of the previous game. Question mark, 4 alive with some
Navi je
kills.
sklon toga ne
Twisted
bere.
Minds 4 alive with some kills,
Respekt.
but
Niksača.
was the big difference is
Free kill, huh?
the way that the next few minutes will play out.
Molim?
Fectix getting sat down from distance by
Vidi da
Howl
je
and
izbagovo
Navi
još u
losing
auto,
out
ja
to
bi
Nixie
brisao
prone in the
Nixie,
bush.
ajde.
Didn't accidentally run him over this time. 9 kills for Howl. He's the last man standing, but it's been a big points
He's
gathering
losing at
game
QM.
for them, to say the very least. And now with
But
Mel's
Titanic
being
said-
sat down as well.
Što priča komentator?
1v1 to try and keep Navi
Ma
in
ne
9
znam.
kills for
Ja
Howl.
sam
Press
mute.
up here.
Bio taj brać, oni samo primaju 5000 eura da pričaju.
Work
gluposti.
with Shilla. Low HP, but so does a doozy. Has to back off of that one. Can't really commit too much.
Dobro.
Again, apologies
E,
for
cura,
the
dovete lipsko
rubber
poživi.
banding.
Molim.
Should, as far as we know, only be on the side of the.
Jel ga
and
ovo
not
guma
something the
spasila,
players
majke ti
should do,
Božje.
at least
Aj,
there's that. But
Meni se bi odbio u gaće nekako.
joj, meni bi u
At least we
backpack
can,
ušla, razumiješ? U džep
Go in with
neka.
the old good old Yu-Gi-Oh time to
Meni bi prošlo kroz auto, ne bi se ni odbilo
syncs
odavde.
with what we're seeing in the gameplay. Shillo with the P90 in hand is never.
I sad je stvarno
It's a
ručno.
very loud sound, but it's never a
Ali
sound
nekad
that
i
you
neće
hear
ti umrći.
the bullet flying towards you. But actually, with
Jo,
question mark
prv.
outlasting
First
Navi,
is
they have a
good,
chance to try and make it
Sad-
all over. It's just not
sad
working.
treba da
It's
pobedi
Saniac
question
one
mark.
knock and almost a second as well. And now the
Na
great
druge
spell
stvari
that
se
they've
vina,
been
sad
holding
game
onto
i-
for so long will come through. And
i
another
prošli
knock
oni.
onto a doozy.
yeah.
It's not from the mob well enough.
Prodao je
Right now, Beamy is proning this one out, allowing this action
Da je
to unfold
izgubio duel, pa da
before
kažeš.
him.
Potpuno
Els,
leđima,
oh no,
potpuno
best luck.
leđima.
Still alive with just wanted to be that nade though. It's close. Is it gonna find
Da.
him? Yes, indeed it will.
Ne valja, ne
Savin
valja nikako.
completely annihilates question mark our first place team, and
Oj,
Savin will
brate,
have none of it.
30 poena za 3
We
gema.
say the average points was for Savum
Dwa
on
three,
Tego
man,
earlier,
three.
14.5, the
Da, jest
highest average points on Tego of any
A
team
nije
in the
30
lobby.
pojena, biti više.
And they're already at 14 points now
Znači,
as well with
32.
BB being
Poena je-
eliminated. So it
Daj
does
Bože
not look like
Pavlovina.
things are being slowed. Actually, on 12, I was looking at just
Ponavljaj
kills,
se,
but
brate.
never mind. There's a very good chance that they might just get a couple more. However, both Howl and Twisted Minds are sending a
A
spearhead
moguće
to
je,
try and
brate.
assault the team of Sarvam. They know that they need to take them out eventually. But
Ovo je
surely
Šila,
the
sad
P90
step
playing
upa,
the
brate.
point man position,
1-4 iza u
that
drugom
is
gdje
treacherous.
It is insane to look at how Sabam and Twisted Mind,
No,
Sabam and Question
ima.
Mark are playing
Evo
this.
me
They
3.
finished 12th and 13th in the PEC spring. It's a complete night and day performance here. Looking at
Evo
them
ko
now, they're
može
both
ki
sat
keca, brate.
60 after the 15 games were done.
U
Now,
dokle njima još ne
at
igraju,
game
brate?
15 pretty much, and they're
Ne znam,
already almost
kao da
triple
imaju
numbers.
stop, razumiješ, u autu.
Insane numbers, and already getting dangerously close to what we said was potentially the hypothetical.
Tako je, svi rešili nije da gi kecao.
Pa i treba tak fajta.
Right
Duž,
next to that as well, and that might just be lights out for the rest of the squads.
Ma nema.
If they can bring this one home or not, they do still have to worry about how on that
how
side
such
is there now kind of infiltrating the line. Skilla.
Oh!
He wasn't even aware that he got that one over the top, but able to do so, and Sabi will fall. Twisted Minds got second place in the previous one. Here they are again, but this time around, low in numbers.
A sad se Salaba tolim da izmajmuniše nešto, Skofa je već umro, samo nisu
lining them
javili.
up and bowling them over as the peak came through directly in his line of sight, right into his crosshairs. Unfortunate positioning. Hey, at least they were trying to go for the trade. It's just not going to work out with Twisted Minds on the opposite side as well. And now all the teams just racing to take back the space that they gave up to commit to those pushes. Twisted Minds playing much more punched up, but how
da mi objasnim play
utilize the
ovaj.
numbers advantage. It's
Što bi uzeo ugove?
especially so into the compound.
Pa nema ni healova.
Healing.
Idemo si ga.
wants to pay attention. All he can do now is pay attention, really, from this position. As soon as you
I
peek
zona
out one
dobro.
shot, and you are down.
Bravo.
Nice
Ne možeš ljudi
throw on
to
that
kao...
one, though. The blue zone grenade completely catching
Ili?
Spirit off. Lou is there to respond, but
piša mu se
one
na
well, so
udar.
it's
Ili?
2v2. Oh my god, but
Ali
Twisted
ljudi
Minds
prodavaju
is
meč,
even
razumiješ?
scoped
4 na 3, što prodavaju meč.
Pa nema
Allegedly,
veze.
on our screen at least.
in. Yeah, oh yeah, I was just gonna say that
Sabra
must have
nema
been
veze,
on our part and
koliko
not
oni
on
su
theirs,
ovaj
because that
Twisted
looked
ispred nas,
absolutely
koliko imaju
insane.
poena, 1000 i
Ma
plus.
nema veze da li...
Ma Twisted je global partner, on ide
14
svakako.
bullets. There you go. Now it's
Ja
U finale.
za
again, there is
PGS2
some lag
poena.
on our side. What you see here is might
A sad je
might
već
not be
računanje
what the players are
PGS2 poena.
experiencing, but
Ne gledam ja
Matt
više
in
PGS2.
1v2, prone down, ready for the push to come on over. The flash comes through on Ruin, and now they spot him over the top. Do they get the kill with him? And yes,
Kakvi
they
nubovi.
do. Twisted
Majko
Minds out
Božja.
victorious with 14 kills.
Ovo ni ja ne bih prodao. A prodao
When
sam
it
stvar.
rains, it pours. It really
A
truly
znaš da je
does. The
prodao.
two teams who have been stacking up all
Veri,
the
ovo
points
nije
so
on
far
prodao, a
today
svašta je
just
prodao.
continue on what is a dominant run in the final day, just seeming to be
Neka Skofa uzeo.
untouchable. Twisted Minds and
Ovo je
Question
bilo
Mark just
kvalitetan
cannot
play.
stop
Potrošio je na jedan
finding the
first
dubs
imao.
today.
No, it's pretty insane.
Nije imao 3 bandaže.
In the
Well,
final
that was
set
like-
of the tournament,
920
when
poena
everything
ima.
matters most, really showing up.
If there was ever a time to peak, it has to be now. Again, for Twisted Minds, all this
Brate,
is
dama je
just
Srpski
building confidence,
90,
building
100%
momentum,
Imre.
coming into an event that they knew they were
Što?
going to, but also they have to consider
Question
that
mark, 2%.
they're more than likely
Proszę
going to be hot dropped
Rusi
when it comes
100%.
to the global event. Some of the other global partner teams from other regions go to the same places. Power Grid will be contested. So if they can make a statement here and say, we are the scariest team from EMEA,
Ja da
just
nisi,
steals
brate,
a little bit of
800.
hearts.
Ime
Fear.
tebe.
Already
Da, da,
seen
ima
groups
400.
O, hvala.
I'm pretty sure that it has
Hvala.
Might
E, koliko si
so at
kupila?
least that's power grid hot drop coming up. Look at that.
Sad dobio Fuzi, sad dobio Fuzi,
Instant double
podijeli.
through again. It was a little
Šta?
laggy there in the end, a little rough.
Podijeli
pace.
informaciju šta si
Viewers
dobio.
don't think the players had any issues at all, but it makes them pretty entertaining.
Dobio sam Kinder jaja.
Oj, jao.
Fali mi 4.
And welcome back to the
Romučkaj ga malo.
PGS2 EMEA
Pa da, mora se čuje.
qualifiers this year, guys. What an insane tournament so far
Mora ga
here.
čuje.
Now that
Ako
we're
zveči
15 games through
kvalitetno,
here, we can do the
it
comparison
wants.
that you just did yourself, Toby. Here, 61 points in PEC Spring for Savim. Now 121 for Savim. This one here, Toby. It's been night and day, as you say here, and it's super impressive that Savim's been able to catch this much wind their way and be able to clutch it out so many times.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, considering the fact they didn't even qualify through to the upper bracket.
Već Mark je Tropic generalno
It's
isto
absolutely
podijel.
wild to me that they.
Hari, ja sam dobio, već ga
Yes,
imam.
circles, but they also
Ali
risk
Question
to
Mark je
get those
odlučio
Šta dobio?
full speed
Igraj.
set
Harry
early,
Potter,
knowing
ali
that it
imam
is
ga.
dangerous to sit in and around that middle. Yes, then circles go
Ne
their
mogu
way,
da vam
but when they
nerviram
then
se.
push out to take fights, they're looking as good
Right.
up close right
Ide
now as
napuni
anyone
kole.
else.
Twisted Minds though here with a win and 14 kills Saga, and that was a hard-fought one. They were not inside that circle 3. They had to fight on that eastern side all the way, and they did so extremely confidently to get those 14 kills.
Very weird circle. There was not many teams who were inside it.
I asked for the southern circle, right? And you guys didn't want to say anything.
Dobio sam je u Jagodicu, imam i nju.
They were actually one of the few teams
Dva
who
duplikatića.
found just enough space to make that sort of wrap rotation around the east come in on the southern side. It was available on the southwestern side of the zone. That sort of bulbous bulge from the bottom, really just blocking off the route for teams like Ascend. But Twisted Minds playing in, they kept to the high ground against teams like the Wu, who were potentially there to contest that area, and then the third party, when it all kicked off on the west, was just too much to deal with.
And Sabam held on to this kind of construction area, whatever you want to call it here, Toby, where they're able to get a lot of kills, they're able to close out and push Question Mark, obviously, and get 7 kills coming their way too.
Yeah, it's again, I mean, there were times where I thought they were going to try and engage in fights a little bit earlier, but opted to wait it out again, knowing where they are on the leaderboard. They don't have to risk it. There's no reason to go out and, we could maybe get 2 or 3 kills here if we can just wait it out and then get those same kills, but with top 5 guaranteed. So it makes sense to me that they didn't go over aggressive up until the very end.
Tako ti je sreća, bato.
In this case, Saga, where they're holding on to one of the better compounds where we were looking at phase 3 when phase 4 came along. There was like a eastern yoink, and they were like, damn, we're gonna have to move a long way, and they had to fight their way in to try to get some out of it. Killikai made some of it though.
You'd have to wonder whether or not they might have been able to get a little bit deeper into the early circles if they weren't held up by Na'Vi trying to do some cheeky little plays. I mean, it's not the first global partner team who has tried to target Ascend before. As Toby mentioned, FaZe has done it quite often on Miramar, partially due to, you know, similar drop locations. They don't want to get tangled up in the early phases. But Ascend dodged it out, but couldn't dodge it out in the late game.
And 24 points going this way for Twisted Minds, because Savim 12, Howl 11, good to see them up here. Woo, another presence that we've not seen for some time here. Woo! And Foot out of a game that was somewhat rough for them. Ime and 8C, they're able to clutch it out and get some points for them, Toby.
Yeah, it's getting real scary if you're any of the teams in the hunt right now with how consistently these 3 top teams are able to find themselves in top finishes.
Yeah.
Pretty much throughout every single game so far today. Foot, the team still on the hunt alongside Ascent, but look at how the jump is down. That is insane. 26 points, then down to what? 13 points, then down to... I mean, I'm not even going to keep counting. There's so big gaps between every of these teams right now. There are so big gaps between every of these teams right now that you really need to fall off if you're Question Mark or Savim to get caught up on.
Yeah, I would say Question Mark at this point here with just 3 games to go. I don't feel like there's going to be both Foot and Savim or Ascend and Savim passing them, even like if they don't get any, but we know they're going to get points here, Saga, in this case here, right? So in a situation where 13 points is Savim falling out early would be Foot being comfortable this.
Yeah, and again, Savim remain the team with the biggest target on their back in the lobby. They were at the start of today, they still are 100%, and again, their playstyle, you can look at it as one-dimensional. We did in previous tournaments criticize some of the crazier rotations that they were making, but now that they're doing them earlier, it's just about, okay, well, we know that they're going to be in one of these positions, so who knows, some of those teams that are on the cusp by, you know, the final couple of games might just look to get a little more aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, that means that we just have 3 more games to go to figure it out. And I like the parallel that we kind of draw with PEC Spring here. That actually means that both Twisted Minds and Question Mark, it's more than 20 points ahead of what we saw being the top teams in PEC Spring. So we saw the performance that they've shown so far here in the finals has been insane.
Also considering we've kept building on this great for this final up to this is going to be one of the most stacked EMEA lobbies we've had in a very long time, seeing how the teams went through here, and it's been phenomenal all the way through.
Alright guys, we got just 3 more Erangel games to go to figure out what are the 2 teams that are going to be going to PGS2 in Riyadh, so stay tuned, we'll be back after the short break.
Riyadh. Volio bi otići tamo iskreno. Uđi, ajde odemo gledamo PGS.
Što doliću?
Ako prođe naš, idemo da gledamo PGS.
To možemo. Mogu i karte da završim.
Može.
Zašto?
Nema veze, sredi nam avionske karte, a ove ćemo sami plaćati.
mistake on the side of Custom. Trying for Artix is able to hit one on. Again, behind Monarch where they're going. That's insane damage. Because moving through these cities is hard enough when you don't have a time limit. Never mind
Je
when you do.
večera zadnji dan. Dado moj, dobri i lijepi, zadnji. Treba nam 32 poena da bi prošli dalje. 3 meča još moguće.
Sve je moguće.
Šta misliš o question marku? To neko trik pitanje. Mislim da igra igricu. Mi da su riješili danas da preuzmu stvari u svoje ruke. Malo su imali sreće onaj drugi Miramar. Ovaj. Ali evo da ti pokažem.
Kako je? A ti drži. Ovo mogu.
Primjer, ovaj Tego su braća odlučila da nema zebanci.
The interface has also undergone a transformation.
Ista pozicija, realno. I oni i Entropic. Ja sam čuo da će ovo biti call Entropika. Međutim, bio je call question mark. I braći su uzela tu poene. Ali ovdje imali sreće. Imali su sreće ovdje ko...
Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including your AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes.
Pogledaj šta igraju.
Be sure to earn the special arcade medal, a reward not to be missed.
I sad to bude ili zona ovdje, ili bude zona ovdje, ili je zona tu. A
providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive game environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an added feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown, and we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
And see you on the battlegrounds.
Kako misliš, zbog čega misliš da su imali radar?
Ko je imao radar?
Ja mislim ovaj tu.
I ja mislim za kojem, zato što onog što je zgazio, za ništa drugo, ali onog što ga pregazi iz Krisa, znao je lik da je tu zato što se vrteo konstantno oko taj žbun namerno. Znači da ne ispadne providno, on je 4 puta prošao pored žbun.
Koji je to meč bio?
Prethodni. Da li to kao stoji? Baš dobro.
Daj, što imaš tu? To se neće vidjeti na tvojoj. Je li to bilo na streamu? Već sam ja bio, nisam bio za kompom, a?
Ma bio si za kompom na seriji, be.
Nisam život, nećam s tom.
Nego ti gi braniš.
Ma ne branim, uopće question mark, pa ja sam prvi prozivao question mark cijele prošle godine. I to konkretno Dantea, brat ne može medar, ali ne može nisam medat tako.
Čituju, brate, bez vezova da se gleda. Uništiti igru.
Desno. Imaš na streamu, vrat na stream možeš vidjeti.
Što? Odakle?
Ko će to vratiti?
Ma to je davno, znaš. Mnogo je lepo bilo, brate, za igranje i za gledanje kad ovo.
To je zadnji Miramar, jel? A reci mi sad koliko ulijevo, udesno, gdje ulijevo?
Ba, to je be kad počne da gi gazi.
Na koji je to,
Pa još
koji krug je bio?
Pa nađi da ti je Ace živ posljednji, to je to. Vrati još malo.
I don't know. I haven't kept up with it ever since. I mean, all
A
I know is that I'm
fali
pretty
jedan
sure
ovdje.
Nazim are gonna win
Ne,
again.
jedan
tu
kad mu
ili-
ostao.
So I don't really feel like I
Jedan
have
im je
to
bio
pick
ostao,
one
It
or
Chris
two.
solo.
Evo dva
Just
swap, aj
checking
sad,
my
sad
notes
to
to
tu.
see if I
Can you
can.
can you check that out,
Sorry.
Saga?
No, I'm just checking my notes to see if I can find a bit where anyone asked.
Vidio.
No, it's not in there. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I remember
Jebać
laughing
imamo
at
educiju.
Saga when you said,
Ono
okay,
Team
well,
Voxes,
games
Promaja,
are
Cone
low,
Pro
but
i
I
Ko je to?
Strahilja.
good 2 minutes
You know
about
what?
that.
In all fairness, Hilarious forgot about it too, but I accidentally reminded him.
Oh,
So
you
there is
pissed.
that.
30
Evo,
seconds
sad je
before
ostao
we
jedan
start
iz
the
Ace'a, to sad neće ide.
Look, I call it a done
Što
if
nisi?
I'm above top 1000. But I've captained
Jel,
Global
Fuzim?
Army,
Šta,
so I'm
Dolik?
I'm pulling for Salvam to continue.
Ostaje jedan iz
You're
Ace'a,
happy
jel
for
sad
Da,
to
u
ide?
Bush je.
But
Chris.
guys, it looks like, and we've talked about it before we start the show here now. I mean, it looks like Question Mark is pretty set considering everything here, Toby.
Yeah.
3 games to go. It's going to be extremely hard for 2 teams to pass them with the buffer that they have currently.
We're at the galaxies having to align, not just a couple of stars. You know, it's to have 2 teams surpass them and get plus 40 points in 3 games, and them doing literally nothing for the next 3 games based on what we've seen them do today so far. Insanely unlikely. Not where I would put my money. Maybe put like $0.50 or something just for the 2,000 times back in case it happens. But yeah, I wouldn't risk anything on it though.
Yeah, and it feels like here it has to be like foot or ascend
Još
has to do
naprijed.
this here in this
Pa
case.
motaj po
Saga.
5 sekundi.
I
Tak, tak,
would say
tak,
now
tak.
go for Entropic or, you know, Monarch is actually the next in line to
Po
catch
5
up to
sekundi na
Monarch.
strelicu motaj. Glupčo.
That's
Dobro,
an
dobro, dobro.
impressive
Mota na
split.
sales.
Again, Monarch has really come alive and started to impress somewhat towards these final couple of days, but you've got to think,
Phase
again,
5
you've got
ti
3
treba.
angles in a row, the way that things have been
A
going.
Phase 5 je.
If there is going to be a team who can close that gap, Ascend has got to be
I sad će
Ja
ga
sad
snima
valjda,
sve
a?
njega.
team that has been
Sve će
playing
snimaju vete ovog degenerika.
very effectively, been very consistently, both regionally and at globals, and of course, military island circles keep happening. So
Oh.
that is got to be a big boost for them as well.
So what are you saying? You have candles in the corner trying to summon the military circles over now at Saga?
I'm not
Ah,
saying I'm
pogledaj
not
kako
dog
prolazi.
voodoo or anything,
To je,
but
to je,
it's
gledaj
certainly
sad
something
kako
that's
prolazi.
Miss Purple right now.
All right, you're not gone full paper thin just yet with the, you know, making the shirts and everything, trying to summon everything, but no. Yeah, it's 13 points and 22 points for the next 2 teams in line, Toby, to catch up to Savim, and that's doable.
Yeah.
Well, if Savim has a
Pa sad
bad or
ponovo
good
će
game.
vozi.
It's still
Kao,
so
razumeš,
weird
on
to me
kola
that-
pomera.
not weird, that's the wrong word to use. It's so surprising to me. Again, we go off of what we've seen in the past, and the fact that Savim is just continuing game after game after game after game to keep it going is wild. I'm still waiting for the
Vidi, gledaj
moments
sad.
when they fail off. That's
Ovo je
when they
treći put da je
rise
prošao.
around us
Znači
with
četvrti
the
ga je
games
zgazio, jel?
that
Da, sad kad pokupi Phil Firsta.
the chances of it, I mean, happening is just growing that much smaller. And now just 3 games to go. I mean, even if they fall off the next game, it might still be too late for some of these other teams to come out and beat them.
Ah,
Yeah, and in this case here, obviously, when they're able
Ish.
to move out extremely early on there, we're looking at them, it's like Circle 1 Saga to get good center positions, and then they don't have to move that much further later on. And they,
Ej,
on top of
evo,
that,
majku
also frag
piču.
out. We see some insane shots from both Global Army, both Baron Peak, like all these guys are obviously all on top of that putting it out as your senior fantasy team.
Yeah, CCI Next actually has been really, really solid this event as well.
Oh, yeah.
He's been one of their big fraggers. But is it just like an MEA thing that we just get really, really good reads on circles? I mean, if we think back to how Howl was having their success, it was those sends kind of straight through the middle and a similar ending where they would hold down a position that Sarvam is doing well, not necessarily needing to avoid anyone on the rotation because there's no one there to avoid. They're going that early on, and again, if
Ne
you
znam šta da
fix
mislim.
it, it's paying off massively for them.
And on top of that, we also need FaZe, currently in 6th, Toby, to do good, to make sure that they have enough points to go to PGC. And if they're able to pop off just a little bit, they could go from 6th to 4th in just 10 points.
Yeah, they're still looking pretty good, especially also with the
Mislim, vidi, sumnjivo je 100%, ono. Da, lik je 6 puta, 4 puta je prošao, na 4 put ga je zgazio. ono.
Question mark here, still 147 points.
Da je ono hard, solid proof da čituju, nije. Jer vas da može biti ona priča slučajno je. Ali brate, oko njih je uvijek neki dim, neka sranja, razumiješ? Vas da su oni upitni, vas da se oni prozivaju, pa vala, ne. Nemam pojma.
Teams like Ascend when they do end up not having to play on the military island, and that can be very risky. A lot of the times, teams that are playing from the edge
Bukvalno,
are struggling to
bukvalno.
find positions.
Znači,
And
ono,
it seems
sumnjivo
to
do
be the
bola.
ones that are
Cheating,
pretty
cheating
centrally,
100%.
that are having
Nema, nema.
Znate šta je problem? Balkan koji je na očigled svih čitova provaljen, dokazano, nije dobio ban. Znaš, sad, ne možeš ništa uraditi. Ne možeš dokazati da čituje na osnovu.
And Navi, another team that needs to
Ali,
PGC
da je
points,
smiješno,
but
smiješno je.
PGC points, let's go
Honest.
as a GPT team. They're going to PGS. They could just win it and they'll be going to PGC, but Toby with 90 points and, you know, within
To je
strike
jedna,
missions,
ima još
28
pet.
points.
Gle, ja nisam
Sramota.
primijetio iskreno.
18 points up
Da
to
mi
first.
niste
It's
rekli,
still
ja
a
ne
lot
bi
of
znao.
points and they
Nisam ja
could
vidio
take it
uopšte
Pa
off.
ne
na streamu.
slušaš.
Making a huge difference to them to make it.
Ja sam samo gledao sam Twire. Po Twireu, po Twireu, ova prva dva Miramara su imali, drugi Miramar, ovaj sad zadnji, što je prošao kroz buš, imali su sreće sa shiftovima ili su znali, ok. Prvi Miramar su držali split dosta dugo, tako da tu su ga i odigrali dobro. Ovdje, na osnovu ovoga ne bih rekao da imaju cheat. Jer kad je ovo popalo, ja sam na streamu rekao, aj, sendaj to ovdje našim, ono, znaš. I onda su oni uzeli tu rupu i ništa mi nije bilo sumnjivo. Nemam pojma, no, iskreno, smrde ljudi kao gomna smrde, razumiješ? Smrde već par godina, ne dana, no godina. Ali je problem što ta isti Aduzi dođe na lan i pokida. I šta ti se šaže tu se? To uvijek postoji ono ali, jebi ga, znaš. Dođe lik je svaki lan koji igrao pokido. I sad su igrali u Dubaji, sam igrao. Znači, sam igrao. Aj vrati, ne id na Aicija.
Yeah, I completely agree. I thought some
Za Aicija na rič, ajde vidimo.
No, I mean, the thing I've spent a lot of time kind of diving into them during this tournament. I agree with Saga in saying that, of course, the loss of Bestelok hurts, but hurts even more now that you see him succeed with another team.
Let's talk a bit more, you know, roster changes and so forth. Mexi coming into Entropic has been looking really good compared to what we've seen for them so far.
Evo ga Aicija hoće.
Surprised that right now, decent situation for them, 89 points within pretty good area to get into maybe top 5 territory here in Saga.
Yeah, it would be a big turnaround again for Entropic, an org who, again, has had a lot of up and downs, and more recently, more downs than ups. So it's good to see that while there has been a change that's come through, it has overall been might not have converted them into a world beater. Mexi just seems to fill that role that seemed to be missing somewhat before and makes
Već on njega zvekno bombu ovdje. A da, mislim, auto je čuo, ali hajde pogodi.
Što vi gledate, a?
Da, ali ne vidite to šta. A Duzi je ovdje bacio nade na Aici. Ali sa Aici vozao auto malo. Palio auto. Ili je samo sjedao u auto, ne mogu da vidim. Nije sjedao, voza se Aici. Možda je samo rađao smoke, nemam pojma. Šta mislite? Šta mislite? Ajde napišite mi se, evo vidite isto što i ja. Vidiš Aicija koji vozi gore dolje, evo ga vidi se ovdje. Ima dva smoka ispred sebe i on... Jel ovo cross smoke baca, ne vidim dobro. Šta mislite? Na Aicija ne ide prije što je bacio uzeo auto. Evo ga drži nade, bacio nade, upravo si. Upravo si.
As well, just about qualifying in the final possible spot. So, yeah, hopefully they can find their form again. I don't think it's going to matter too much, but again, every PGC point they can get on the board could make a big difference at the end of the year.
Yeah, for sure. And you said that the Molotov has been
Bacio
filling
nade,
under the radar a little
nije
bit,
još bacio, nije još bacio.
Yeah,
Bacio ga je.
that's information I actually got from a little cheeky Alrain watch party, and I'm sure he's not doing one now because he's doing coaching duties.
Pravo si, bacio ga je prije nego što je ovaj krenuo. Dobro, znači okej, nije mogao da čuje auto, a da li je prosto gađao smoke? Da li je prosto gađao smoke?
Ne, jel to top 2 prolazi, ili tako?
Da.
EMEA qualifiers. And guys, obviously, you guys have been casting it. And I gotta ask, Toby, I asked it yesterday, you know, moving into this, the biggest
Da li on ovaj
surprise
smuk
that
uopšte
we're
može da
gonna
vidi?
meet, of
Može.
course, is Saben, but underwhelming experience. What's been it
Šta
so far
misliš?
for you here?
Mislim da
Trču.
posljednjem oca majku, dedu, babu uzeli
It's funny
5.
when you ask, because I'm looking at the leaderboards now, and yes,
Da,
you could
da,
say
da.
how
To
because
se
they
slažem
were
s tobom.
PGS1, you could say Exalt because they almost qualified for PGS1 and fared well, as we just talked about. But honestly, when I look at the leaderboard now and I see the teams being where they
Znaš,
are,
dok je dan gore da
there
dođi mrtvi
aren't
kako s tim
really any
Znaš
big
kako?
upsets in terms of
Ja sumnjam na question mark već sigurno godinu i pol. Od kad sam ih vidio da su vinali prvi onaj PCS, koji je to bio, petica čini mi se, ili tako nešto.
Ne, onaj
Oni su
direktno
jedini
šide
koji
7.
tu.
Oni su tu držali rekord, oni su tu napravili najviše online killova u jednom meču, nešto su brutalno radili, ne razumiješ. I onda su otišli na LAN, gdje mjesec dana LANa oni nisu mogli oni nisu čovjeka ubili. Onaj dan te jedan kill imao 76 dana, razumiješ. I meni to bilo tu sumnjivo, ne sumnjivo, nego sam bio ubijeđen da čituju. I onda je, da li Aduzi tada došao u Crashmark ili tako nešto, i opet su otišli na LAN, opet niko ništa nije radio osim Aduzija. I onda, znaš, nekako vas da mi je opravdanje za Aduzija to što on ima dobar LAN. Ali opet, ni dobar LAN nije garancija ni da, znaš. To što on dobro odigrao
Ja, ne možeš to
LAN
tako
dobar
gledat.
igrač, ne znači da online se ne koristi neći.
Ne možeš to tako gledat.
Izvini što
Može
moram
ni-
ovo da ti kažem, ali no sereš, brate. Dobar
Da,
lan.
slažem
Jebem
se.
ga usta ruska i to je to, brate.
Ma sere dulke previše.
Ne znam, brat, pa nije serijem, je serijem, ali ne mogu, znaš, ne možeš, ne znam pojma. Teško je to, brat.
A volio Fićo?
Znate zašto je teško? Već sam prije rekao. Balkan koji je čitovo na očigled svih. Znaš, nije ono bilo priča se ili ima ili nema cheat. Brat, ljudi su pravili klipove. Znači, Tiggleton ga je prozivao na streamu. Znaš. A, na primjer, pričao sam sa Melmanom kad su se vratili iz Dubaja u BG. Oni kažu da oni su ubijeđeni da question mark ne čituje. Kaže, nema šanse. Po navi kaže. Sad, nemam pojma, ono. Meni jesu sumnjivi, ali ne mogu ono kažem, brate, 100%, znaš, čituje.
Na njima je Bestolog upoko prstom u govna u klan.
Yeah, and it's been, you know, also in the
U
upper
tim.
bracket, as you saw, it's been a situation where we have these same 6-7 teams doing well, or at least, you know, it's closer with those 6-7 teams that are kind of close.
Dobro,
Bilo je
oni-
mini komentara, ali to je nebitno.
Svi su dobri igrači u tom timu, šta ti je? Igraju
Ne,
igricu već.
znači, svi znaju pucat, onda ga navne 3, oni će proći zbog tih. Slažem se, pa zato sam i rekao, znaš, zato sam i rekao da to što on dobro odigra LAN, ništa ne znači, jer razumiješ, to što on je brutalan igrač sam po sebi, ne znači da ne koristi pomagalo online, razumiješ? Meni je to apsolutno jasno. Razumiješ, jer ti, brate, iščituješ malo online, onda dođeš na LAN, tamo odigraš kako odigraš i ti si uzeo pare i boli te kurac, razumiješ? Ali je, a to što sam napisao Mare, bilo je milju komentara na Twitteru. Okej, ali to je nebitno, znaš, jer ponavljam opet, Balkan, video za Balkana su radili igrači. Tiggleton ga je prozivao, Ibiza ga je prozivao. Znači sve javne lično, znači sve ti poznatiji igrači, cijela pro scena se digla i prozivala. Nije isto kad te proziva pro scena i kad te prozivaju TikTok komentari ili Twitter komentari. I onda hoću reći, poenta je da ukoliko te pro igrači prozivaju i ti ne dobiješ ban, šta će ti Twitter komentari uraditi? Ali da ljudi smrde na kilometar smrde, razumiješ? Zato što dođu online, vinaju, razumiješ? Malo pa vinaju nešto online, da dođu u LAN, ne mogu se sastaviti. Oni se sastaviti ne mogu u LAN. A Duzi je čak i Dubaji kad je question mark je u Dubaju, recimo 5 dana nije radio ništa, pa onda je 2 dana odigrao korektno. Opet ga ne odigraju na nivou na kom ga igraju online. Ali onda tu ide ona druga priča, jebi ga online, LAN, dođeš tamo, krema, publika, ovo ono, znaš, i konstantno se vrti jedna tista priča. Ali isto tako, reći da čituju, treba dokaza, iskreno, ovo što mi pričamo, nagađanja i ono, zato ja serijem, znaš, zato što ne možeš mu reći da čituje na osnovu ovoga. Možemo mi između sebe pričati, pretpostavljati, ali nije ozbiljno, neće ga nikakve on posljedice nema zbog toga. Znaš, jer ipak smo mi na nivou Twitter komentara. Jer njega niko ne proziva živi od... Bilo je sprdnje pred Dubaji, sjećam se na Pro Chatu tamo na Prohubu, bilo je sprdnje, ali ono, niko se ne zauzima oko toga javno. Pa Dantea su prozivali svi, razumiješ, ali Dantea ja prozivam, ja se ga prozivao pred Dubaji, šta njega boli kura što ga proziva, razumiješ, nije Saša Batulin došao i rekao, Dante čituje, bukvalno. Ja vam kažem šta Melman kaže, koji IGL navija. Kaže, nema šanse da čita. Ja sad vidim, mi smo namjerno pitali zato što smo mi smo streamovali tu Dubajici, dok je trajao Dubaji cijelo vrijeme bilo prozivanje na njihov račun. Znači cijelo vrijeme smo prozivali. I dolazi lik i kaže, ma nema šanse, to su priče za malu djecu. I ja tad sam prestao, znaš. Nemaš dokaza dovoljno, možda sumnjaš, ko što sad sumnjaš zbog ovih bunjeva i zbog svega nemaš dokaza, ne možeš pričati da imaju čist 100%, neozbiljno.
In EMEA, but when it comes to the global competition as well, it's been so long since we've seen even a repeat champion, let alone a back-to-back champion. So if Na'Vi could be the team to come out and do it and win back-to-back global championships by the end of the year, it would be a ridiculous achievement, but
da se nije dovoljno diglo ljudi da to bilo isto leđito. Mora neko da se digne, znaš, okej, Saša Batuli neće jer ga boli kurac. Navi isto tako, neće jer i njih boli kurac. Razumiješ, ali mora neko jak da se digne da bi se ništa pokrenulo oko toga. Jer vidiš, za Balkana ništa se nije desilo. Možemo mi sad pričat tu, možemo mi cijelu noć sad pričat, čituju li oni, ne čituju, oni će proći dalje, oni će proći dalje. Uzirali pare i to je to.
Yeah, it very well could end up that I'm sorry I didn't catch the full sentence. I was trying to communicate with production and trying to figure out exactly when this next game was getting started. Which we are just moments away from.
We are working on obviously the
borba sa vetrenjačama nema poente, nema dovoljno dokaza. Za Balkana je bilo dovoljno dokaza i opet nije dobio ban, okej, uklonjenje njega više nema, organizacija na, kako se zvala, 22 ispod, neki broj je bio, ne znam. Oni su mu dali zahvalnicu i nastavili su da igraju turnir bez njega. I naravno i ti isti momci su došli u LAN i ništa nisu radili, do kada su kidali čit.
It didn't change.
Nemoj da niko nije briga za to, nijedan namer se neće dići jer i voli briga.
That's about as much as you're getting from me if you're talking about fantasy.
Onda možemo pričati da je to problem. Također. Ali ne znam, vidi, digli su se za Balkan. Čim je bilo malo pipljivo dokaza da se neće izblokati, jer vidi, nije lako pričati da neko ima čit. Znaš, to je optužba prilično velika i neće niko od njih da izlaže sebe riziku koliko nema 100% dokaza. Za Balkana je bilo 100% dokaza pa su ljudi zašli javno. Za ovoga nema. Za ovoga možemo natražiti na situacije, ovo ono, ali i svake te situacije ti možeš izaći pričom, možda je slučajno. Šta misliš da ti bi sad priča? Lik je 4 puta prošao, znači ima 4 žbuna, on je sva 4 žbuna prošao autom i 4. put ga je zgazio. I što će ti biti? Ko će slučajno je vozio? Ali mene zanima, ja mi to postoje pitanje, brate moj, ako ti slučajno voziš, tuda, vozaš se, zašto si sva 4 puta slučajno kroz 4 žbuna prošao? Ja da čitujem, i da imam 4 žbuna i da u jednom od tih žbunova me leži lik za koga nemam pojma, nemam načina da znam da je tu, ja bi isto to uradio. Ja bi auto prošao i onda bi 4. put prošao kroz 4. žbun i rekao jebi ga, slučajno.
a whole lot of gloating, and honestly, it's much deserved. This final day has been massive from them so far.
Zašto bi neki Jim pa iz tog ugla kad gleda, slažem se ja s tobom, znači 100% se slažemo, iz tog ugla kad gledaš, ne postoji razlog da se bilo koji igrač pobuni koji se nalazi u situaciji Jamesa, ba to pogod ima, njeg boli kurac, iz tog ugla se ne bi niko pobunio, ali su se pobunili.
They're 100% safe and sound.
Yeah, definitely. It's I guess the
I
one
normalno će napisati,
upside should we see
Tibon je
Salem
ekspozao
and
Kineza, ako se
question
ne
mark
varam,
qualify on through. The
za
interesting
teksture.
aspect of that it's
Niko
probably
nije
two
imao
of the
pojma o
teams that
tome, za
play this
Nvidia,
one the
kako se zove,
most
Nvidia
I
inspektorom.
mean, question mark lingering on the edge for the
Niko
majority
nije
of the
prvi
game.
put čuo
Salem
zato kad je
instantly
Tibon
sending it,
napisao.
and it's
I
always
slažem
fun
se da
if
će
you have a
Tibon biti
meta
taj
that
koji će da
allows
pokrene
for
lavicu.
multiple teams to thrive.
I slažem se s tobom da iz ugla, iz kog,
tournament.
znači
So
iz
it could be
ugla
nice
iz
to
kog
have a
ti
very
piše,
edge
slažem se.
team kind of qualify through alongside.
Ali isto ja mislim da
heavy
postoje
team, just for the
ljudi
sake of showing that there's
koji
no
ba bi možda
place out
preče
right now,
bilo
at least there is
da
clearly
se
stronger
istina,
than the other.
znaš, koji
Yeah,
bi izašli
maybe it's
ipak,
because it's not
bez
three
obzira na to
tournaments
da li
this
su
year that
invajtani,
we have
nisu, da li
saga that
ih
they're
dotiče,
popping
ne
off now
dotiče,
already with question mark. Maybe the
da ima
balloon is
100%
gonna
kaza,
be
kao što su izašli
deflated
za
once we get to
Balkan.
PEC4.
I sincerely hope that
slažem
no
se s tobom
balloons are
100%.
deflated because it would be fantastic to see
Ali mislim
any
da
of the
nema
EMEA
dovoljno
teams
dokaza da bi
continue to
bilo
succeed, but
ko
also we
izašao
do want to
javno
leave
i
some space
neće
for some
da.
of the other teams who are
A šta je
struggling
Tibon
to have
napisao
a
na
big,
Binu?
massive resurgence, exult on how
Šta je
the two
napisao
who
Tibon za, ja
have
to
the
nemam
most
pojma za
PGS
ovoga,
points on the
za
board that
Duzi.
need it the most.
Ili možda
Yeah,
znam
they're
pa
in
sam
a rough spot
zaboravio.
right now
Ja
in the
znam da je
bottom
bila
five,
neka
and yeah,
frkica
they are
pred
in a
Dubai,
situation where they could
da je
close
bilo
out their
neko
PTC
prozivanje.
login if
Ili
they have
ne
a
pred
decent
Dubai,
showing
nego
here. But
čak za
guys,
vrijeme
this is the
Dubaija,
PGS2 EMEA
prva 2-3
qualifiers.
dana
We
do
are
koji
ready to
nisu kill
start
mogli
the
napraviti.
first of 3 Erangel games to figure out who is gonna be our two
Tibon je,
PGS teams that's
to
gonna
znam
join
za
our
Dantea,
TPT
nego
teams to go to
ja
Riyadh.
sam shvatio
Guys,
da je
take it
nešto
away
za
and have fun with
Duzija
it.
napisao.
Thank you so much, Martin. We
Tibon
remade
napisao
and then we remade again, and
I
here
zašto bi ima nešto da dokažeš,
are.
stvarno
And,
nešto
the
pokreneš,
one, I
ovdje se
guess,
pravi šarim da ti
common,
dokažeš nešto realno. Pa
common
to ti
thing
kažem,
for
to ti
all
kažem.
these remakes that we have
To
was
ti
all
kažem.
the playing paths
To je
were
najveći
normal,
problem
and
o
this
igre,
one
što
is
valjda
no different.
postoji
So I guess this is
nešto
the
na
game
što zašto
trying
se
to
možeš
say,
uvati u
don't go
svakoj
military, we
situaciji.
promise you it's not gonna
Sjećam
happen
se
again.
toga, nego sam mislio da je,
Yeah, I
da
guess
je
so. I guess
Tibon
we'll
nešto
just have
napisao
to,
za Duzija.
have
Sjećam
question
se
mark
to da je
win
bilo
from
za
somewhere
Dante,
else
pa
this
svi smo
time
prozivali
around, I
Dante.
suppose.
Ja
We had a
prvi.
very easy PUBG,
Ja
I
sam
guess, at the
presto
start of this
kažem,
one.
znači ja
Don't
sam
know what
presto
that
kaj
is.
Nelman
Have
rekao da
you
nema
ever
ništa.
even played the game?
Čebi,
But
ja,
also, this
znaš, ne možeš
may
naći
just
dokaze,
be
sumnjiv ti je, ne
another
možeš naći
point of
dokaze.
interest for Monarch to get
I
some
onda
points
jebi
on
ga,
the
ne mogu
board
ja
if they
sad,
do go up north.
pogotovo i na
So,
streamam i sve, ne mogu ja sad
seems like there's a very
neozbiljno
solid
je
chance
da
that
idem
might be
pričat
what it's
svoje
looking to do as
mišljenje o
well.
tome,
They did have a
mogu
lot
ga
of
reći
success from the
jednom,
last time where we did go
duže ja
just
sam ga
towards the
dosta
western
puta
tip of
govorio, jer
Stella.
stvarno sam bio
Hopefully,
ubijeđen da
they
lik
might be able
čipuje.
to break into the top 8 as well.
Yeah, could very well
Ali,
be the case.
znaš, u jednom
I think there's
trenutku
gonna
ti
be-
pričaš,
I mean, I know
pričaš,
right now in
pričaš,
good reason, I'll
nema
focus
dovoljno
on
dobrih
will
dokaza,
build
niko
up
se
to,
živi
but
ne
after
buni
this
osim tebe.
tournament is over, kind
Od
of
ozgo, da.
Ili,
build up
mislim,
PGS2, there's
znaš,
gonna be a lot of talk
tih
on
nebitnih
social
ljudi,
media and
realno
kind of the whole
nebitnih
mapping
ljudi,
out
ovi
of
bitni ćute. I onda ti
exactly
odustaneš
what's
prvi,
possible
ja.
with PC4 coming through, exactly what's gonna happen in terms of who's have the
Tako
chance of
da ono,
qualifying
znaš,
through to PPC based
čitu
on
ili ne čitu ili više i nebitno.
Slušaš.
And that depends really whether PC fall. I'm assuming it will be
Lagans.
after Nations, given the time where that has been announced to have been
Aha,
held in Korea. So it would be a very, very short
ja ga ovdje
PC
obično
fall if
stavljam,
they
ne
try to
znam
squeeze it in. So
Tu
no
je
doubt
sad.
it will be. So we've got
Da,
Nations
ne.
to worry about as well. Again, we've
Drugo.
talked about Sava.
A Duzi mu odgovorio na
E,
ono
da,
kao da
ovaj
je
nije
jadno
toliko
to što je
dobro.
čekao baš lan,
To je dobro.
A Team Turkey.
da Dante loše
But
odigra,
also
znači
there's
nešto
plenty of
kao
other
se
teams
brine o
who are
svom
gonna be
timu, ovaj ga na
looking to
fantastičan način
find
nešto
out who
odibu
their
i to je
host is
to.
going to be
Sjećam se
as
toga,
well
brate,
for
sjećam se
EMEA and
100%.
beyond.
Problem je
as
tu
well,
bio
so
što
we'll have to
Dante u
keep
to
an eye
nije
on the
bio,
individual
Dante igrao
performances
2
as
lana
well
u
as
žal.
those of the squads, and as it
Znači,
currently
bukvalno taj
stands, the
dečko, ja ne znam da li do kraja
individual
treba pogledat na
performances
Twiru,
is
pogledat ću
still
na Twiru
first in
poslije.
first
A
place
ja
for
mislim da
kills,
taj
so
dečko
surprise no one
do
that
kraja
kills,
Dubaja
he
nije
might
napravio
win
10
as well.
killova, ubiti me
Yeah,
nakon.
it's pretty impressive.
Ako je
again,
više od
I mean,
10,
what
evo.
Question Mark has been able to pull off today.
Sjećam se to kad je bio,
In
kad je
very-
Tibon to
In very
pisao.
question mark
Ali nemaš šta,
fashion,
znaš,
as you
jednostavno
like to say,
nemaš
to
dovoljno dovoljno dokaza i to je to, ispadaš... Bilo šta da kažeš, ispadaš majmun. I to je to, znaš. To što ćemo ti i ja pričati ili neko... Ništa to ne znači. Ako Luka ne izađe poslije ovog turnira i kaže, čituju... A neće to
weird
uraditi
that
zato što
question mark did
stvarno
just
nema
get so
dokaza.
far
Znaš.
into a game from a
Ja
position
prvi to
where
ne bi
a little
uradio
earlier
dok
than
nemam
usual they
100%
did
čvrste
take a central
dokaze.
spot. They were
Da sam na
basically
njihovom
playing a
mjestu,
dip
jer
because
ipak
again it was on Tego,
njihova
so
riječ
sometimes that's all there is
znači
left.
nešto.
This
Nešto ima
time they
neku
get the
vrijednost.
chance to play full edge. They're all the way on the western
A
side
na
of
osnovu
the map,
situacija
all
koje
along
smo
the
sad
west
gledali
coast,
ne
and the
možeš
zone has
ne
gone
možeš ne možeš
pretty
da
much
li
centered
nemaš
around the
dovoljno dokaza da
mansion,
kažeš da čita.
with a decent chunk of
Valjda
water
se oni
off
tu
the
mogu
eastern
uvati za nešto.
coastline as well. So actually really solid central spots for Exalt to start us off, and the Wu on the eastern tip of Yasnaya as well. But for the teams all the way west, the options for making those big wide wraps are plentiful.
Plentiful indeed. A lot of space, a map that everyone knows inside out. So I'd be surprised to see too much of teams kind of landing on top of each other or rotating on top of each other, I should say, coming into this one. Having said that, because there are so many teams wrapping in from that west side, it could potentially
na nekom
start
globalnom
a
nivou,
little bit.
kao
I'm
što
looking
ih
at
ima
Jepa.
bilo koji ovaj streamer što igra Ibiza i ovo.
And really actually
Dao
only
bi
them
sve
as
od
I see
sebe
it here as the
ako
one team that could potentially
nešto se
just miss
cheatera
time of
tiče, a
rotation
generalno
and cause
svega,
trouble for
makar
other teams.
igrice, ono, da to ide u nekom smjeru u kojem treba da ide.
Savum have set off about a minute later than
Jer
usual,
glas
and
ljudi
they've
koji,
went for a very
koji,
direct
koji,
route that's put them
koji imaju moć da se to
close in
čuje
the line of fire to
daleko i
Vince,
snažno ga ne
who's
koriste
looting just
uopšte,
outside of school.
osim za svoje
And that has
promocije.
forced them to swiftly change direction. But
Niko od
maybe
njih ne
weren't
želi da
all that
preuzme
far off
nikakav
when you
rizik
use
što
the
bi mu
word
smanjilo
landing, because again,
zaradu na
emergency
mjesečnom
parachute is
nivou.
going to be a very viable option for a zone like this. And actually, for Exalt, for some reason,
Malo
Fate
ljudi
was
su brzo.
looting about 1.5 kilometers to the north, just south of Kaneshki.
Ajmo naši!
Ajmo
naši! Ajmo naši!
100% moraš imati dokaz. 100%.
Savum again, early on the move.
100%
Yeah, this
dokaz i
time round has
izađeš,
moved
znaš.
before them, so the race has
Ali
been won
problem je što
by
i
them
kad
this
imaš
time around, and it
100%
might
dokaz,
just be
ima,
with where Savum are currently
ne izađu
rotating.
svi. I čak
Might just
manjina
be that
izađe,
because
znaš.
they beat
Ti
them
kad
good,
vidiš za
they're going straight
Balkana,
into that exact
a
same
10
spot.
streamera je reklo, a imaš 500 igrača profesionalnih.
Deal with this
Commotion,
first.
commotion.
Da, aj, nećemo više o tome.
Indeed. After all, trying to fend off here.
Ode Niksara.
Who are still very, very split apart. Quissy is only now on the eastern side of Yasnaya, so
A Entropik imaju centrić, baš dobar spot.
And perhaps here we have Exhibit A as to why the Wu has 7 placement points total over the 15 matches played so far, just somewhat
Najeboti centar
overextending
prve zone.
their early positioning. Again, we said they had
Tu ide zona do krajeva.
Navijamo treću i četvrtu.
Tu ide zona do krajeva.
pretty easily. You can maybe split with C block
Da
or
će
the
Bog.
yellows just down south, but actually
Imaju
the
šansu.
is there already.
Imaju real.
But
Ima.
making this push all the way out here.
32 boda, realno imaju šansu. Još kvalitet.
Lost one early on, and it's a big impactful fragger to lose as
Da
well.
nisu
in
oni,
Nixie.
rekao bi nemaš teorije,
And
ali pošto
that is
navijamo
not
za
gonna
njih
help their
ima
chances
šansu.
of continuing on the strong Tego they had.
Pa šta ćeš? 3 gema, 32 boda.
Slažem.
So, strong or not,
Moguće.
it's time to... No, there's not really any dance style or song
15
style
po
that
game bi rekao da je.
fits Erangel.
Okej.
I try to.
Jedan
Again, every
win,
single time
jedan
James ain't
high
here,
kill.
I try to make him look like a
Fandango.
fool, and in
I
trying
treći
to do
onak.
so, I
I
always
treći
get
borba,
it.
svi da gledamo.
So, there you go, James. Wherever you are, have a
That's what
life.
we're here for, I suppose.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, at least you put the effort in.
Yeah, I try, you know, I actively try, and it just never works. But then again, he also has been in the game for like 3 decades longer than me, so
Iako umro ovaj prvi
That's
game,
a full
it's only
playbook.
fair.
ranked.
Yeah, exactly. It's only fair that he has a few more aces up his sleeves.
Ode gumić.
Unfortunate place.
Odi Glavić.
Have a bit of a vehicular crash. Vex loses a
Yep.
tire, and I don't think they're getting the cars out of there anytime soon. But actually, it's Entropic that's putting the damage in to the vehicle tires. They get landed one singular shot to the body as well. But not all of FaZe is committed to the trenches just yet. They do still have Corexi up on high ground, so it's not all bad.
And kind of, I don't want to say crucial damage being done, because it was just a tire, but with the way that Entropic are currently split out towards the east, doing as much as you can to slow down a potential FaZe pull-up could be actually pretty crucial. We'll see, though, if that's going to amount to anything, or if it won't. As Voldemort, here's the shot fire from down below, knowing now that Navi is nearby. In the meantime, Chrissy taking out one of Exhalation, as, again, Exhalation, man, they've been looking strong in previous tournaments, but this time around, I mean, even in this tournament, in the upper bracket,
boda,
lower
ne
bracket, I
uzmu
mean,
nijednu.
sorry, they qualified through
Pa
it
dobro,
real strong,
moguće.
so haven't done anything ever since.
Pa nemoguće da ju ne uzmu nijednog.
Different caliber of lobby when you're playing against teams like SN, question mark,
Možda ovi naši uzmu i više od
Hipotetički je ovo ovdje, ajde.
A team like Exhibition is really going to be used to for
Trigem umreš prvi, to je to, 0 boda.
because we do have a previous EMEA champion
0 bodeva.
joined that roster, but players like Daboom and iZoom, and
dobro,
of course
da,
Hello My
ali
Bad, who's
gledaš-
just playing in North America,
gledaš
is just going to be completely out of his depth when it
statistički
comes
kako
to
su igrali
playing
do sad.
lobbies, so, yeah, I mean,
Pa
Da
prvi dan
jurimo
su bili
jep ili-
krš.
well, to be
Da
fair, he
jurimo
farmed
jep
the lower
ili
bracket,
Exalt,
so
da.
I think we found the level.
It's just
Ona
it's pretty
ništa
wild
ide
though,
Question Mark
looking
umro
at
prvi nijednom.
them, I mean Exhalation that is, and Sabo,
Ali
they
ima
both
3
play
meča da
in the
umru
very
prvi.
top. They
Pa ne mora
qualified
Question
to
Mark, već samo
the,
ovi od
finals
Turci.
2 points apart
Sarven.
at 127 and 125 respectively, and now, well now Sabim is what, like 90 points almost ahead of Exhalation. So clearly I mean complete day and night in terms of performance for these two teams in the finals.
Pa on ni Futić neće prođe, be, brate.
A quick
Footage.
disclaimer, that was a
Go for
joke
it.
about NA. I don't want to get
Joj, kako
you
bi
can't
Vin
do
sad
that.
pao.
No, 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 no,
Choke
no,
slammed
no,
by
no, no.
Godspeed.
When you
Ja,
say-
Ja,
when
kako
you
bi
start-
jedan
no,
Vin
no,
sad
no, no,
pao
no,
dole.
no,
Okay.
Saga, you don't get to do that.
Brate,
Whenever,
ne
when you
boli
start
me glava da
region
ih kažem.
beef on air, you have to commit to it. You go into it with, I know what's gonna happen when I do this. And that's why if you say stuff like that, you just gotta own it and then see what happens.
Man, look, I don't want to have to fight Tickleton, man.
You're gonna. Now you're gonna have to. No way
All
around
right,
it.
set it up. Boxing ring in Riyadh. Me and him, we'll get going. I'll try not to break his gunning hands. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, no
Assuming you'd
promises.
get a punch in, but yeah,
I'd melt before we even started.
probably. Well, let's see now. As how again, everyone right now, at least for the next 20 seconds, are gonna be sat very tight. We only have 1 casualty. Make that 2 actually in this one so far. So as we expected, not a whole lot of teams tangling up with one another. Next circle though could be very different because we have a lot of teams sat center and still plenty of water out towards the east that could play a massive factor in this next circle to come.
Yep, 100%. And if not, the circle after it. And if not, then definitely
Što
the
ti
circle
rekao?
after that. The water will be dealt with eventually, but it won't be yet.
To je najbolji
And
spot imam.
Lebovka is still going to remain much closer to the center than a lot of these teams would have liked to
Ljuti
have
Fuzi,
seen.
brate, u
Not too
rekord.
bad
Ajde.
for FaZe in
Brate,
the
poznavam
Jedno.
Zolu!
but I'm sure they don't
Aj,
Da, poznaje.
really regroup.
a imam
This
ga na
would just
Instagram i
yet
na,
be still
i
some of the
na
teams that could just
Steam.
arrive out of nowhere and start mortaring them, because imagine playing that in a lobby where there's
Dobro,
mortars,
čuti,
that would
čuti.
not be fun at all.
Not fun at all. When all you have
Moja
to play is
spojila,
tips,
tako znaš
you really
još.
gotta make
Koji je
the most of
minut?
it and enjoy the fact that everyone is at a
10.
distance. Mortals sure would mitigate that. In the meantime, now chaos commences in the open fields as everyone is
Ah.
trying to rotate towards the southeast. There are only so many angles to approach it from. And as you can see here, a lot of casualties.
Zašto
from this
na
road.
njega?
That's a lot of casualties for some of the top placement teams as
Yeah.
well. Twisted
Pa
Minds and
bi Vin-
Salvan both taking early
Pa
losses.
budali sam ga.
Question mark just on a pleasant Sunday drive around the south, completely uncontested, as was somewhat expected, but no such scenes for Yepa. They're playing the dips and it's
Mega
just
phase
constant
but-
roll on all angles.
Oh.
Sure, as everyone trying to just pick up scraps here in the fields, knowing their points to be claimed, and well, for Sabim, even if they do take casualties,
Evo je,
they
napravi
still
še
manage
pod.
to find
Usta
the
gi jebem go
A
zicu.
ko je IGL u VU, je li kvizi?
I bicabe.
I bica
This is
IGL.
pretty much
Da.
just you know how when you go like go karting, you keep hitting the
Ko to
things to the
umire?
side that makes you not go off the ramp. That's pretty much it right here. Everyone just shooting from the side. Go, oh no,
Op,
not there.
čorni,
Oh,
čorni,
not there.
čorni,
čorni.
Eto ti,
Micro corrections all the time
eto
on
ti.
the fly.
Abe
as these
Navi ne
teams are
prestigne me,
trying to
brate.
rotate
Navi
on forward,
imao
and in the end,
2 dana
all
užas.
Keanu is left with
Ma,
is
Giro
a
ba,
rope.
da, da uđe.
Jevo.
Not a very pretty one.
Sad bi Kube jahao ovdje.
I mean, Donkey from Shrek would
Nesumnjivo
probably enjoy it,
bi.
but I'm not sure Keanu will have such a
Al
great time
bolji
looking
su
at that
s
rock
Mexijom.
for the next probably 7 or 8 minutes
Više
before somebody
donosi...
runs him
Meksi
over or
ne
throws a
donosi
grenade
samo
or just
pušku.
drive-bys him. Gonna happen eventually.
Donosi
So,
mozak,
still
brate.
Mines down to Lou, who's not too far
Sa
away
sobom.
from the other side of the
Ja, evo ti ga mozak. Čučno na krovu.
Vrati Kube.
Given away his position, maybe Lou might
Vrati
look to
Kube. da.
Keanu down to just a solo as well.
A little bit of jousting going on up north as well between Foot and Monarch as they were driving straight towards one another. And you'd imagine, yep, I was just gonna say,
Tamo
kills
se
should
tu
be
steo
coming in the
Foot
kill
pada.
feed soon enough, and indeed it has gone both
Sarem
ways
izgubio
already
jednog,
now. After all
Foot
this nearby
možda
all this
flašan.
promotion too, so you might see them trying to interfere. It's a fight that, at least for now, won't impact the rest of the server too much, as it is this far north, and might also just result in a rest on both sides, and then just both of them kind of disengaging off of this. You'd hope to see that happen, given that both the teams have, I feel like, way too much to fight for, fighting up here like this, but at least for now, is continuing to look for it.
Very much committed to this fight. There's a lot of utility being expended on both sides as well. The revive should come through onto Beanie. Will not throw out any lethal utility, just a flashbang to maybe try and dissuade the peak, but this is hopefully going to be Foot learning from their mistakes on Tago, from playing just a little bit too separated. Should be positioning just a little bit better so they can guarantee the trades to come through, but in the meantime,
Dođi bre! Dođi!
Shots in towards Entropic on the north. Did alert Lu to his presence, a swift grenade and a little bit of an exchange of
Samo
bullets,
Lu da ne
and he
pukne
is
neki
fully
glupi met.
eliminated. Keanu is confirmed down to just himself.
Question mark, being told by the game that they really do want them to qualify, especially with this shift coming down towards the southern side. They're the team, like one of two teams in the southern half of the circle. With this circle shift going in their direction. But what can they make of it? Not necessarily a lot of kills coming their way just because they sat down and around Lumpiard. And should the next circle shift north,
Bravo,
time trying to gain info on who have gotten in their direction, it might not have
Vadi ga,
been
Joki!
just because circle 3 went up down towards.
Joca, imaš burger od ovog.
Fortunate maybe that James
Ljudi, obećali smo infuziji, ja ako prođu da ih vodimo na ruč. Doduše, Jović
just
samo
behind the line of sight where Entropic would have been able to secure the flush before the smokes came up, but thankfully FaZe did manage to exfil they had remaining in the little trench, which was not going to be all that fun in the long run, so they can get back to slightly higher ground. Higher ground for Vard, maybe, if he can descend. It doesn't even need to. T-Bone's got the knock for him, so 8C can get in there. Run over Moloduct.
Ideal, pull-up B. Izvrnuli su ga kako su i prišli.
Sent 2 up in vehicles, use them as, not necessarily bait, because they were ready to take the fight if need be, but make sure that if there's anyone there, they can take him out and then rely on T-Bone to hit the double headshot. He did exactly that. Nice to kill. And here comes Sabin, trying to play center against DA, the other team that likes to play center.
And everyone was shocked
Tako je,
to see
Sarven
it,
pada.
but of course going to be a complete brawl between
Tako je,
the two.
Sarven pada.
Ne možeš bolje za
Evo ti 0 poena, bati mi u centar. 0 poena mi u centar.
Sure would. See now, the rev round comes through, Global Army. There's going to be a 1 point
Bravo,
game. It wouldn't be the way they wanted it to, but it
Bravo,
is.
bre.
Going to be just
U
that
lobby,
Salvin
bre.
first. This is
Evo ti, mi su umreli, posljednji umreli su.
With just 2 more games to play
Bravo,
for this one.
Fuzi.
I DA će
Well,
umreti.
now is the time to capitalize for Foot, but
Tako je.
unfortunately they've got 2 knocked and they're going to have to leave them behind as they're just in the middle.
Sutra
of
pratili mi leg.
He's playing a disgusting lurk angle
Ponedjeljak.
miles away out in the blue zone.
Evo, najlup farma bodovi.
Ever be a player there and it completely caught
Bilo bi dobro da ovi futbolisti malo manje farmaju bodovi.
to looking to take this
Da bi on trebao umor.
Tactics might just lose his life for it eventually, but
Oh, he's
it's
like
going to cost
side
Foot half the number again.
Fuzi baba vam.
And that's another, I mean, factor that we haven't counted in too much, because we talked about how the GPT teams can mess up things for teams. What about the bottom teams with little to nothing to lose? Of course, again, there is PTC points in the line, so it's not like we should just go in and YOLO the rest of the games, but there is
Aj, beži od
definitely
question, beži od question, Zono. Beži od question, Zono.
Tako je bre, Zonek.
Tako je bre, Zokice, Zoko.
Ajmo, možda i sad u third party.
Almost just playing for pride at this point.
Zoko
for some of them
moja,
as well, so there's
Zoko.
nothing that gives you more of a sense of pride than wiping out one of the teams that's dominating the lobby as well. So they still continue to have that big target on their back, maybe for multiple reasons as well, not just from the teams that are close behind and looking to steal away the points, the rest of the lobby alongside them.
Što pucao?
Jebo majku, ovaj će
Ču
najlupa
pogodi
na
najlup.
golju.
Kako ga hoće najlupa da ga pogađaju svi. I ovo bi ga pogodio.
Izvrnu najlupa u kam nikri.
This is the case where we saw the circle shift down towards question mark before. Because a lot of these fights haven't finished, question mark now is going to be one of those teams that are going to maybe find a hard time or have a hard time finding their entry to this circle.
Yeah, they're kind of running out of space, but they do still have the high ground to work, and if they do end up going west, thankfully the only team they will face is Na'Vi. once again, which, you know, it's not the best, but for now it does give them at least the freedom to start shots into this fight between FaZe and Afterworld, and also Ascend, who in classic Ascend style, who dropped over in Zaki, have now found themselves entering the zone from the southeast, making the widest of all wraps so far in this lobby, and now they're looking to maybe contest against Question Mark for space, and they should know that it's
And that's what I was
just gonna say for Question Mark. I mean, what better team to take out right now? I mean, obviously Foot would be the first one. That's kind of happening as we speak. They do go down, so that's already done for. So for Question Mark, what better team to take out with both Sabam and Foot fallen? That would be them. I mean, if not already guaranteed, definitely guaranteeing their spot if they could keep them at a 0 point.
Sad će se, gledaj, slušaj. Slušaj sad. Fajtaju se, FaZe će pobije Hibaka, umeđu vremenu će se pofajtaju Ace i QM, FaZe će se digne na njih, da je third partija, mi na FaZe na leđa i očistimo sva 4 tima.
I was just gonna say they're about one military game away from 25 points, so
to je plan.
Trebalo bi tako biti, samo da ubodemo timing.
That's gonna happen.
A i nešto mi se is okrenuo više ka Entropiku i FaZe-u, nego kako još Mark.
Hello, my bad. Peeks on over, loses his helmet.
Mada ne vidim vertika. Pa set timing tu sad.
Yep, still just in... That just sounded like I was saying yep to what you were saying, but no, the team yep is still...
Gdje nam je Monarch?
Okay.
You can just say
to nije dobro da oni veruju. Gdje se oni nalaze?
Yep.
Koji Monasi?
Is in the dip still. They've been there
oni su ti u trenčevi iza hall.
They've done a lot more damage than that singular digit in the kill column would indicate, but again, it's such a wide open field that
Ma daj nam zonu, bre!
Pa ne me sluša tebe, brate, ne me sluša tebe. Ja u zonu sam igraja kad vi neste igrali PUBG.
Ja ti pričao da će zona da ide gore na one kuće gore, ne na ođe su sad.
Na te, to su prvo uzeli, u prvu zonu su to uzeli.
To su uzeli, jel?
Da.
A nije split bio.
Posle su splitali, prvo su te kuće uzeli.
Yeah, the alternative is that you wrap west around and then just go straight into Na'Vi with pretty much nowhere to go after that. So you'd have to imagine that they got to take the fight here, but of course knowing that you're essentially, I mean, forced to become the team getting third party. It's not looking good, and somehow none of them are finding anything.
Sad mora vin, znači mora
vin. On the throws, need to get maybe 5-10 meters further, and they might just trickle down into the bowl, but they can't quite reach. And the long range sprays are coming in. It's Howl over the top of Yepa, who's actually doing the damage and kind of saving him right now. Na'Vi too denies the revive. Hello, my bad.
Nije baš tako, gledaj. Twisted Mind je prvi, ali to se ne računa. Znači, Question Mark i Sarvi baš kad prolaze dalje. Peti je FaZe, koji oni ako uđu, to isto se ne računa. Navijaš za FaZe, navijaš za Na'Vi, za Twisted Mind. Sarven futbol ispali, ostao još Ace da ispane. I više niko nije prijetnja sa ove tablice. A Ace ima
FaZe se fajta sa Question, mi smo se dignali i to je to. Ajde. Gledaj. To, Miću. Ja, Šmetkić mu fali.
But that's where James, I mean, that positions here, it works out perfectly and makes James look like a freaking genius for being sat there. It happens also at times where you see him in an offensive position like this goes down, and then everyone's like, what is he doing there? That is what he does. That's what FaZe does a lot. Tries to put James in some of these offensive positions to really capitalize, to really kind of take down players fast.
Ajde, dižemo se sada. Joko još jednog, Mićo. Mićo, jednog mora nokneš, Miko. To, diži se, Ejku, diži se. Nisam li rekao, sve sam predikto, sve.
Sve je predikto.
Šalim se, gledaj sam mapu.
Not the last man standing. Revives have come through, so Mika will eventually find himself in a 1v4.
Ja, Fuzi, taman pomislio da će pohvaliti tvoje pametne znanje, on čituje.
But in the meantime, now in Tropic, as you said before as well.
Ajmo.
Rapping their way up this hillside. Mika looks out for a second, gets his eyebrows blown off, and goes back into healing.
Luka Iole.
Yeah, just hunkering down for now. Yeah, Nailop and Lukarux They're poking their head
Idealna
around
zona,
and
idealna
probing.
zona.
They're looking for any sort of angles, but they're not seeing them. So FaZe does at least get the chance to get everyone back standing.
Ali Face se svi
Whether they
digneš.
get the time to get heals off,
Ja,
maybe a
nek.
different story, but
Zakasnili
they're
smo.
good enough for now, and they're going to commit 3 players to cleaning up
Nismo
Mika. They do
zakasnili,
not
da,
want
ajde.
him
Može,
to stab
može
him back in the same way the
Mika da
teams just
napravi
did to QM.
haos.
If there is a time
Ali
for
samo da
teams to
Noka
turn
nema
things
flash.
around, look at the mid
Ja,
pack
to ste
we
da
have
Vida
Noka.
flashu.
alive.
Dosta,
We've gotten
dosta
rid of
jedan
the
nok
teams
da
that
Jole
weren't gonna
poludi.
qualify anyway. We've gotten rid of the top teams that are too far ahead right now to make this fun at all. And
To je
now
to, tu
5th
preskačemo
through 10th, and then how
svaki
all of them
tim koji
are
može
in
da
the
ovo,
race, and
razumiješ.
they know
Nikad,
damn
meni
well
PUBG nikad nije
that they
bio
need to
bolji.
put together
Iako
3
je ono,
amazing games to
i
qualify.
dalje je to
Some of
loše,
them could be
ali
more amazing than
znaš,
the
ima
others,
pomaka,
but
ima
still,
pomaka.
they
Sad
Ko,
need
imaš
ma
i
ovo
Red
je,
Bull,
brate.
Nikad
hell
slabo
of a good
brane.
combination of matches here in order to make PGS, and they all know as well that the top 4 is out.
Yeah, let's look at
Ajmo, entropi.
Ništa od Miku.
Comeback. Ide comeback Israel, guys. Comeback
From
Israel.
a full phase straight into a
Yep.
full ascend. I was just gonna say it's just a matter of what team gets the point, and in the end,
Noka
Ali
da
do,
Jimbo,
Donka
možda
nije
Jole
dobro.
that's
može.
the better team to give it to.
Znamo ga,
because
znamo
they're
ga,
not a
znamo ga
threat
da je Nokan tu.
in the
Ajmo, Joli.
PGS2
Poludi, Joli.
qualifier standing, so not giving that one over to Entropic.
Puti,
I
ne
sad,
ida. Ovdje
dva
ne
će
viri ovo
real
materije ti
bombardment
boži.
Dva će
Twitches as
farmaju
Monarch
ovdje,
making a
dva
push into
ovamo.
the
Ivas će
north.
farma sad ovdje, ovi
FaZe
podebljavaju na
may
face.
be grateful that they're not
To je
able
to.
remain in this position as they were earlier on. It's Howl that's on the receiving end
Li
of just
Monasi be
tons and
pušuje.
tons of grenades that are flying through,
Brate,
vehicles
Monasi pušaju.
exploding left and right. The Mad has a bit of an
To
off
je
angle. He
prilično
has
kvalitetno.
made his move
Ivas ne može da vidi ništa
towards
od
the
oskog.
artillery. The artillery is just
A nije nam baš
bombarding
dobro da
so few, he
monarci
has no
pušaju
chance
i
of
da uzmu
trading
kilove
that.
clean. Treba da budu
At all.
flašani.
Does it say that though?
Makar dvojica.
No, those come through,
Opet
unable
puče
to
net
find
na
Master.
fiću.
Bravo
Well,
Jovici,
actually, no, it's gonna
Jurice.
be from behind. Ivas.
Gledajte,
Evo
on si
Jurice.
li flaša.
Points are getting stolen away from
I
them.
flaša
They're
ga.
really wanting a whole lot more than what they're giving right now, but at least they're staying
Pomogli.
alive. A lot of points
Ovo ide.
coming their way,
Taman je
actually.
pomogao kome treba.
Ovo ide.
Stolen, but no,
Bukvalno.
they get 3.
Samo sad da se Navi
Big
digne
denies as
malo
well
brže.
for Monarch, one of the
Da mi
teams that
pričekamo,
very much needed to
to,
start
Navi
stacking
da
things up if they
pričekamo,
wanted a chance,
to.
but not to be,
Fek se sam
denied
digne,
by Howl.
puck.
This was one of the big strengths.
Puck.
Again, when they found themselves in central positions,
Ne,
they were
ne
very
idovi, ne,
difficult
ne
to
idovi, braćo,
dislodge,
braćo.
and still proving
Op,
that
op,
is-
evo ti puknila, idi, puknila. Pa ćemo pukniti od Čureksija. Ja, pa puknemo ne idu ruke, be.
Moj jebote, bre.
Pola HP.
A brate, zapoje ne ide neki kamenčić 100%.
Ne, plava boli. Plava
Ajde,
boli.
Miću.
Mićo, be.
Breaking into the triple digit. We had our questions up.
Li, gle, ovi su se sakrili ovdje.
What we were
Do
gonna
it
get,
again.
but once again they just never
Ide artiljerija.
point.
Alia, please, do it again. No, come on.
Ne, brate,
We want-
pade
oh,
uba.
okay,
Pa
okay,
jebo
okay,
u krug.
commitment.
Dobro, zapravo
We won't
sad je
have
dobro
to
da
see that.
padne da nam ne ubiju Jovicu gore
Not
se
too
ne
little
igramo.
too late to get the repeat.
A evo ih,
Did
Hall
a
sedi.
hip
Op,
fire
vidiš
spray,
ga.
Ajmo,
didn't
Mićo.
take it anyway.
Mićo, vidiš ga,
Lexi
Mićo. O, bomba.
up and up.
Ne u ruke.
O, nice bomb.
Surely
Ne
they're
u
just
ruke
gonna get
bomba.
Mrtv,
cooked
gotovo, Jean
in
spada.
this little bowl.
Ma ajde, ajde. Ajde, ajde.
Bjež,
That
Mićo.
all 13 kills
Samo
still
se dole
points to the
spušti,
line
nek se
here.
pofajtuju, mi uzimamo vid, batice moj.
B7 for Entropic
Ajmo,
as
guys,
Spuštaj
guys,
dole.
guys.
Spuštaj
Again,
dole.
Savan currently is
Spuštaj dole.
It is the first
A,
spot
4 na
we have
4
to
ti
go
fajtamo
Jo,
s
a
nama.
Luka kupi drop, level 3, boli glavica.
Still quite a ways for Entropic to get all the way up there, but now tied with Ascend. It's looking more and more durable with it.
Ja, Melman, gle što ima.
It's quite interesting. I feel like every other
Ajmo,
time
aj
that
Luka,
we've
Hella
had
3.
any sort of lobby
Slušaj,
in
ako
any
vinamo,
sort of
bato,
qualifier,
uzimamo
we
Navijino
said it's gonna come
Navijino
down to
mesto.
the final game,
Ako
but
vinamo.
here we have the
Idemo na
teams
foot.
that
Ako
are
vinamo, idemo na foot, pa onda
in
na
effect,
FaZe,
so
jao.
it might come down to the final game for positioning, but teams like FaZe and Na'Vi,
Jednog nokujte, jednog.
Ajde, Joli, pika, Joli, pika, Joli.
Joli.
Poludi.
But if Foot, who's only a couple of points behind
Znaš šta
FaZe,
je dobra stvar,
they
što se Navi
overtake
nije
Salvan,
digo,
then
nije
To,
se
to sam ja sad gledao, da.
it's
I
very
ne smeri
dependent
na
on
tu
how this
stranu
game
zato što zna da smo
Mrzice.
životinje.
A vi
Jao,
znate.
Melman.
He actually hits it.
Gode,
Wow.
skopak, da ga nikad bilo nije.
Schofield, no chance to stay afloat
Imam
on that
isti
one, and
klip
we said
kako
it
ga
coming into
Skofu
this
obrćem
game. I said we
samo
know
sa
Na'Vi
M24,
bring
vat.
home crazy double
Ovo
digit
se
wins,
sve
and now it ain't
dešava
won yet.
Scofieldu,
Entropic still
Turskom,
packs
zašto
big
je
punch,
ukrao
and they're in a
nik
very good
našem
position with
Scofi
full
Diamond,
save
da
percent
znate.
control. But
Sve se
Na'Vi,
plaća, sve se
16
plaća,
kills, and look at
karma
the
ga
spread
spičela.
across all
Ajmo,
players
Mićo!
too.
Yeah, everyone contributing.
Samo da ne
but
prodam
Mel's
Mića.
done
Pogledaj,
the
ukupno možda imamo 8 poena do kraja.
effervescent
To
stuff,
su ti
maybe. I mean, if he was
110
getting the full
poena.
damage stats for the
Bravo, Mića,
actual
bravo, Mića.
damage that headshot just did, he probably would have doubled that 400 plus. That does like 500 damage AWM headshot on an
Gurek
OG
zona malo.
helmet, but unfortunately just
Ovi
gets
su
the
malo pod
100,
pritisak
they'll
žuti.
take it. That's a freebie on the
Well,
board for
I mi je
Navi.
malo
16th
zona.
kill of the match as well. How many times
Malo
do you
ne
have
smiju
to watch this
Žuti su
team
malo pod
climb
pritisak.
back up the
Samo da...
standings,
Zna
get
se
into the
kako je
tournament,
Navi
put
prošao
themselves
zadnji
in a
put s
dominant
Joletom.
spot.
Ja.
Ali s Joletom, ajde, Mića nije ništa uradio ni prošli put. Jole je poludio protiv Namija
Namija.
na pecu.
Evo ga, Ivas mora nok.
Mora Ivas, brate. Ajde, Jurci.
Mora Ivas, te nema
Sve
ništa
vidiš,
do...
Jurice.
Imaš ga Jurka.
Pa,
Eto ga.
čika, bre,
Dođi na
Jole.
3x-aru bre. Još jedna 3... Ej, jebi
Nema
ga
veze,
se.
nema veze.
Prepali
Tu
se.
Ivas, tu Ivas i Luka.
Prepali se. Luka, trojka, dobar nade. Kur je dobar nade.
Malo dobar ne ide. Jel možda se diže Mića?
Ne
ne
može
Mića,
me,
nego Uba.
ispod njih.
Jel mogu bude dignu?
Mogu si.
Ne, brate, Uba bude
Dižem. Ne,
Ajmo
Ivas,
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 ajmo.
ne.
Nemoj Melmana pika Ivas. Ko Boga znaš. Ajmo Ivas, ajmo Luka. Imate bolji spot. Malo vas je manje, ali nema veze. Ludi ste.
Ivas.
Skillova, sorry, ljudi, da boli. Jebo, mater.
Very, very difficult task of bringing it home. And imagine Navi, a 20 kill win when it matters most. Now we're at 17.
Ajmo Luka, da vidimo šta ta groza može, šta ta groza može.
Samo da jednog po jednog da ubija.
Dobre, dobre, dobre.
Ivas se bre, ti se fitaš bre, Jurke.
Reši bre, Aliju.
Ajde sad ti Lukice 2. Ti Luka 2 pa resetujemo fight. Evo, full blind. Može Lukica 2. Ivas flasha, brate, odmah zna da tako treba. Prolazi smokovi, malo problem što je imao kamenove.
Malo je zajebana situacija. Malo je zajebano što Luka više nema smokova, ima li vas?
Malo ćemo... Ko je umirao na Discordu?
Uba, alo, Pa ne na stream, Uba, jebo majku svoju.
I think that's going to force Navi off the hill before and
Vidio si ga Ivase! Vidio si ga!
of utility has come through from both sides for the most part. Just a couple of
Ah,
molotovs that remain, maybe a
Ništa
smoke
zabora.
or two, and flashbangs that still don't get shown in the UI, so there could be 50 of them ready to go. There's the first of them.
Napijeto je, braćo, treba nam win kufru.
Cover is there.
Ovaj win,
Can keep their
i mi
retinue
smo na
safe
Njičko, bat.
from the stun grenades.
Njičko znači poni.
Na Ničko. Na Ničko znači poni. Ajmo, Jurice, bolji si bre od njih. Razumiješ? Oni ne zna igrat ako nemaju 400 pinga, vrat. Njih izjebalo ovo što su u Beograd, sad igraju na normalan ping.
Let the blue zone do its work. Let it limit where they can play from, and then.
Ivas 2 molija. Al će da gori Uba. Uba na rošti.
Not gonna really connect with anything. A flash.
Imali smoke, nema.
Try and maybe force.
A još su oni zabare. Imate li još jedan shield da izvučete? Još najbolje auto nekako da su našli neko parkirali.
Right now, Entropic are expecting the push to come.
Druže, napravili bunker ko Chelsea, jebote, da.
And now this, the movement of this circle.
Jao, Luka ima play. Desno, Lukice. Full desno, Luka. Skroz desno. Žimiju. Ovaj navik igra kod da njima treba ovaj win, a ne na naši.
Uskoro se navi, ljudi, sjebać ih Luka na dobar dan. Rekli bi hejteri da pametno igra Navi, brate, zapravo sustav.
Ne.
Iva se pika, Iva se.
Pomogni mu.
Pomozi.
A ne, vatra. Aaaa, ima se ga.
Rekli bi hejteri da je Navi odigrao pametno, ali zapravo sustav.
20 ubistva i 10, 30 pojena, brat. 20 ubistvu.
Ljudi, ali ako je dobra stvar što iko drugi vinuo, to je dobro što je Navi vinuo.
Da, zato što su pozvani, ja.
Oni su pozvani, da. Idealno. I Twisted i FaZe i Navi su pozvani, oni su svi tu neđe, brate. Ali, s druge strane je problem što nam trebaju bodovi. Koliko smo uzeli bodova? Uzeli smo 5-6 kilova
13-14 boda.
prije nego što su krenuli u... Poste Navi jebote život, je dobar, alo?
Ne znam koliko
Kuda
gore.
mi se čovjek, bre nas prije. Moramo gledat policiju.
With a 20 kill game here when it matters most. What a huge performance to bring it home in the fashion they just did.
Izgubimo ovdje 8 poena, bra.
Ljudi, dali su sve od sebe, nema se šta zamjeriti. Ove životinje su jedna 20 kilo. Svaka čast. Ujebote život. Ovo nije zdravo.
Uber spots one over the top, Sigma comes through, and now we welcome back Martin.
And welcome back to the PGS2 EMEA qualifiers disc here, guys. What an insane game. We're just talking about it. Navi needed the points here, Saga, and they pull up with 20 kills and a chicken dinner.
Koga ćeš zvati ako neš njih?
They got the points that they were looking for, that is for sure, but there's plenty of other teams who are
slažem se s tobom,
looking
Dado,
for
na
points
primjer,
as
mene
well.
da
They
su
will
pozvali
be
i ja
denied.
bi uživo,
None were as
gospodin.
successful as Navi have been. And once again, we asked before, it begs the question, when will we see Navi have their pop-off game and they prove to everyone how
U
dominant
pički
they
ću
are?
se od uzbuđenja, ne mogu ja ovo da izdržim.
Yeah, Toby, you were asking for. I'm just waiting for the opposite side of that. You know, when Navi is able to pop off, and you got it right here, 30 points in just a single game.
That's absolutely insane. That's what we were talking about. Teams maybe being able to claim over the last
Virtus
3 games. Navi goes out and does it in one. That is huge. Both for
Ne može se reći da nije
them
zaslužen.
wanting to be up there with the other GPT teams in showing that they're worthy.
Ali
of
nama
their
nas to ništa ne remeti, nama je
But
ekstra.
also the fact that they're currently set in 10th place in PGC
Jebi ga.
at 320.
Uzimaju
They
bodovi ovi
needed
što su
something going
invajtali.
their way, and this is massive.
Yeah, if they can get
Oni
something
moraju
like
da igraju ovo,
400
zato što se
plus
svi
out of
zajedno,
this
evo da
event
ti
here,
pokažem
they're
zbog
more
čega
comfortable going into the
invajtane
next event
ekipe
as
igraju i
Saga.
dalje, evo zbog ovoga.
Yeah, they absolutely will be, and
Da.
that will
Zbog
throw
ovoga.
them
Ovo
into
je
the mix once
PGC
again when
tabela
it
i
comes
svi
to,
se bore
okay,
na
who
kraju
we need to be
balade,
aware
ovo je
of when
najvažnije
it comes to
takmičenje.
PC,
I za ovo se svi bore.
and there's been plenty
Mi
of
smo
teams,
na 8.
100%.
mjestu
I mean,
370
teams like
poena,
Howl
znači
and
nama
Exalted
treba
so
na
far
pecu i na
underperforming.
ovom
They're still
PGS
going to have big
4.
relevance when
pozicija
it
da
comes to
bismo
the
uzeli
final event of the year, and a team
450
like Navi
poena da
now
bi izdalje.
storming their way
Recimo,
into closing
otprilike,
that
sad
gap as
po nekim
quickly as possible.
kalkulacijama.
So add another-
Zato svi ovi
another name
igraju.
in the mix.
Navi
And Tropic with
320,
another big game here. We're talking
Ovi
about them
su
being
već
kind of that
prošli.
mid-pack, one of the teams that have been stepping
I
it
ko
up
je? I
here with
Jedi
Mexi
Face.
step
Evo i
against the
Face
roster,
tu,
Toby.
to je
Thoughts on
problem.
this game here, Fantropic?
To je
I
problem.
think they played it smart. I
Koliko
mean,
je
again,
dobro
we see so
što
many
svi
teams
ovi
with
timovi
control
sad
of that
uzimaju
compound just
bodove
end up
jer
sitting there for
smo
way
bliži
too
da se
long. Not there
kvalifikujemo
to
na
go up on the hill
PGS.
side, not there to engage, and then
Toliko je
maybe they
loše
get top
za
4, but they
PGC
get
poene.
1 kill, and that's a 5-point game. Entropic knows that they need to go out and maximize. They know that they need to get the most out of this game possible, especially with just 2 games to follow. They aren't going to get games where circles favor them this massively. They push up the hill, they engage on
Jebi ga,
base, they
to
kind
je
of
tako
force
u svakoj
everyone
igri.
down into the slaughterhouse that is Na'Vi. So thank you, Entropic, I suppose, if you're a Na'Vi fan. And then in the end, when they can't get the flushes in the first 2, they actually come out and get the first knock in the fight against Na'Vi.
Kako
But
ti
when
u
they get to
svakoj igri.
reset 4v2,
Jebi ga,
it's
druga
just
strana je
impossible to
medalje
manage that one.
Yeah, and in a situation where obviously they, as you're saying,
realno
Saga, they're
organizaciju
fighting
su
to
te
get,
koji
those
drže
extra
igru u
points on the
životu.
board, and they managed to get that in the, exactly as you're saying it, right?
Ja
And making it a
slažem.
2 versus 3.
Ja bi sve to
And
dao
of
kroz
course,
kvalifikaciju.
that could be
Dao
the
bi
difference maker if
Hrvacima,
you're able
znači
to
ko
jump up
osvoji
1
da
spot.
imaš
That could
invite
be 50
za
PGC
neku
points if
fazu.
you're jumping 1 spot in the top 5.
I to je
And,
dobro.
as
Ovi
well,
ostali
with
kroz kvalije.
Tropic doing all the damage that they were doing to phase the other GPT team who is lacking in
Ali šta je
PGC
tu je?
points as well.
Right.
That is, again, more
Ništa
in the
to
basket
ne
of
remeti ove
Na'Vi, but
ostale.
they are being very greedy
Tako je
boys
već
today.
par godina.
They are indeed. As you see here, 30 points going Navi's way. 20 kills. A
14
record
bodova
breaking
smo
here for
uzeli,
the
to je
PGS2
dobra
EMEA
stvar.
qualifiers for EMEA. Good to see them
14,
step it
vidimo
up on
dalje.
Tropic and face.
Question mark uzeo 3
How
boda.
another great game for them, Toby, to put 10 on the
Yeah.
board.
Ali oni su na manje biti
Again, I
pošto
mean,
su oni
with
realno
everything they can get,
probili.
because it's so
Saraj
close all the
nije
way
uzeo
down
nijedan
to the
bod.
list, if they can go from 15th up to, let's just say,
103,
9th or 10th
122,
overall,
tu smo.
that'd be huge for them. Currently in 12th,
Tu
but
smo.
still,
19 poena razlike, treba nam još jedan dobar game, realno treba nam još dva dobra game. Ali još jedan ovakav tu, 14-15 poena, i onda da su u trećem meču koljemo.
Saying, nah, you gotta fight for it harder. But yeah, Foot still within, 11 points.
Oni su pojebali s tim menima turnira, ne znam se koliko pa, brate, zamislite, stvarno se milion%. Znači imaš PUBG Global Series, imaš PUBG Global Championship. Ok, ima smisla i jedno i drugo, jebo mater svoju nazovi, različito, bukvalno se ljudi gube, znači ti moraš budeš u ovome skroz da bi znao koji turnir šta nosi, koji će se dobijaju koji bodovi, zašto se oni kvalifikuju sad, ne?
Still wasn't great, but they at least got 3. It's something, closes the gap just a little bit, keeps it basically within 10 points for the final 2 games, and that is a
još dva Rangela.
Exactly, and it makes it very separated in terms of our top 8 and our bottom 8. It's 16 points difference from Ascendant down to DA here, making it, as we've been talking about since the other brackets, these same 7, 6, 7 teams, and then we have like one pop-up team like Southern here to makes things happen, and now they're in the top 3.
A moramo da budemo top 4 da bismo skupili poene, što više poena za PGC. Sad po bodovima, realno, nema žal preći question mark, da se ne lažemo, treba nam 2 vina, da oni ne rade ništa. Možemo da prestignemo Sabe, mi opet nam treba da oni makar jedan game ne rade ništa, mi da imamo 2 dobra. Znači, jebina, došli su u fazu u kojoj se zavisi od drugih timova, ali da je nemoguće. Nije, može se. Može se. I dalje je sve njihovi rukama. I sutra se igra Gabi, ne igra se sutra Gabi. Ne mogu da mijenjaju pravila od turnira do turnira, evo da ti pokažem. Nema šans. Znači ideš Tournaments, ideš Search, ideš Global Series, Global Series, evo ga. Jedan, koliko mečeva ima? Day 3, match 6 je posljednji meč. Ne može, znači ne mogu oni da promijene mid turnir pravila. To Kinezi imaju 4 dana, ovi ostali imaju 3 dana. Pa znam, to pričam, Kinezi imaju 4 dana, ovi imaju 3 dana.
Gde ste pičke stigo Zdravko Čolić?
Veliki pozdrav. Gde ste ribice stigo Akvariju?
Ko nije verovo, odmah neka napusti kuću velikog brata.
Gledajte pitanje, brate.
Ako malo razmisliš, bolje je manje gejma. A sad mi što smo došli dotle da ni treba poviše gejma, to je drugo nešto.
Ja da se pitam, igrala bi se 24 gejma minimum.
Ja da se pitam, dok se prođe entropik. Sreća pa se ne pitamo ništa.
Najbolje bi bilo poslije prvog dana da su prekinuli. Gledajte, što više gameova, to manje RNG-a, to ekipe bolje prolaze. Znači u tom trenutku na veći procent, na više gameova, prosto kvalitetnije ekipe i najbolje ekipe u tom momentu isplivaju. Manje gameova, više RNG-a, za lošije ekipe to bolje. Jer kako što više mečeva igraju, oni će sve lošiji biti. Zato sve ove kvalifikacije koje se igraju na 6 mečeva i jedan dan je golo saranje.
Da, kvale bi mogle se povećati, ali main stage ne mora, to je dovoljno. Što je ovo?
Šta, koje?
Što pričao, da, o čemu pričao?
Pa ja koliko sam skonto, ovom Igor slao prije par dana, ili jučer, ne znam kam je postao. I koliko sam skonto, kao neki search and destroy u tom fazonu je mod.
Kako?
Biće zanimljivo, možemo probati.
Što će bude?
Kao search and destroy, ono neki arcade mod nešto. Biće zanimljivo.
Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page.
A na ranked može li da se roka?
By viewing their reputation
A glupovo je kad te reporti dobiješ minus, to je retardirano.
brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown. And
Pa da,
we'll
sad će
see you
vidimo
on the
patch
battleground.
notes. Google PUBG patch notes. 24,2, a?
It's my turn now. Fire away.
12. jul. Za 3 dana je.
Šta za 3 dana?
Je
Kako mi
taj
se sviđa
update.
ovo? Fuzio, jesi vidio Razer PUBG collab? Tastaturu sa...
Video sam kod sensori i cubora.
Meni je
Ima
tastatura najbolja.
repair kit ubacili?
Gdje u ranke?
Pa ne, reworkovali su.
A brate, sluške dobro izgledao su sranje ono, znači, da bi nikad kupio. Miš, brutal. Znači, predobro izgleda. Miš, gledajte tastaturu, koliko je dobro. Boleština. Boleština.
A ovo je samo za arcade ubacili be.
Za arcade.
Da, Poena. Bravo, sad možda lajkuješ time i tako dobro odigri, to je bravo.
Da i komentar.
Da.
Welcome back to the PGS2.
Oni su odmah splitali od prve zone. Nisu igrali nikad sva četvorica na ovom istoku.
One of the best games we've seen from Navi this year.
Oh yeah, one of the biggest numbers in the kills column for sure. 20 on the board as well as the team.
Znači, dobili smo sve ovaj meč i dobra je 15 poena. E, još ovaka 2 i na kolju.
Da.
Bearing in mind where they were positioned by the end of day 1, it's been a massive turnaround. It's completely forgotten about. They've had 110 points since then, and we played 11 games. It's massive.
Ma nema ništa ovaj patch. Čista glupost. Da ne kažem Karina.
Yeah, and it really just, I mean, for the sake of everyone else in the server, adds a whole other level of threat. Because yes, we know Navi is a dangerous team, but a warm Navi is as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than anyone else. And if they have all of a sudden a threat to you and trying to claim those last couple of
Navi je individualno najjača ekipa. Oko putački mehanički.
A da te odvede ovaj tvoj drug Danilo, bate tamo da mu poližeš jaja.
No, it could end up being, you know, the fourth and fifth team going to PGS2 here. It's not happening with question mark though, Saga, because they're currently in 150 points.
Šalim se, nemam, stvarno ništa nemam protiv ne.
Realno, ma treba realno priču.
Još su u Beograd, razumeš, plaćaju porez na našu državu. I na nekog stan od 1500 eura mesečno.
S obzirom da su došli iz Kijeva, ne bi me čudilo mi njima nešto plaćamo.
Right, and Savim 122 points right now. That would be the second team qualifying if we were to end the games after this one here, or after the one we just played. We got two more, Toby. 11 points down to Foot and 19 points down to Entropic. And now Ascent even further away, 21 points. Can any of these teams make it, do you think?
I think yes. Some of them. I mean, you just get 20 kills in one game, do that twice, and you're all of a sudden looking pretty good. No, I mean, in truth talk, there is definitely a chance for Savim to get pushed up. I kind of got both of my scenarios in the same game. Savim getting 1 point. On the flip side of that, Navi getting 30. We'll see if there's any sort of repeat in that coming up. But if Savim cannot get back up on the horse after that 1 point game there, where they were kind of all over the place, I don't think they're gonna qualify.
That's
But
the Toby coin flip, right? The one side of the coin is Navi popping off, the other side is Savim, and you've been popping.
Just landed on the edge.
You've been popping Savim all the time so far, and now it's good to see here, obviously, that they're able to step it up here in Navi. But Savim slowing down a little bit makes it a whole lot interesting for all the other teams and for everyone out there watching Saga.
It does, and in a sense, I'm glad.
I co?
Because again, we do want the final game.
Tulsi, kudes? Će mu kaži samo da mi stavi 2,5 kašičke šećera. Odvratno. Izvini, hvala ti.
Savim, 1 or 2 points picked up, and if Foot can start stacking them up, it does also mean though that I am back below 1,000th place in fantasy, so that's not ideal. But you know what? It's fine. We're not even partnered with Twilight Fantasy for the qualifiers, so we don't even need to talk about it, guys.
Skolko?
No, it's completely fine.
Uuu, ekstra.
See another circle here, so they were able to get prison. So let's hope that this
Zona gatka. Uuu! Ja, ne mogu da ripnemo, ali imamo gatkicu.
Thank you so much as we take to the sky once again. A very military promising plane if we were to do statistics on this one, which would have Ascent fans cheering, but of course no guarantees. Yeah, I mean, I don't fault them for it, not gonna lie. I was just gonna say, if previous games are anything to go by, half the server should be out the plane by now, which is almost the case, but not quite.
There's definitely much more presence on the military base than there might otherwise be, just with hints of games past in the past couple of days. Obviously, no major surprise to see that teams like Question Mark aren't going to fully commit, because they're one of the few teams that is totally really fine if it's a military island game, and that's a big part of why they've been doing so well.
Duliću!
Up until this point.
Halo.
Nord zona, video li si?
How the rest of today has gone. It has been
Preko mosta.
And actually, a big thing that has sort of flown under the radar a little bit for Question Mark is now the ability
Ti nagađaš ili meni kasni?
Ne nagađam ga, video sam.
Brate, nemoj da gledaš undelayed. Nema spojlanja.
Gdje ima undelayed da se gleda zona?
Pa ne znam gdje šta gledaš.
Pa gledam prethodni game-ovi. Evo ti.
Ja zamalo.
We'll see who comes out victorious now. Revolver versus 2 shotguns, exactly optimal either. Circle, pretty straight.
Evo, DA. Kecao ga.
DA loop.
Giving him the runaround, hopped out of the window as Metralius was looking to push with an actually functional weapon.
Šta se ovi konteste imate reći?
O, Rokice! To li je to, bato? Da, vidim gu tu i penicu, već gu vidim da si gu dobro na prvi. Bravo. Bravo, Roću.
Kako ga je izjebo s ovim...
A što mu uradi, ne pogleda? Legna. Hvala si živ zdrav, a? Što neće sad? Zašto?
Nix je dok, bukvalno dok.
I feel like that was a mega bait. I know that they were going to push regardless, and the way that he jumped in looked like that was intentional, but the punch out the window and the turnaround,
70%.
it looked from an observer's perspective, it looked like a pretty wise
Hvala
play.
za
But in
Nesić.
the end, Nixie was there to save the day.
Yeah, and it's actually something that I've thought about before, and for my second APAC reference of the day, if this was APAC, taking the splits that DA take when they loot Rozhawk, J Compound, Gardens, Ruins sometimes, dude, you're getting hard breached every single game if that's what you're trying to do. But here it's kind of okay for the most part, but there's always been that sort of thought in the back of my mind that somebody might just punish this, and whether it was intentional or not, whether it was just purely the case that Wu were able to stretch far enough to grab vehicles, it has gone punished, and again, that is bad news for DA.
Centropic on the screen right now is where our eyes are gonna be alongside Ascent.
Ujebem ti sarvem, on je lutao počinki. Naši Jeličo prave decu, bato. Prave decu. Zebam se. Malo smo ciju malo, ali ne zadugo. Ali uzeli smo prosek, u 3 gema rekao sam po 15 poena i dovoljno. Znači uzeli smo 15 poena prošli game, sad ću uzmemo 15 i onda će imamo 120. To će bude top 4 i posljednji game borba. Jebi ga. Posljednji game hot dropamo s Arvem. To je dogovor sa Discorda. Kao ono, dogovor sa iz ove... Dogovor iz slučionice. Znači s Arvem hot dropamo mi i još jedna ekipa.
I futbolist.
Ne.
Će vidite, će vidite. Yeah, true. We'll see if anything changes. Beam in the meantime, the bolt action cup.
On je njega spot.
Who comes up on this hillside with no opponents around? It literally has 3 frames to spot a guy, just jumps out of the car, turns around. That is head on a swivel driving. Is he just, I was gonna say, putting his mouse sensitivity to like 200 and just spins the mouse like a crazy person while driving?
No, he's just an ultra-wide monitor gamer with like 12 graphics cards to support
the curved monitor, like TV screen, that's gotta be it. FOV at 200.
Mico, pogledaj penu, kako ga je napravio, kako mu je.
Pretty insane quick peek and can't really fault.
Ne, ali gledaj kako izgleda ovaj pen.
for trying to hide that, because I think 9 out of 10 times he would have gone unnoticed.
Yeah, but it's also
Ne.
a slightly
Ali pogledaj, molim te.
understated part of that pull-up, and not only the fact
Pa
that that
mislim
was so
tvoje
good,
isti
but the
vjerovatno.
fact that he positioned his vehicle
Ide
perfectly so
čeki.
that when he hops out, he was behind the
Ko je
tree.
rekao to? Ima 5 eura od mene.
Have we seen somebody get out on the car and they just pop out
Ko je
on the
rekao?
wrong side, or they're just
Ko je to
on top
rekao?
of a rock and they just get
Ko je
completely
rekao ide čiki?
But really nice control in all
Bravo,
aspects.
daj PayPal,
Uvijek
šalji vam.
1 point on the board.
Šalji
Sav, 1
PayPal,
point
bato.
ahead.
Dobio si na giveaway.
They are. There was so much
Gruja
close up.
zvijeru.
And there is actually a situation where, again, we're not going to see both Navi and Face surpass question mark, obviously.
Gle,
but
iskrica što se
the
vozika,
fact that
brate,
it's going
sam
to be
u...
second and fifth to qualify
Nema
and
drugara, vrati
now,
debeo je. Misliš da je to
keep
slučajno?
that would be pretty insane. Oof, that's a
Pošli da
titanium
ja
edge
zato nemam
on
drugara.
that.
Car's health gone.
Pa da.
Ideal.
And surprisingly, barely any for him.
Yeah.
Seems
Good.
more sustainable than a car confirmed.
Yeah, just a good crumple zone. Friends and engineers.
Gle što se utepava, jala brat.
Yes.
I mean, you are budget
Mico?
games, so you need to know something.
Yeah, of course. For
Ne mogu.
navigating, what color is your
Thank you. Go back to the fight. At hand again, not a fight that's really gonna amount to much in the grand scheme of things. Bottom two teams fighting one another. It does happen ever so often. that
Šta
in the
sam
end
bi
here,
iskoristio
both
ovaj
teams are just
pičku
kind of,
mater.
you know, trying to see where they can get the issue for Exalt and all of this while
Dulke, Mostok Salića ga kikujemo poslije za ranked, neće igra, a?
Neće.
They are currently sat at over 1,000 PGC points. They're sat in third. Right now, if it were to end this year of play, right now, Exalt would go to PGC.
Gruja, zato što si dobar čovjek, 10 eura za tebe.
And stop okaying me. It's really important what I'm saying.
Ko?
What I'm trying to say with it is, if they just keep kind of messing around with this and not try and claim as many points as they can for the last couple of games, they might not get anything out of this one. They're gonna get 20 points off of this, and then I don't think that 1,020 points is gonna be enough, especially looking at how many teams up in the top that needed points that are currently looking to get them.
So we're sandbagging to hide the strats, is what we're saying for Exalt, because they're comfortable and confident that when it comes around to PEC, they'll do enough.
Oh, that's what it is. And in the midst of Exalt falling apart, Navi, the ones to pull up on, and to go back to my point from just before, this is probably the one team you don't want to be giving those points to, because they are very much looking to claim any and all PGC points off of you that they can.
It's very different situations for a team like
Ma
Foot,
Peki, nemoj da maksuziraš, ve, imamo vremena.
for a team like Exalt, giving Navi points.
Plus još jedan turnir.
Exalt has no chance of making it towards the qualification slots.
Ne morate
anyway,
oduzmem
so
5 eura.
the fact that Navi is already invited is completely irrelevant. It's all just about stacking up the PG PGC points, which Exalt does have a major head start on coming into this event, but it is definitely no longer the case. And
Jao,
now
kako
Navi
dobro
is
miriše
picking
ovaj
up another
parfem,
kill.
nešto mi je
They're
dao,
tied
brat.
on points with Sarvam, and it looks like they might just get the overtake very soon.
It's almost as if they know where he is. And with the amount of damage coming through now, again, as long as Navi can do this without taking the casualties, which they can, they should be all right. So Navi, as we said it, hot Navi is dangerous Navi, and right now at 123 into top 3 territory, they're looking as dangerous as ever.
Dangerous pull-up for Klim as well.
Či igramo li ranke?
Brate, 7 puta si me pitao to.
Pa nisi mi ništa odgovorio.
Jesam svaki put.
Pa mutiran si možda bio glupčo.
O, ne ide.
But crucially took Klim down. Now the re-breach is coming through before the full regroup, but it doesn't matter because it's Scav and Vascu, the two that have been contributing for Monarch, and it's too much for after all.
A lot of damage coming through there, and as you said,
Gle Jurice što ide po čazmi kill. A jebote, šita bože.
Či igramo li ranke?
Ne smaraj me, retarde!
Pa nisi mi ni jednom odgovorio.
Svaki put ti odgovorio.
Pa šta?
A hoćemo. I
Aj.
ćemo Minču.
Aj, ulaži.
Pa nećemo sad igrat Lanker. Kak si ti to fan?
Aj ranke da igram. Molim.
A ne, seri. Pa kuda se voziš? Sprni ovice. Nije mu Ivas dao info, brać. Ivas stoji 5 minuta, nared pokušava kill da ukrade i nije mu javio. Ja bi ga Ivas prodao, nije najbolje.
Duliću, ne mora ga vadiš, Duliću.
Lepo mi je.
Ma Polish Power se raspao, ne igraju. Mislim, pokušao je turnira se kvalificira, ali slabo. Nema ništa slabo. North od Rožok, zona na naši, dvinamo, GG. Ranke doćiš? Imamo li još nekog?
Šta će nam i?
Claim as much space as you like. It's more than likely shifting back south, unless we do see back-to-back northern hard shifts, but unlikely. But they should be okay to at least cross into Roz and try to play from there.
See Jeppe setting the fort up, preparing for the onslaught ahead.
Jao, gle moja braća, brate, gle moj lavčik igru je i dado. Lavčiki moji, bravo, bre.
We're building a wall.
Niksi da zameni Ivasa. Nemojte to! To svuda, samo ne na ovaj stream. To vas molim. Znači, Juricu ne može Tito lično zamijeniti. A da je Niksi za njih, igrač igrao bi umjesto Meksi. Nix je brutalan frager i mehaničar, ali nije to nešto što treba entropiku. Imaju najlub. Najlub njima trebaju mozgići.
Ne, ovaj je super line-up, veruj mi. Znači, ovaj turnir je super odigran, sljedeći će bude još bolji i onda... Aj, banuj ga, brate, ovog dečka. I sljedeći turnir smo najbolji. Fale ni playersi. A, Duliću.
Zašto, brate?
Za ranked.
Vidjet ćemo kad se završi. A još jednom pita i za Discord.
Drži se ko pas ježa. Ta je dobra, vati ću ga zapišem.
Ovo je najjači sastav entropika što se mene tiče. A i vas ne može niko zamijeniti. I vas doprinosi na drugom nivou.
Brate, na PGS smo otišli tako što smo osvojili ovaj, kako se zvao tad? Ne, onaj kurac smo osvojili.
PGS.
PGS, da, ja te razumijem PGS, izvini. PCS. Znači osvajamo 500, to je to za mene za ovo i onda direktala, bet. Znači 500 osvojiš, brate, te će ima i itemi da se kupuju i sve, razumeš, to je to.
Quite difficult, yeah.
Je
in
ono
the current
fuzi,
zone shift.
jebe,
Man,
krup.
Foot has basically been given the option of either go into ruins, which is a pretty annoying place to try and camp when there's so many angles, or they
doli ću, pitat ću te još 2 puta.
We know it's going to hard shift towards the southeast, and then as I say that it goes straight north because of weird water rules around Atlantis or Watertown. But we'll see. It should hard shift down towards school, towards southeast. Foot would be the team furthest away from the
Službeni
circle.
komentatori,
Really,
najjači
that's how they've been
komentatori.
playing this tournament so far. Just, if not always, then very oftentimes very far away from where these.
Malo nam ne
circles are
odgovara
going.
što
And for
sad nam
Sava
ima
right now,
najjači spot u
set
zoni.
that center. It's a good position on the map, but it's also a 1-8 kills all.
Ali imamo i mi
kind of
dobar
dip
spot.
to sit in.
Yeah, there was a big highlight reel play for Savam in a dip just to the northwest of here, about 100 meters or so away, where basically that's exactly what they did. They just tossed a couple of grenades in. I think it was Entropic that was on the receiving end of a squad wipe. And if any of the teams out from Rozhok, I mean, Entropic could very well be the team that looks to get on the other side of that ridge. And
Duško Krtulica, da li je neka...
or even this.
Or even that. Question mark, where are we going? Again, pretty much
Honest,
qualified
koga
already,
pitate?
or guaranteed to be qualified, but
Who's
pretty
it?
much top 2 guaranteed as well. Where are we flying? Whose
Prima
day
Fuzi,
are we
brate.
making hell?
Ja ne streamam. Pa vi niste upućeni u moj život uopšte.
Ne, potpuno isključen.
He's definitely been,
Makes sense. Makes sense.
yeah, he's been talking
Streamujem
about
na
how
TikTok.
annoying and difficult it is to
Na
spot the
TikTok.
players that are parachuting
Fuzi je
down, and
prvi
honestly, I
TikTok
can't
Srbije.
blame him.
TikTok je.
Man, i kada ovaj tim je mnogo dobar. Zašto niko ne veruje ovaj tim, brat?
QM is not gonna be going
Mislim u Meksija. Lik je stvarno dobar
A
igrač, bro.
brate, pa zato što ljudi sad hejtuju zato što nisu prvi, znaš, ali
Pa,
se zaboravljaju da je Entropic igrao zadnji prije nego što je Meksi došao najgori PUBG ikada. Znači, momci se raspadali. Došlo je do tačke zasićenja sa tim line-upom. Doće i do ove i sa ovim, mislim.
Ali ovdje,
Zaboravili kako su oni igrali za njih par
jao,
mjeseci.
teo sam nešto da kažem sad, ali neću, ej. Ajmo o nečemu drugom, doli ću još ranket. Let's ranket.
Ide na nas shift mora. Ili ne mora, boli vas kus.
Boli te kura, da.
Still very solid IGLing decision from Brix to bring the boys here, and maybe surprising that they all made it in one piece, or well, we'll see how long that lasts, as Swearer has 4 grenades upon the roof and 59 damage from the first one. Might just send Chris to the opposite side of the warehouse.
Normalno zvone.
Evo, na zvočka je
Nije Kube loš igrač, pa su ga zato zamijenili.
Mića, Laki, Mića.
When do they opt to go? Is one hi car is
Prosto se ne mora
Dulik,
nasiliti.
Peca ne hejtuje, nego dok shvate ko je šta je.
Ja ne znam šta je Peca napisao. razumiješ?
Nemoj sad ovo da pišete, što Dulke nema ruke. Zato što prelazi u ovi in-game lideri, pa mora malo da izgubi skill.
Ali mi, ja ništa ne
Ja, će odlepivati nosi sve. Ete ti, dobio sam nešto na stream, čim sam rekao da streamujem. Hvala vam, ljubim vas. Ljubim vas, bratić. U prkno. Na TikTok mi fali još 100 čoveka i imam 1000 za stream. Pa će radim challenge i će se šišam na čelav. Nemam, sve sam sound izgubio, znači niste svjesni koliko mi krivo zbog toga, nego moram Snash da ga aktiviram. Nego Snash više nije tu, taj fazon prešao u pederi, vrat. Ne mogu više ga aktiviram za takvi soundovi. Neće bude prijetno ako bude stvarno to. Making a secret of their location just on the other side of this ridge. They were putting some shots in towards Yepa as they were trying to stop Ascend from making their play into the... Tapkajte da, tapkajte me po guzi.
Tap, share.
Ćao braćo, hvala što me je Dulik reklamirao. 2 subscribera, 200 dinara, molim lepo.
Ajo.
Fuzi 100 dinara je moj.
Ne be, vikam ti, za tebe 200, sve za tebe. I ne be, mi samo treba 1000 subscribera, vet. Bacite lava, a stvarno nisam ispratio, ali znam da lav je valjda mnogo skup. I lav i onaj labud, i kad ti stavi onu kapu. Da. Da. Frk, frk, frk! Nešto ti se ukenjilo.
With low HP, staying alive, but the issue is Mel can't really see any of them. His position ain't helping out a whole lot.
Joj, zamalo dobar nade.
Ooh, the nade didn't quite get the bounce it needed. That would have landed right.
Ja lajvam sa Nunaricu. Abe, nije mi stao ceo naslov, brate, nemoj me hejtujte sad. Toliko je bila razlika toga. PGS2 Poena i trebalo je da piše ja verujem. Ali nije bilo mjesta, nije telo mi se postavi. Tako ostalo. Abe, gdje nam je najlup?
Ajde, Fuzi, ko s kim bije, kom idemo u third party priču?
Mi umiramo sad, bato. A mnogo se smijem, moram da se razočaram. I to vidim da u QM ću udarimo i ću buginem. Već vidim. Zašto čitam više Dulikov chat, pa na moj nema ništa da piše. Ave, gledaj kvizi ne nakica. I to je pokušao Mixi, on fu da pređe. Jedino ovo moje dete mi priča da sam kralj, ti si moje sinč. Uzeo sam to Duliku, usvojen si.
They opted not to take the push. Yeah, they're going to continue to do the circle. They're going to pull up on someone. And it looks like getting up close and personal to Yepa, maybe.
Samo Asen da umre, brate.
is doing damage from the north.
Će ni uzme mnogo bodevi će ni uzme.
To be survivable for now, but it's going to have to be a
Kratak, moli za malo.
Yepa, if they have grenades.
Ovo je dobro.
They do. A little bit more.
They do smoke slop
A gle,
ode i naša žena.
Ascent is in the buildings on the southeast side as well, could become an impact here in this fight to come.
Oh, big grenades. I knew it was going to happen eventually. Salvan playing in the dip, question mark just on the other side.
Ekstrić će prođe foot.
That is huge. Foot esports.
Mada umreo je Sarvem kad i mi realno. I sad Foot će umre. I sve ostaje u zadnji game.
Da, Foot kad bi umro.
Pa evo umire.
Foot umro, ne umro, sve ostaje u zadnji game.
Koliko treba? 18 poena, brate. 20 poena.
Ljudi, kontestamo Sarven.
Da.
I vinamo meč.
Kontestamo Sarvem i donira nam se ovaj.
Nix.
Da, Vu. Važi. I dalje me svi mrze što sam ga psovao Nixija. Kad je udario na naš. Best case scenario for Sarvem, a mi to kažemo za Entropic. Da nije možda Stitch. Da.
Znaš su sjebali game, ali realno ništa se nije promijenilo i dalje mogu da prođu. Neka.
Dobro.
confined space of
Pa
the
dobro, ti
warehouse
su
has
drugo.
given them the chance to push forwards and
Koga
they're
pare?
getting the backstab in as Yep was looking to
Koga
set up
pare?
a defensive line. Monarch is no longer under the
O,
grenade
idemo
pressure of
sutra.
QM that they were initially, so they have a chance. Try and catch the AM across, but the spray
Znao
doesn't
sam
bite them.
srećena.
See now, as Twisted Minds is forcing them to move
Što
eventually.
radiš?
Where do they go? Are the trees for cover going to be what you're going to play with? Are you going to full speed send it all the way up?
Lele, i like si mi dao, bate, i like, a ono mene mu bagovalo, ništa mi ne stiže, be. Ja imam 10 gledalca, mislim imam jednog, sve vreme. Realno nisi trebao da hejtaš Nixija, brate, ja sam mnogo pravedna osoba, znači ako je neko nepravedan, to je
Brate,
to.
realno je Nixi odradio klošarski potez, ali isto tako si ti prećerao s prozivka.
Pa odokle be, ti me nisi ni
Nis
znao,
trebao...
be. Ti me
Pa
nisi ni
gledao si
znao,
stream.
be. Gledao si stream, pa da sam bio popularan, ima ja sam po 150-200 gledalca.
Pa dobro, ali gledao sam stream. Realno je Nixi napravio klošarski potez, ali i ti si isto tako. Nisi trebao da ga psuješ.
Znaš li to ko je najdeblji kraj izvuku? Strš.
To strš.
Pa dobi ban od Discord. Dobro, ali on stvarno psovao mi majku i brata i tetku i sestru, sve. Da, baš si spao seljaka.
Nisam znao to.
Ti ako psuješ njega kao psuješ sve ostale. Ima, ne znam da li je tu, kao mi smo jedno, ne znam da li je tu ili Nodi ili Paćo, neko od ovu decu imao, snimao je sve. Ja čutim i ne verujem, smijem se, znaš, nije mi dobro. Ali dobro, pravda je zadovoljena u svakom smislu. I Entropik je prošao i bio na PGS i sve.
Da. Brate, Twisted Minds je uzeo svaku zonu, pobio sve ispred sebe. Svaki put pomislim nemaju gdje da uđu i oni uđu i ubiju tim koji gejta. Toliko su dobri, toliko su dobri.
Ovaj game je bila naša šansa, brate.
90 sprays, again, you would expect SMGs over this sort of distance to be a liability, but they're far from.
Bila, prodali smo. Opet je question mark uzeo rupu ispred nas.
Ma nema to veze, nego i najlupa smo izgubili bez veze.
A dobro, da. Evo ti question mark.
Question mark ima onu prethodnu rupu okrenuta prema gore.
To ti kažem, Fuzi, tu da smo i mi imali nju.
Umreli bi sad od DA.
A dobro, ali uzeli bi koliko question mark uzeo?
10, 5-6 poja.
Plus
7.
A.
Pravo si, i posle ne bi morali 15 da jurimo nego manje.
A da, a to... Mi je to radimo konstantno. Igramo ivicu i onda kad dobijemo 7 shiftova, uzmemo 15 pojena, kada dobijemo, ne uzmemo nijednu.
Ma dobro, za koga ti navijaš?
Ja za naš. Koga će drugog?
Lajkuj mi short što je izašao danas. Znaš što? Mora igramo PUBG, brate, nemam više za YouTube content. Za TikTok imam. Ali TikTok ne razumem. Imam posljednja 5 videa koji su po 10, 15, 20 hiljade pregleda i onda sljedeća 2 su po 1502.
Again, it might be too little too late to have any real impact of anything other than an extra sort of 25, 30 PGS points.
The deciding factor in whether or not they make it through, depending, of course, on how the next event goes for them. But a big game here for DA. If they come out and win this, 2 more points, an additional 4, that's 6 points. They'd be flying up to 105 and sit in 7th.
Dobro je Laki jebao majku, tamo sam pomislio da se ništa ne desi. Da ću moći smiro gleda bez precanja.
It really is a 6-horse race then.
They do still have a 10-point buffer and
Odmah mu stiže bete obaveštenje da dobije neku locu.
they've had a stinky game, so has everyone else.
it's a 6-horse race where they get to start 200 meters in front.
As long as they don't shoot their own horse, then
Yeah,
they've got a very good
that.
chance.
There is that.
Za PGS Poena ne valja da DA vina
One's
meč.
gonna close in, everyone's already inside.
A generalno je nebitno.
Two DA players sat together.
Mislim za ovo.
Wu and Nixie as far apart almost as they can get in this one. Nixie's position is still yet to be revealed, as he does have a bit of a rich line to work with, but Quizzy is looking for info. I think it's clear to see here that Quizzy is trying to bait the attention, force a move from DA, and that's when Quizzy is going to peek on over from a distance. The most important thing is that neither of them can get knocked in. Now, Quizzy peeks on spots 1, spots 2.
Good info. He has a 4x on the AUG as well if he wants to go for the hero spray. 5 kills on the board already, and there.
Lazari!
That little bit of extra cover, but the AUG as well. He has a whole ridge that they're using for cover, and they may just have folded shield.
To je za 2 subscribera, jel puš?
Da, 200 dinara. Samo Batulin nikom ne ostaje dužan.
Either you kill him early or you play on the other side of the hill. Right now, the fact that they're wrapping right around, instantly I saw them wrap both ways.
Ljudi, put live-a, svi kod njeg.
And I was like, this is the smartest thing. That's gonna effectively
70 dinara provizija.
The competition. Of course, there's gonna be a time where they're gonna peek on over and then they'll see him, but
A ne, će mi vrati 70 dinara. Bil nikad više ne bi dao, vate. A te, još dva, gledaj link više. Dobro. Čima za ovoj? Za pljeskavicu kod baku prasa. Nešto si mi poznat, Ragnare. Nešto si mi poznat.
Veliki pozdrav za Ragnara od Ragnara, ovom prilikom.
Ma ide bre, Niksa bre. Gledaj, ovaj kuda pođe. Koji tajming je ovo? Stvarno se subscribe-ovao. Jebem ti DA. Preskoči na DA. Preskoči na DA, brate moj mili. Ljubio vas, brat, hvala na subscribe-u. Ovo je drugi, taman 200 dinara što sam ti poslao. A Ante je dao like.
DA 460 i sad su... Deve.
200, ma ništa, 660. Ako budemo četvrti.
A druže, mi ne možemo biti. A možemo, ajde idemo vinat sad. Idemo vinat.
Ide vin. Braća su u lobiju, sada se bore, mi navijamo da trenutno bude zona u njihovim rukama. Molim te, zono. Lajkujte mi short. I zapratite me na TikTok. Tamo.
Fuzi! Fuzi! Nixi je ubio sad Entropika, mislim da je vrijeme da se upali vređalica.
Ne be, Nixi, dobro dečko, mi smo se skontali posle svega.
Poslije ste se dogovorili.
Da. Ne otvaraj ovoj, ne piše PRNT nego PNRT. Molim te. Otvorio si, bravo glupču. Ajde mu nisam rekao kakav glupča. Šteta što nije na main izašla.
Kakav ti debilčina, dečko, jebao sam ti znanje.
Jebao sam ti znanje.
Ljudi, stavit ću ovo umjesto Hasbolice za donaciju. Pa da vidim ko će onda da donira, sad vam je zanimljivo, imate civicima. Joj, kruti jebe.
To make it as interesting as possible, it would have to have Savim. We don't hope it for them, but it would have to have Savim have a bad game here, Toby.
It sure would, and so far, I mean, throughout the finals, they've been very consistent in racking up points every game, but the last two games, 1 point across in both
Brate,
squads.
a
So we'll see
Simo mi
again if
porasao na
this game
132
falls as
evra.
the best bad
Još
game
malo
for
će
the
bude
both
ko
squads,
nož skup, brate.
as only the team
Koliko?
outside contention is
A
now
Simo,
tied
još kad
for
izađe
even
sad
in,
CS2,
but outside of that, it's
što će bude lep.
Wu able to step it up here, though, Saga, with 11 kills coming their way in a second place.
Rekao šta je sad, koji kurac ubiše Dulika? Dva loša ubiše Marka.
Rijeka igra se ranke poslije ove, Rijeka, dolazi.
Či igraš i? Odmah dođi ako igraš.
Duže, govno mi se smrzlo.
It's good that not only are they making it late in the game, but they are doing so while still picking up a whole lot of kills because, again, they've shown what they can do individually. We just need to see it with a little more longevity to it.
Yeah, and with this one here, Navi, they had to move in from the eastern side into Garden, into Rorschach, and they had some rough times there in Toby.
Yeah, it's not easy being the backfill.
Pa ćemo vjerom posle Amerikanci.
Through the city and out on the other side.
Da, Amerikanci ćemo
like 5 teams that even for Navi coming up a 20 kill win, even for them, that's a tall order.
Yeah, exactly. 20 points here for
Trebalo
the
toliko.
Fantastic to see them step up.
Ne znam koju muzikicu da stavim. To je dobro se setio Vlado da pita.
Kako ti je zadnji radnji dan? Ideš na odmor ili si dao...
They're locked in. They're going to PGC MEA slot surely by this point. So
Brate, ne mora mi nalaziš tak za po neki game. Ili igraš do 3 ili ne igraš. Pa može.
Dobra, Riket.
And that has made things a little bit sketchy with looking to chase the team in fourth.
Yeah, and with a huge game from DA, it puts them in front of Ascend here. And again, we're talking about Entropic on 104, Ascend on 104, Digitalities on 105, Foot on 112, to be able to make it up to Savim on 120.
Brate, mnogo je blizu ovo, znaš li, mnogo blizu.
One good game, while Savim needs to have a bad game here, Toby.
Foot were 6 points out of qualifying in the first round in PGC spring. Right now they're at 10 points down. I mean, they were the ones to beat BBL in the tie. It would be sad for them to see that happen the same way again, just being short.
And also it's extremely important because no matter what, it is extremely close from 9th and all the way up to 4th here, even 3rd Saga. And those points, in terms of PGC points, we're talking hundreds of points extra. It's literally what could make the difference of you going to PGC or not.
Yeah, especially for those who have got some points already or maybe don't have as many as they would like to have. It definitely has a huge, huge impact. And again, if we do end up seeing a team like Ascend or a team that does already have some PGS points on the board, let's not forget Twisted Minds is not that far outside of the top 4 overall in PGS points, something like 5th at PGS1. Another good result that may just open the door for another EMEA team to make it to PGC at the very end. So everything that you can get, while it may not look at first glance like it guarantees you, there's always the chance.
Yeah, in a perfect world, we go out and get 2 spots. You know, Twisted Minds get like 3rd Toby, and then Navi goes and wins it. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be complaining about that whatsoever. I'm sure all the other regions would be sad.
Ako su Navi, FaZe i Virtus. Twisted Minds.
It's been some insane games.
Dulke? Duliću? Če igramo li ranked? Ko će mi pomogne da rešim asocijaciju?
Popaj.
Kurac mi poklopaj. A ja sam asocijacije napišem.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for Navi's really rough day 1 here, Toby, they would have been up there fighting with Twisted Minds and Question Mark.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we always know that they're gonna come around eventually. It's just a matter of does it happen a couple of games in or a couple of days in. And this time around, didn't get off to a good start. But glad to see them get this going because as much as
ko će da igra ranked, nek se subscribe-uje i nek donira 200 dinara. Dva najbrže, idemo. Igraju, 100% igraju.
Yeah, if they're able to keep on and hold on to this third place here for the PGS2 EMEA qualifiers. That'll net them a huge amount of PGC point, making it a little bit comfortable going into PGC Fall Saga.
Yeah, and comfortability coming into that event, and not only that, but having the buffer is always a huge position to find yourself in. It's actually pretty much mirroring the position that Sarvin find themselves in going into this final game. Again, they've had massive pressure on them all day. It's never going to be higher than it is right now because they are the team with the target on their back. And I don't think there's a point where Sarvum goes to hot drop foot, but who's to say that one of the other teams doesn't have the opposite opinion? And, you know, if there's ever going to be a playground for hot drops, Pachinki is high on that list.
Yeah, and let's say if Sarvum doesn't make it here, who does then, Toby?
Yes.
Ja plaćam ako igra... Ko je Nikola? To je onaj stalno što ga pita Dulića da igra. Nikola 20S. Ne može on.
Ni da se plati.
Ne može, da, upravo, ni da se plati. U stvari može, sve ima svoju cenu, 100 evra. Za po 5, 20, može, šalji. Šalji. Če mu pišem ja na Discord, imam ga ja na Discord. Samo ti šalji 20 evra. Mora se pečali malo, vete. Ajde, idemo. Lele, evo ga. Alo, Nikolčo.
Ako nađeš Nikolu i Nikola odigra koji game s vama, odmah cvanci ga ide.
Odmah dođe, vidi sada, bato.
Odmah, dobio si, zapratio sam te.
Još ostalo da odigra.
Još samo pare da ti prebacim. Nađi Nikolu.
Samo da vidim Nikola 24 ili beš?
S22.
Jao, de beš on. Nikola.
Ajde ljudi, ima neko broj privatni.
Da li ima telefon?
Napisao sam na BPL javno. Če kažem S20X. Če kažem na mamiće da označi sve.
A nemoj poslije fuziji da se žališ pa da mi kažeš vraćam ti duplo nikad ga više.
Ne, ništa, ne se sekiraj. Igra ranker.
Igra.
Da li može bubreg umjesto 200 dinara? Pa brate, evo Riha, a Riha piše mrš.
Ja sam tu, pratim te fuziji, sad sam isključio Dulićev stream i gledam samo to. Ako Nikola
Nemoj
dođe,
to da ukačeš.
ako Nikola dođe, novce dobijaš instant.
A to Duli ga nešto ne voli. Pošalji mu, evo na Instagram i odgovorio. Laki, nađi mi od Nikolicu S20 kontakt moj prosledi mi. Ne vidio zonu. Ja.
Našao si koga ćeš pita, Laki je bilo 50 obećano, nije ga našao.
Laki je 50
Duliću, pa dole je bando bio, sad me zajebavate.
Nije. Dokle, nije.
Duliću.
Možda je kod Lile dobio, pa...
Nije bio, što bi ga bando.
Duliću.
Jesmo ovako napora na dobar red.
Duliću.
Tu je.
Aj ranket. Igram. Odmah. Aj odmah.
I Dadu klopić.
Naš sam Nikolić.
Mora da igra, brate.
Nisam ja taj rank. Ne usudim se.
A koliko mečeva?
Ja moram...
Celo večer. Celo večer.
Noć, ja odo sad na brzinu, na benzinsku kupit sebi 2-3 piva. Nikolica je tu, na TV ide stream i to je to, jedno 5-6...
Igra GTA. Kude igra GTA, be? Sad će ga nađem. 100% je kod Dulika na Discord, be. Što sam pa ja glup.
Čekaj, sad ću ja pokušat da... Sad će njemu napisati...
Evo ga bre, evo ga bre.
Dozvani.
They don't necessarily need the best position in this game because they've got one of the best positions on the leaderboard. Pretty much.
Čaj, obrišamo BPL.
Gle, Sarven vozi u klješta naviju.
Sarven ide da se donira i...
worried. We know how ready Navi always is to fight at pretty much any stage of the game. And here they come. Right past Alia, who's currently equipped with the shotgun. We saw there was an Ace-32 in the inventory as well, but does he shoot? Does he opt to go aggressive? Or do Sabem get to run through one team? Run GBT team straight into the next.
Looks like that might be what's happening. I think Alia was prepared to be getting crashed behind the shotgun.
Ne se javlja na Discord Nikolica.
I can understand this. As much as it looks like an unnecessary rap.
Zašto sam ga, ali ne javlja se. Zvao sam. Duliću? Ajde.
Znaš ti Fuzi da sam ja uložio ovoga, kako se zove, Lakija i na kraju Laki pristani.
Na šta?
Nismo mogli da nađemo Nikol. Međutim, kad smo našli Nikol, on je došao na stream i ispričavao se. Kao izvinite što nisam mogao, nisam stigao.
Da, kod mene je došao na
Ja pogledam.
Nemam ga na Steam, pisao sam mu na Discord i pozvao sam ga.
Joj, kad on vidi da si ti njega zvao.
Op, još jedan.
Imam ga ja na Steam.
On će tebi biti dosadniji nego žena
Brate,
tvoja.
nismo u redu, nismo feru.
Brate, ako će igra, ja će igram s njim, brate.
Kako nismo fair, pare dajemo, trustimo ga jebo.
Pa ti trustiš pare nama, brate, razumiješ, da sprdamo momka.
Pa poslaću ja nje, pa ne sprdamo ga, jebi ga.
A i ovog, zvali bi ga bez toga, bi magar.
Znam da bi ga ti zvao, pogotovo ti. Lažovčina. Evo, sad će on Duliću.
Ali on Dulika pita milion puta, znači, dečko je onda baksuza koja je ovoj prilika od $1.000.000, razumiješ. Ja znam Dulika uvijek ulira da odgovaram na pitanje. Evo ga odgovorio mi.
Nemoj da se dernjate na njega.
A ne, Gabi mi je odgovorio. No evo to vam posla nisam ja taj. Pisao mu je Dulik, hvala za što si mi dao Steam. Evo ti Steam koja je tražio Ante.
Ja ću ti ga rado prebaciti da ima tebe za prijatelj.
Važi, ja ne prigodam nikog.
Ako želiš tu torturu. Ali slušaj, dečko je stvarno dobar. Vidi se da je klinac,
Nema veze.
Ove riječi fuzije Nino meni govorio, kad sam se ja sve pitao ga kako može.
Šta ti je pričao? Da je dobar dečko.
Ovako identično, ne prođe 10 dana, ovaj ga blokirao na sve.
Ali klinac je, da, razumiješ, klinja i ne možeš ti...
Znaš kako?
Ja ga kuliram zato što ako bi mu odgovorio, znaš, ne znam da li bi mogao da se iskuliram, jer on meni pošalje 400 poruka na dan, crtaš. Ja sam njega bio blokirao svoj...
I na kraju mene me zaprati na Steam neko. Aha, da.
Znaš, i onda je počeo mi šalje poruke svaki dan, ono, vrate, što sam uradio, što meni bilo žao, razumiješ.
Odblokirao si ga.
Ja ga opet prihvatim svuda i on opet počeo šalje. Ali ne može, znate, kaj klina sad, ti njemu... Znaš, možeš ga povrijedi samo ako bilo...
Ali kako ti sad... Mene si optužio da to nije u redu kao...
Nisam tebe optužio, pa ja uče s
nas, generalno, ne kažem ja sad generalno nas. Vidi, ja ću da mu budem sponsor i da ga financiram da igra sa pro igračima.
Ja ću da mu završim odmah, evo.
Ja isto učestvujem u tome, ali generalno nije u redu.
Za 200 evra će mu završim da igra sa Najlupa i sa...
Onda konta da je to za jebanci, ja bih rekao ti. Ali on ne konta, on je ubijeđen da ga mi zovemo.
Pa to je još bolje, meni odgovara jebi. Meni se isplati ti 20 euro. Daj Fuzije si ga našao.
Ne odgovara? Ne odgovara, kako sad spava možda. Jebem ti dete. A stvarno nema kod igra. Duliću, aj ranked igram. Ja sam već u PUBG ušao.
Ej, gledaj, možda i na meč. Dobro nam je zon.
Interpol. Pukna na Dulika stream, a nije. To Dulik traga taguje na njegov Discord. Lele, što mi se nešto prikoči.
57 placement points for Sarvam.
Doleću, pitaću te još 2 puta.
Vast majority of these placement points today, actually. 20 from the first 2 games, back-to-back wins. So Sarvam wins every tiebreaker that they're involved in. So
Brate, ali ja će se ubacim u ulogu. I ako dođe, znaš što sve ćemo pričam? Doktore, možeš ti to, bravo.
If Sarvam has a 4-point game, Foot now needs a 15-point game, and that's much more difficult than a 10, which is already hard.
On u stvari gleda stream i sad za to ne odgovara nama. Jebi.
Ma ne gleda. Ma i da gleda.
Pa stvarno, brate, one time chance. To isto ko sada mi napiše Najlu, pa ajde igraš i ja, brate, normalno. Ustanem iz kreveta. 7 na komp.
As best as possible. Early rotations out of Pachinki, Picardo. I mean, the reason why it's hot dropped for, it's for those juicy rotation paths, and they've been putting those to some very early but very excellent use.
And even when they don't, get circles, they instantly move to the center of the next one. So as you're saying, there's a bigger chance of getting into that next circle if you're sat center. And
kad bi bacio gore še gore sve čisto jebote. Bravo, ajde sad.
As a circle does include dimension, no guarantees that.
Doleću. Aj ranke, da molim te.
I think they've got the set further to the center, maybe? Or maybe they're just jostling the vehicle positions, getting ready to exit.
That'd be...
Yeah, especially not knowing whether or not it's already occupied. Digital Athletics, almost losing one, but almost trading one back as well, as Twisted Minds make their rotate through. Entering into the zone on the southwestern side, and Navi and QA, who are not too far behind them, hearing all these shots, will see it coming. But Navi is actually circling around.
To li ti Dano koristiš od ženu, bre, ovo PayPal? Ali zašto ja nemam sad na ovo?
Zašto nije iskočilo?
Pa ne znam. Doleću, popravi mi. Gle kameru, a, će go ponovimo, sad će nađe mene. Ovo li je pola ako ga što ga tražimo?
Pola je uplaćeno.
Ako ne, vraćamo.
A jebi ga, nije poruka došla, ne broji se.
Ne, sad će go vratimo. Čekaj. Mislim da ima na opcije da vratiš, samo mora se loginuje.
Šta da vratim? A, tu je Nikola. Ajde Nikola da igram.
Gde si bre, Mili? Evo, odgovorio mi. Ajde, dođi kod Dulika.
Ništa, dečki, ja vas pozdravljam, ja vas gledam sad.
Ajde, dođi, ulazi odmah.
Ajde, ljudi, pozdrav.
Ćao. Hvala ti. Hvala ti. Kako se to da ubacim?
Not just within this final game, but in tournaments to come. Along with that, we have to decide who's going to Nations as well. So for some of these rosters, that's another thing to be considering. Rectix has to put a pause on those thoughts, though, as the grenades are starting to fly in. That was a hefty lob from Uber. Almost reached.
Preparing for the mortar.
Shallow box.
Getting ready. Needs to be able to land from a bit further distance.
A, ja sam pogrešan link stavio. Čekaj. Koja je glupost?
Quiets down. And it probably will do, at least on this side of the circle, for a little while longer. Question mark, the only team down here to have to make a move towards the circle. Shots are being fired from Navi up towards question mark on the hills towards the west, but I don't think question mark is really in a hurry to make a play here. I mean, they want to get a better read of what's in front of them, and then I would imagine they wrap north around towards Jasnaya.
Nešto se Dulik učuta. Nešto si mi čutljiv.
It's a bit of a Marmite position for it's Chris. It's a love it or hate it kind of spot once you've got yourself in that single yellow that's out in the middle of the field.
U Vojsi Nikolica, kad možeš prebaci ga, ali ja mu rekao da gledamo game. Rekao je, kad se završi game, uvojte me. Ja, gledaj zona, ne ode me. Moguće li ovo?
Odličan shift. Pa prvi smo jebote u rotaciji. Ajmo na muda sad.
Be a big impact one, but Exalt, I mean, they came out with a 13 kill win in the low bracket game when they needed it. This might get to shoot them up the leaderboard even more, because it is the team right in front of them they're taking out. But this circle up towards Yasnaya will have everyone full speed sending it in this direction. Foot being one of them.
Jao, koji je rank?
It's just gonna be one of those games, isn't it? Where everything's on the line. We're going into an urban ending and BME's taking
Doktor!
What has just occurred on our screens? He gets out of it. Ibby had no idea what just hit him. He got hit with the moves.
No clue whatsoever. 80 does fall. Nixie goes into an upside down card to heal. As Ibby finds one. He sees him too. Beamy able to get down.
Yes,
80 is still not been flushed just yet. They might just be able to reason it, but look at this. Now Monarch is pushing over in this direction.
Oh no.
Ja sam gol 5, super, pa dobar je rank. Super, bolje od Slasha.
Sarven brutalan sport. Jo, bravo, Kiljakaj. A nije ovo Kiljakaj. Opet Sarven. A mi se nismo makli.
Ja.
Aj. Možete vi.
Se srdio. Dobijem, aj ovo lepo stane. Kako sam ti ga izabrao, to je tebe. Ja, kad ti izabrao. I meni, baš super. Jedva sam ušao u gol 5, svaki meč bio cheater.
Ginite mamu van Tursku, ginte bre!
Što Mico?
Ali respekt, brate, respekt za braću Turke, respekt, odigrali su muški i uzeli su najjači sport. Respekt, brate, ne volim, ali respekt. Ne volim jer navijački gledam na ovo.
People shooting at you will be forced to look elsewhere. Alia alone, Navi might not make more of this game. There are two players resible though, we'll see. He'll somehow at least get to Melman, spotted though instantly by Spiral.
Brate, kapa dolje za Turke, i za question mark, i za Sarve, nema šta. Zapravo question mark su Rusi, šta su? Nemam pojma. Šta god da su, odigrali su brutalno.
Not sure how much I'd back their chances to get even more three more points on the board.
Navijanje po strani.
Should they not be crashed? They've survived the initial bombardment.
Sad mi opet
Lucky! Ajde doniraj na PayPal pare da vidimo da li radi.
Davaj shift, bljad! Moraš, ajde, moraš.
You'd imagine that
Ajde
any
shift.
circle that doesn't include
Ajde
Southern
shift,
here
ajde
is
shift,
Southern,
ajde shift,
of
ajde
the
shift.
force will hit the game.
Jebi ga, nema shifta, ajde rupa, ajde rupa. Može rupa, ostale rupa. Jo, ne možemo sad nigdje. Ginu, nemojte, ne Mićo, Mićo!
A scent that was through this one, but they're not going to be upset about taking down Entropic with him.
And somewhere in all the chaos of the previous zone, Chris was taken out as well, as I think he was trying to get back to regroup with the rest of the squad. Coming back from that single yellow, again, it's treacherous terrain, it's a very wide open field, and there was multiple teams making the move at the same time. So Ascend and DA both losing members early on, Entropic losing everything.
Important to mention here as well that Foot, we saw the pull up initially, all the chaos that commenced, but they've somehow been able to reset. They got 3 kills and have gotten all 4 players back on their feet. Yeah. So while it looked dangerous in all shapes possible, they actually came out alive.
Kakvi retardi, bro. Nemo. Nervirao se. Sad neću više ništa priče zašto me emocije deru pa ću da kažem nešto što ne mislim.
But there's a lot of threat now onto Yepo, and it's mostly coming from above, and Rock might save you for a couple
Samo ću rep, Jep vrlo kvalitetno.
Phil first off angle and gets it done, but now big engagement as Foot.
Ali respekt za Sarve, respekt.
In towards the apartments and Ascended there to defend.
Respekt.
I was just gonna say, look at the team they're fighting. Savim are clapping their hands, seeing these two teams confront one another on the kill feed. They would not have it any other way. The two teams on the hunt, the two teams the closest to you, are currently trying to take out one another. So far, it's 4 versus 2, make that a 3 versus 2, as T-Bone is already down.
Previše čekam.
Ja sam rekao na tu temu što sam imao. Sutra ćemo. Sutra.
of the leaderboard for them 100%.
Exen
They will
Hoba.
stay down as long as they possibly can, because every single one of the teams that has sent it into Yasnaya earlier on the previous zone has now going to have to battle.
Nikolica je rekao da će da pričeka dok završimo game. Jao, Duliću, imamo i četvrtog.
Ko je čet? A Riha nam je čet.
Će igrali sigurno?
Reče li da će igrati?
Test donation. Mislim da sad radi, ali to je pogrešan link, brate. Kako da promenim link?
Na stream Elambici.
Ma znam, nego ovdje je pogrešan, brate. Kako da idem edit? A kako sad? Odakle da izvučem sad taj link? Ček. Tip page design, tip settings. Gle, mogu da nekog ovaj. A evo ga, your tip page, evo ga. I hope this works. Ali dobar je bio, samo što sam izgleda promenio, da. Nadam se da radi, jebem ga u dupenc. Ja sam na pogrešan možda, to mi je otišlo na onaj Twitch, ja. To mora se update-uje, sad ne mogu da povratim ovu, ali hvala Melani Dodić, Klopić. Duliću,
Molim.
pa jesi te pitao da igramo ranke?
Nisu već.
Nisam, a?
Now would be the time to execute it, but for Savin right now, the fact that they survived the initial onslaught, the pressure, the utility, the two knocks on them in that dip, to now just prone.
Nije Maxi IG, Luka IG.
Luka je be. Maxi pomaže.
But so far, they have 2 points on the 3 Erangel games, and yet no one's been able to surpass them.
Nema tu griješi, ne griješi. To je playstyle koji oni imaju. Oni su ivica ekipe i od ivice ne odustaju. Nije to da oni jedan meč urade dobro, drugi urade loše. Svaki uradi isto. Odigrali su dobro game, već su dobili zonu. Ja, meni se to ne sviđa. Ja do 6, pola godine pričam. I pokažem na stream. I kad popa zona, pokažem spot koji treba da uzmu, uzme ga neka druga ekipa i vina. Ili tu greške ispravne ili nije greške ili ispravne. To je to playstyle je tako. Neka će se isplati, neka neće. Kad dobiju 5-6 shiftova, oni imaju 40 bodova.
Question mark phase.
Može brati, nemaš problema.
Ajde. Start. Ko ima ovdje? A stvarno Sarvem će prođevati i question mark. I to na njih centralno.
A nije na njih centralna fuzija, oni su uzeli treći.
Juče, ja sam juče... Da li je juče to bilo?
Naši je čekaj, to je glavna razlika.
Ne znam koji sam game gledao, ali znaš kako su igrali, brate? Onako... Na muda, što se kaže, razumeš? Pucali su... Sve su fajtali i toliko. Laki stariji ili je Nikolica od tebe ili nije?
Od Lakija?
Da.
Question mark će tamo biti zadnji svoj standard. To tako već godinama ide. Online Heroes, LAN Zeros. Dobro. I to je legit.
Laki ima 11, Nikolica 2. Nisko me držiš. Ne te držim, nego si mi na uzicu, što se kaže. Jao, sad u piški ću se, brate, otremu što treba da igram sa detence. Ti skine mi čarapice, ti stavim mi rukav, znači igramo ozbiljno, brate. Mi će mu se izvinim unapred ako budem agresivan i povredim njegovu ličnost jer je mlad.
James just exposed too much of himself to the south, and that is the goalpost moving. Not only that, they've overtaken Na'Vi as well, so the PGC point, or PGS points, whatever, are going to be in their favor once again. Besto
Jao, kaže Duliću da te naduvao Lucky u Rocket League neki dan. Lucky, on bio na neki turnir, ja još navijam za njih. Isto tako neka deca došla na kecaši ih, nisu ni rekli zdravo. Brate, Greota za Foot ima šansu. Koliko bi voleo da se plasirao, kunem ti se.
Ko ima šansu?
Foot.
Ti sarve poziciju.
Ma vidim, ali kažem ti, evo gledaj, skupljaju pojene, brate. 122, 7 pojena razlike, da ubiju sve. 4, 3.
Ja mislim da futbolisti prođu, ali...
Jedino ovog ne volim, Plačka, ja ne volim takvi.
Ko je Plačka?
Pa Bimi. Emo gad, jednom ako njega krene Bolt, zajebe, ne igra više Bolt, primetio li si? Ja to ne volim, to je emo, brate.
Pa ne, ali ima problem, gledaj stop. On uzme 15 kilova, a nije uzeo 20, ono da minja se, brate, krizira.
Evo ti, 3 pojena.
Ma ne mogu ništa, brate.
Ama zašto ne veruješ?
Zato što nema teorije.
Pa gledaj, sad QM kreša...
Vidi da je entropik, vjerovao bi subjektivno nerealno. Ali me ovi ne zanimaju u životu i pričam realno. Nema teorije da izaći do izraza.
Ja, imamo ga. Ad vas. Ne taj ne, dobar je, žive. To.
Gets around the back of the wall, but they have to make the move, the impossible move, out and away from this position. And what better team to run straight into than Savim, just on the other side.
Tu se dižu, video si ih. Bravo.
Kako je bar je zvijer, brat.
Ne. Sve je završeno.
They had to dodge and weave as best as they possibly could. And despite having everything go against them at times, being the first eliminated time and time again in crucial games, they still prevail. Savim will be our second PGS2 or PGC2 team. Wow. That is...
Gle, sami su bio. Bravo, Rusi. Sad treba se banu evo turnir, zato što su ovo radili. I nikada ne može igrati. Dobar ne ide, bi toga i ja.
What better way than have the team that just solidified their qualification come out victorious here? In a game again where they needed absolutely everything going their way. They dodged and they weaved and they stayed alive.
Gledaj, prepaljeni, brate, gledaj kako pucao sve. Rokanje. Ne ide, ili vatra. Ajde, Adusko. Gledaj, krade killove.
Nema smoke boys.
The two teams to qualify should Misa fall here. Are the two teams to kind of I guess you can say victory lap.
200 bodova smo dobili s 9. mjestom, jel da?
Is doing here as he makes his way closer to Savim, who finally lost one.
Upravo si be, Monarh mora umre, jebote kurac.
Mora Monarh umre, jebote, da.
It's a done deal.
550.
Locked in. Question mark and
To, a dobra, nije neka razlika, 20 bodova.
NBA global partner teams in Riyadh. There's really nothing Monarch can do about it.
Gle, ovaj će gi zapali, be.
Nije
Zašto
znači,
ovo gledam? Zašto gledam? Koliko si dobio?
180, ako budemo 10 i 9 i 200. A nije neka razlika.
9 i
ne može
200.
ovaj, ne može ovaj uzeti 4 boda ovdje. Ko će ubiti?
Pa da, treba ubije sve. Ili da preživi. Odlično Bukola.
Ispali.
Ali to je možda namjerno, to je dobar bejtić. Evo, ajde u pičku materinu, ubite ga jebeno.
A ne može ubiti dvojicu, a? Nadam se.
Na 1 HP su svi, pogledaj. Shield post.
Nema metaka ovaj više. Nema metaka jebote.
Ne, ovi nemamo healovi, bato. Lela. Ni ovaj... Nema.
A gle, a mi se flexa 30 helta first aidom nadoknađuje.
Brate, moguće li ovo da će se desiti? Samo mi kaži.
Ne može vina, brate. A zašto mi nije jasno, zašto ga pikaju? On mora na otvoren da izađe prije njih, to mi nije jasno, taj moment mi nije jasno. Ali dobro, konta su nahajpani, prošli su boli kurac.
Jedan bod.
Još bod. Stvar ne znam da li je još bod. Ne znam koji ima još placementsa.
Dobro, 1 HP. Ajbe, ne healaj se, bravo. Jebem ti budalu, za 20 boda sam se... Stisnaja sam prkno za 20 boda, bate.
Mi sad imamo 570 poena. Treba će nam na pecu, dobro win, da kontam, to bi bilo idealno. Ali treba nam drugo mjesto, treba nam 1200 poena, ja bih rekao. Drugo, treće mjesto, bez toga ništa. Win ili drugo, treće mjesto, da bi ništa na PGC.
Duliću, znači, slušaj, igramo full save, brate, ti vodiš, znači, pinaš gdje idemo, crtaš rotaciju, sve. Razumeš? Može.
Ne sam te slušao šta si pričao.
Pa znam, zato si smijem i vem te u sto guzicu. Jao 5000-arke, day 9. Prebaci Sinča ovamo da vidimo što će kaže. Što ide? Stream snipe. Brate, najviše volim stream snipe, veruj mi. Znači, veruj bratu, najviše volim stream snipe. Jer ako te dofatim, će te udaram od zemlju.
Ovo je dobra stvar, ovi nisu ništa uradili. Havl nije ništa uradio. Koliko je Havl za 12. mjesto?
Ništa, brate.
120 poena.
Tu je ostalo. Ajde bre, će mi se pregreje Nikolica na arcade, be, brate. Rekao sam mu da puca dok dođemo. Niki! Gde si, Niki?
Sad vidiš, za šta pričaš, brat? Za šta nisam skonto? Za entropik? Ili?
Ko? Jebašane su je pozadinski zvuci, a? Nikolčo,
A, tu sam, šta?
možda staviš puštu tog samo.
Što, se čuje nešto pozadinu?
Da, kako stišćeš tastaturu. I
Sad
popucaš.
čujem. Sad čujem.
Sad je dobro. Ajmo da me bije tebe. Ma ne. Sve. Co? Ciekawe. Bombie na glavu pade. Duliću. Marko.
Mutan.
Mutan. O jebem ga.
Ja odgovaram.
Kako se zove? Pita neko hoćeš i 4x4 TDM. Gde nam je Rika?
Može.
Može. Ali samo ako Nižić igra za nas. Eto, korak preživljava. A to sam ja primetio, vrate, mogo je da mi napiše poruku da neće da igra. Znaš, da se ne trolamo. Pa Bucko, čim smo ga stavili u fantasy, jeba nas. Ali nema veze koga faka. Ne. Će igramo li ranked? Da, ne, će igrali Riha, stvarno ili ne? Pa nisam ga ni video tog pored mene, ako misliš. Da ja pucam samo što vidim. To je moj viš. Lik pored tebe enemy. Inače treba nosim naočare. Jaaaa! Gde si, Riho? Ali čim si ušao, nema brate par gameova, bate, čim si ušao rekao smo da ujutru.
A, vodi 2-0.
Ko?
Ali proizvode kiša, pa...
Ajde odigramo 4 na 4, igramo grujicu.
Ajde, može. Daj, pravite lobby. I koje puške igra? Lelera si baš ona. Kako dobro ovo izgleda Entropik, samo da ga nakecamo 5-6 levela da ima dobri. 10-20.
Ajde napravite deathmatch, kreirajte.
I dajte ovdje lobby info, molim vas.
Koju mapu da kreiramo?
Ma neka prave oni pusti ih, kojeg šiš. Mi samo ću ući. Ovo se ne važi, zagrajam se za ove ranked i za taj ozbiljan 4 na 4 TDM. Joj ga vidio. Jesi spreman, ni Joe?
Ja sam, pa igrao sam 2 meča kad solidno.
To mi reci.
Ali ovaj zadnji meč druže nikad nije zapravo. Znači lik je spreo berilom 6x full zoom je spreo sa škole na zgradu.
Sa škole na zgradu?
I to najveće, ono i 2 glave jedan put je dao.
Sramota.
Dobro, varam ti doba najde.
Ma, Gruja, daj samo lobby info. Pa moj nego, čiji? Šta si misleo? Sad ćemo vidimo, da. Sad ćemo da se sjeti dole da ga boli. Jao, bomba u gasu. Ne. Ej, jebi ga. Nema njegovi. Čigramo posle. Čigramo posle, nema njegovi na grujicu. Če piše kad su tu. Ali sad smo mi spremni na raket! Ulazite, prepaljen sam.
Šta, Gruja ispalio?
Nemamo njegovih bogalja. Ja sam mislio protiv neki Dobrić igramo ono bogalj iz ovo. Nemamo da me puca tebe kojom džao. Brate, to je Kosova sablja i oni, to šitarci. Kaži kad treba, da pa utidim. Može odmah, evo izlazim, spreman sam.
Normali.
Kako kaže ovaj dečko? Kako beše Dado? Što sam dobio? Ja, kada sam dobio fokicu.
Zlatu sam dobio.
Daj stream.
Ajde, gledaj sam to. Dobio sam onih za buđenje.
Jevot.
Tam se ponadao SLR-ci dobro, rekao odmah ga buđe na 10.
Pa fokicu mu gledaju. Fokicu. Znači ovako da se odmah dogovorimo, braćo. Dulik je in-game leader, znači šta on kaže to radimo, on je vođa. On crta rotacije, ovo... Ja, dobro, može. Može, ja sam vođa. Znači mene slušate. Što ja nacrtam, to radimo. Važi?
Važi.
Ko ne ispoštuje, brate, mora neka kazna.
Koga slušamo? Dulika?
Ne, mene. Jebo Dulika, brate, kakav Dulik.
To i ja kažem, jebo Dulika.
To, preuzimam iz Krimove ja od sad isto.
Ja ću igrat sutra.
Pa ti ideš, šta ne ideš?
Pa ne, mogu sutra i prekosutra.
Možeš, to je to. Organizuju se sutra i za prekosutra. Dok je Turih. Ja sam vođa, on je izglasao.
Dulik sad na tryout.
Da te probamo, da li možeš ti ili Nižica, jedan će upadne, brate, u tim. Nama treba. Molim, lepo. Idemo da idemo, samo proverim ja ove mape za skakanje. Ne, već vidimo, čekaj. U koji grad idemo? Idemo u ovoj dobro mesto. Evo ga. Zelen.
Nije dobro, nego deka mislim.
Pa to na ruski ti je deka, znači dobro.
Aha.
Ma to ti je naš deka ti.
Tule je Dulik, da mora AFK.
Tu je tu.
Idemo. Znači osvojimo zeleni i posle čistimo ceo grad. Razumijete? Razumijete.
Ček, ja to odmah sve da namestim.
A možemo da pričamo na engleski, moram da vežbam za tim.
Nemoj, molim te.
Zašto? Pa samo
Nisam
prijavi.
dobar.
Pa koliko imaš
Dobar
vremena,
na
kako
engleski.
ja učiš u školu engleski?
Pa učimo.
Pa ja učim u školu.
Ali ja tam učim oni glagoli, druže. Ne učim.
Ma je zajebi, to ne
Moći bez
treba.
glagola.
Da, možeš ga pričaš kao ja vranjanci što pričam srpski. Razumeš?
Niko, nema veze ako ti ne budeš razumio fuziju. Ni ja ga nekad ne razumijem, ja pričam.
A pričamo isti jezik. Pa ti vidi, brate. A brate, vi mislite, meni je lako. Ja sam teo da učim to, a? Te nema toga. Nemam ni helmet ni vestu, imate li?
Nemam ni puške, ja sam var nosim, ajmo. Ovo i bolca.
Našao sam Hilić.
Evo ga 6x. Treba 6x tako me imam.
Da Dulika daje. On je loš igrač, a onda meni može. Ja sam spreman, kad ste vi spremni da pušamo?
Samo može naći branac.
Spremni smo.
I helmet.
Pa imaš valjda, rekao si da ideš u školu. To si rekao doći te... Nodi! Na stream snajpuju debili, vrate.
Samo nek dođi na mene.
Dođite pičke, dođite pičke. Dođite pičkice.
A vi dobija Jenny.
Pa?
Oj!
Bravo.
Eto ga. Desno.
Ajme, brate, od ovih deca ne možeš da živiš, be jebe. Nema da flašaju, kaži im tamo, ti ih imaš na Steam. Otvori Riha vrat.
Eto smoke.
Hvala, bravo, dobar smoke. Ne prelazite ulicu sam.
Neću sad ne radim helmet neki.
Brate, imam već Nodija i ovi ceo tim njegov na TikTok. Trebali da ga izbacujem. Nisam teo, brate, da budem takav, ali sad su mi iznervirali, će mora.
Čekaj.
Što?
Liktor nam je šenos u kući.
Vidim ga, nije u kući, evo.
Di je? Dobro igra, ili čituje?
Ovdje, tačno ovdje nam plavo.
Health je. Ti si preskočio Rika, gdje je?
Evo ga tu ispod mene.
Kod tebe, a?
Da.
U kuću mi je sad. Ajde, gledaj, malo te pucaš! Još jedan. I jebem vam dete u prkno. Aj sad sve report. Ja reportova, vi kako hoćete. On mene će me stream snajpa.
Ma dete.
Nije prvo što stream snajpa druže, nego nisam ni ispiko, kroz zid me lik
Pitkuju,
odmah.
a?
Ma ja ga nakeca, on neka džabe gleda stream, ja ga nakeca, niđice.
Nikolice, kucaj, guči, tata report. I toga da ga reportaš, zašto se ne zove vazo, nego guči tata.
Dole je vazo,
Nije
be.
na svom akauntu.
Ja sam bar mislio da je ovaj... Voxes, da, pa zato ti kam pišem mu na Steam.
Ja bi reportovao vazo.
Ja gi reportova sve.
I ja bi
Ni prvi, ni posljednji.
Što mora onako dobro pucati?
I niđica mi ispade u silver, jebem ga.
Vazo lul.
Slušajte sad, ja će markam gdje će skočimo, a će vam napišem na Steam. Da, na Discord će vam napišem gdje skačemo.
Ljud moj, ja sam se usrao odmah na prvim stepencama od kuće.
Ma
Frajer
ja,
čuti na stepencima i čeka kem.
to je dete, Kidi je i on, brat.
Rika presovan.
To je dete, brat. Lela, osjećam se kao Nuni, brat, ali to je bio drugi tim. Osjećam se kao Nuni, brat, je stream snajpujem me deca, ludnica, ja streamer, s 3 gledalca, wow,
Si to isprozivao Nunija nešto?
Ne, ja 3 Nuni imam po 500-600. Kod njega okej. Ja da imam 500-600 do sutra nek mi streamuje. Snajpuje. Nodi, imate, na isti Discord sedimo, ustate i jebem u guzicu ako gledaš. Znači, da Bog da te tatko sve utepaje. Sad će vidimo polako. Pratimo avion. Idemo naše vojbe, skačemo. Water treatment. Split. Svi me prate mene.
Dobit ćemo ban.
Strajk.
Ajde, kolaj.
Idemo ove vranjsko sokače, to je bio fake. Ha, 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 ha. Oni su skočili water, kojeg jebe. Evo, viš, abe ima jedan. Dva su, a? Pa to su oni, vrt. 3. To su oni.
3.
To su oni. Ajde, skočimo.
Nije, ima tim jedan skroz desno.
Ja idem na zeleni. Ali u Vranje ne može me dobije niki, brate. Ovdje sam najjači. Ovo je kao doma da sam izašao ispred kuću.
Već šta ga je. Jedan skor je...
Ide gore, neki gore.
Da. Jebi ga se dobro.
Može sa mnom jedan. Da, da.
Moram ja ostaviti.
Ja ću ja. Ja ću kod drugog.
Ničice, ti si sa mnom, a? Ništa se ne bojim, mili. Naši su.
Koga si plaši?
Sad ovaj put imam helmet.
To.
Pika tebe. Vidio sam ga na prozor gore. To znaš.
Čekaj da nađem neku bolju pucu pa će ga i kecamo.
Ja sam našao kar, ali zato skupa ne imam uopšte.
Imam 2x ako ti nešto znači.
Neka igraju.
Ej, Tomica i prijatelji sam našao.
4x sam.
Imaš i neku rafalku, evo ti 4x ovdje.
Hoćeš aug? Ja ću igrat s Karela, evo tebi aug gore. Imaš i kala.
Markaj ga tu.
Ne znam gdje ovo je. Evo ti ovdje. Aug.
Gleda li neko, nemoj nas pušnu.
Ja gledam,
Gabi.
jednako nije skroz došlo desno, ali ja teorije da je toliko brzo izludi.
Vidio ovo. Šta hoće taj?
Ali gleda skroz desno.
Jedan je. Pikuj, pičko jedna, pikuj.
Ali ti spika na
O,
stavlju.
već smakao se sekund, haj opet tu.
O, gle, ima i mini ovdje, be mali.
Da.
Dođi da ti dam neki itemi što mi ne trebaju.
Eto.
Evo ti ovo, evo ti skopić.
Ne treba našto sam. Evo tebi ovo ako treba.
Treba mi grip samo.
Grip. Provjerit ću ovoj kući da li ima nešto.
Ja, tu je low, zeleni.
Spotao nas je tu na crveni vani.
Ma nije te spoto nego stream snajpaju ovo.
Dva samo to.
Pa da, opet 20.
Ma nisu to oni proti ljudi, da stvarno mislite da neko zna stream snajper, da nije Juka.
Ali sad sam ovim napucao.
Ma stvarno nije...
Pazi Dulke, bravo Dulke.
Mogu da te spasim, Rih?
A ne, bol ti
Tiho.
Idem ja na Dulke to dobro.
Idi pomogni mi, ja ću prvom Rihu da spasim.
Ajde.
Ajka. Aj jebik. Sad mene pucuje. Ubre, jebem ti. To se tek sad dižu.
Ima još jedan Dulke tu, jel?
Da, digli su. U kući
Ajmo
do
za.
mene.
U kući do tebe, dobro?
Plava, a? Mala.
Nije, na men!
Ajde,
Ori ispred
Ubijaj.
mene sam ga čuo tačno.
idem da ti
Ore.
pomognem, čekaj.
Tu je negdje.
Vidim ga. Dokan je taj.
Da.
Ne znam gdje je drugi Dulik.
Mislim da je ovdje u ovoj kući drugi. Nemoj držati ta reč. Da,
Ajde,
jesam.
da. 1 HP, dole je bio Dulik.
Iza.
Imaš ga Dulik, tvoje.
To je
Tu je
lijevo.
iza.
To je lijevo, iza vrata odmah.
Gdje? Čekaj me.
Ilan.
Lov je.
Dođi unutra.
Ušao.
To. Idem da ga ispikujem, da vidim što će kaže. Ništa ne kaže.
Uzma bolticu jedan.
Idi flašaj nižu ovog malo drugog.
Hoću sam da se healam.
Evo,
To nemam ništa.
čekaj,
Imam
extended ću
adrenalin.
i 4x. Dođi, evo ti heal, izbacujemo ovdje.
Hvala. Idemo da finišam ovdje gdje je.
Finišaj ga.
Da se otvore ova vrata više.
Idem da potražim bol.
Pazi Dulke. Vidi ga
Odakle
onako,
pikuje?
u ovoj kući.
Da, odakle pikuje tačno?
Koji baci bombu? Loz za jedan lik. Loz, evo ga ovdje, tačno tu.
Gdje ti je? Ne, Tigl to.
Baš ti. Ti. A nije pravi Tigl. Tu ti je, heala se.
Čekaj
Ne
da te
heala.
spasim. Idi iza to, iza. Doći,
Idem koliko
Doći.
mogu.
to. Dulik, holdaj nas. Ja dižem malo.
Imaš first neko, nešto.
Imam.
Neću ja više pikat, nema veze.
Šta nađem unutra? Imaš helmet tu.
No, helmet mi je malo i čitao.
Evo, ima vesta ovdje na meni. Gdje je sad otišao?
Tu je ispod nas, tu je negdje ispod. Evo, čujem si ga.
Bravo. Flašaj.
O, druže, sad ću ti.
Ne
Gdje je
vidim.
ovaj?
Ne vidim.
A, evo ga ovdje.
Di je?
A, ispika još jedan
Aha.
put. Plavi, Mark, tačno onu strelicu malu pika, pored kućice. Ali ima nešto?
Imaš 6x, uzmi. Ja uzidam mnogo metko.
Meni samo M-ka treba.
Ma bravo bre, mi tako igramo. Brate, a dečko je dobar u stvari, stvarno je dobar i lepo prijavljuje. Ja bi preigrao s njima nego s nekim drugim. Li, bagi 2 lika. Oni će na njega.
Ode što gore na njegu.
Još su tu dolik.
Ne, otišli gore.
Ma ne, ovaj da li je tu?
Ne znam, ne moram da razvaram. Mislim da nije.
Puca tu.
Jeste.
Mislim da ga je bagi ukrešao. Bacuju mi bombe, 100%.
Da, jesti Crasha, vidio sam ga gore, bagi stao tačno iza ove kućice ovdje, sad ću ti markat.
Daj Mark.
Ovdje ti je bagi, tačno. Malo ispred.
A vidio sam, Laki.
Pušaju se.
Evi, hvala puno.
Evo meni, ja stižem do tebe najbrže što mogu.
Čekam
Sam da
te.
idem vest. Sam da idem vest, ali idem, eto me.
Dole, gledaj mi desnu stranu samo.
A dok je
Ovdje se
auto.
pušuje. Nokovo je jedno. I drugog je nokovo.
O, braćo, to pucaj.
Desno je.
Nemoj me kupiti dug, sam nastavi ti naprijed.
Gdje je desno?
Od stepke desno. Šotku ima, a ne ulazim ovdje.
Ja bacim ja 3 flaške.
Baca bombu. Bombu na stepke bacio.
Nije tačno.
Na stepenice
Ok.
baca bombe gore,
Aha.
da. Ima
Ok.
šotku. Desno je. Dao sam u glavu. Headan je. Healam se. Sad je onaj WC glupi. Ali ima shotgun. Ma dođite bre, da nas pušate! Pucaj mu u
Dobio
telo,
svoje.
vet. Pucaj mu u telo. To. Ma mi tako igramo.
Da ovo zamenim ja. Ja sam ga flashu, tačno sam znao da će ispikat na tu stranu.
Bravo. On će nama tu ovo.
Bravo, mačak.
Bravo, slušaj, ovako idemo u rotaciju, pošto nikog nije bilo na water, ovdje idemo direktale na zeleni. Dulik vozi, doći.
Samo sekunda, eto me za sekundu.
Evo, čekamo te.
Ajde, idem. Vozi.
Evo,
Ako treba
dole.
nekom boostera, mogu vam dropati.
Ja sam dobro.
Ja nemam ništa smokove, znate.
Nemam ni ja smokova, ali imam nejdove, brate. Mi smo tepački squad, znači mi fajtamo samo.
Ja imam samo jednu bombu. Bacili sam sve flaške.
Luta droplik, tačno tu, na zeleni.
Aha,
Ušao je u auto.
aha, vidio sam ga.
Ide ist.
Rekao sam pali.
Rodno
Padobranci ispred, padobranci
Da,
ovdje
pa
legnaju. Tu negdje, plavi.
ma nije,
Možda
ovdje
na
legne.
kući.
Zeleni lenduju.
Zeleni,
Ja bi
ne?
rekao, pa tako bi rekao. Ne vidim ih sad.
Da, evo ih ovdje tačno
Možda
bombarduju.
ima ovdje neko, možemo da vidimo od ovdje.
Ima, evo ga ovdje lik tačno. Tu je tačno na ogradi.
Ovi nisu zeleni skočili, be. Zeleni clear. A clear je i ovo drugo, novi zeleni.
Koji zeleni? Aha, dobro, to je clear.
Moj
Auto?
trace je clear.
Autocestom. Stao je preko auto. To su njihovi. Pazite se sad. Nokanje. Nokali su ih neki
Gde?
likovi. Evo ovdje lik. To je drugi squad. Pa samo imamo i na ovom.
Ne znam odakle me preko je taj.
I smoka.
Da. Idem ja na dulce, ti na kaveru je dozgo.
A nokani mi je preko, tu na cesti bio. Evo ide nazad, s polja, evo. Hitan je. Moj pin zeleni.
Okej.
Njegovi beži.
Da. Tu bili su squad jedan iza. ga čuješ možda Dulka negdje?
Tu sam ga nakecao. On lud uđe u auto, be, moguće li ovo da radi? Tu su, on nema, pucajte me.
Vidim ti ga, evo ga ovdje. Iskočio ti je iza. Ovdje ti je negdje. Idemo glavu. Imamo auto, aj ti Dulka odakle nam zatreba.
Treba ću.
Idu levo. Ovdje lik je umro jedan. Okej.
To je auto.
Eto. Silent, jel?
Evo, full gas.
Ne, glavu da mi daš tako. Jebote će me ubio lik. Ode tamo prema zeleni trace. Buši mi auto.
Spikaj desnu stranu.
Ja. Sad smo se zagrejali, brate, za ranke. Treba mi pick-up kad krenete.
Idemo za ovo.
Ajde.
Aha, aj. Je li vam zbaga mi rad da... Da se vam zbaga mi rad?
Se čuje kao da je ugašen, da.
Da.
Idemo li na ovaj fight?
I slijedom.
Da, idemo na fight.
Ola.
Idemo na taj fight. Tu na Riču se fajtali, mi uzmemo ruševine i polako ka gore idemo.
Da, eto je hitno. Fajtaj, evo ga ovdje.
Na full open.
Tu je lik na full openu. Dvojica više. Više ih je tu.
Da, jure ka kampu.
Sišli su već na kampu. Evo ga ovdje. Ad.
Dođi kamer. Toko ludi, a?
Ja sam full open tako da bi.
Dobro da si znamenio.
Dođi.
Samo ti igraj za sebe, ako dođem dođi.
Ja samo jednog da unokujem.
Bravo. To je teško mene.
Glaviš to.
Da, te dignem. Teo sam da ga skupim 100%, da ga dignem. Si još fajtuje gore, be. Treba mi taj vest, ako ti ništa ne znači.
Uzmi. Kako prsta imaš? Baci jedan imaš.
Imaš najmanje Dulke 6%. Mislim da me nemaš luti.
Evo ga ispred mene tu.
Desno.
Dođi piko je. Daj mi desno vrat. Baci bombu ovdje na prozor. S polja. Te beže me. To ostavi u kamp jedan 100%. Aj, beži. Ne znam gdje je, nisam ga ni video.
Nisi to.
Plavo je. Iza plave. Ja.
Ovaj report dobije, ovaj čituje 100%.
Taj mene ubio.
Imali smo ih, dobro je. Imali smo ih.
Sada reportam ovdje. Što M-com igra ovako profesionalno.
Sve reporte, brate. Neka provere, tu su, za to su plaćeni.
Pa jutros mi lik dobio permaban, znaš onaj lik što je ubio Dulketa, noć, s onim berilom kad je ispravo. I mene isto ubio, ja ga report. Ne znam da li Dulketu isto stiglo da je dobio ban. Sekunda.
Hvala na brata Dade Klopić za ovaj scout, brate. Ako hoće da bude scout za PUBG Talents, nek se javi.
Eto mi za 2 minuta idem da uzem vodu sam.
Ubre, 2 minuta voda.
Pa dok uzmem, dok sipam.
Kada ćemo fuzi? Pinaj.
Odmah dođi, samo da uđemo u mapu. O, pa zna se, brate. Zna se, brate, vežbamo za skrimove.
Julik,
Jem.
da uđi na stream, sad ću pustit na Discord. Da vidiš lika što me prati.
Ajde.
Brate, frajer.
Obavezno, znači ja mu sređujem game.
Ja sam se, brate, uzir.
Ujebak te je bio. Koga sve, ti pričaj ti.
Brate, istraha.
Nemamo kontest, naš je free. Te si meni, doktore, nisam ti video 100 godine. Kako, ja si lutam ovu stranu, to je moja.
Imamo jednu ekipicu.
Da li igramo 4 na 4? Će dobiju strajk oni.
Reportit ćemo ih.
Nema to pravo. Idem ja onda na krov ovdje. Da im šta će kaže Krović. A i oni idu krov, šalio sam se, neću krov. Pali su iza nas. Koncentracija, moramo da ih ubijemo pa će ih reportamo posle.
Julik nas prodao.
Pobegao li je ponovo kao i na skrimove. Da li probam uvijek krmačicu, da li puca kao na onog lika, brate. Ma neću, evo MK. Što ne stavljaju opremu, brate, što je s igricu?
Bog me, imam full M-ku.
Blagos.
Dalje pol hangar.
De, pa taj je moj.
To je šajder vidiš.
Ne znam da li ima neko između u tom hangaru do vas.
Ovdje je bio jedan,
Jedan je na zeleni, ja.
ali ne vidim. Ima be. On me pikuje be.
Koji ti
I,
to?
pa da zeleni novi.
Čujem ga.
A da ga čuješ ti da se umpriš?
Ide ti Leo sad trenutno. Tačno je ovdje.
Tu?
Da, tačno mu Marko.
Čekaj, sad će ja skočim dole pa mi će ga ubijemo. Gle!
Ova ima cheat 100%. Ispiko me ono namjerno kao ono njegovo.
Ja?
Čito, ja? Ali imaš ga, bolji si, ajde, bolji smo.
Ima ih više, ja mislim.
Na tom mjestu ima više, nemoguće.
Što ih ima na crvenoj kući?
Da, pucam tamo.
A jedina igrica na planeti gdje ti ne možeš prebaciti pušku i opali preko kutije. Jebo igricu i dani sve.
I flašaše nam dulek. Imam tog na krov. Tu je. Dva su ga. Dobi po glavu, drugi ušao unutra. Dva su, moramo da ga napadnemo od tog, mali. Idemo.
Čekaj, kod Dulke taj hangar, kod Dulke taj hangar.
Dva su, može iti.
Nisu, dva su na crveni.
A diba, ovaj lik se zna, ovo je... Snalac.
Ovo ti dao bombu.
Aj, Saka.
Gdje je be on? Do tebe došao?
Ne znam li. Jeste, gledaj je bilo.
Jebote, ja familiju u kempanu.
Flash.
Unlucky, imali smo gi. Jel smete? Brate, prozivavne ljudi na stream, ne smemo 4-4. Brate, mi kad smo bili spremni, vi niste bili tu.
Ajde 4-4.
A?
Ajde.
Misliš?
Ma da, evo, ovako dosadno.
Pa dosadno kad umireš prvi, brate.
Jeste li napravili? Hoćete li neći, ako nećete ne moramo.
Ja mogu, može, što meni tiče.
Kako hoćete. Evo, Niđica neko odluči. Niđica, hoćeš da igramo TDM malo protiv ovih igrači na beđeni? Može. Name je 4-4.
A password?
A password?
Pa sam nek pošlo invite.
Ma kude ćete? Na TDM, Team Deathmatch. Aha. 1, 2, 3, 4 password. Evo ću invite.
Ja stvarno ukucam 2, 3, 4. Ko je PG Katman?
Sad ćemo da vidimo koji su ti igrači, brate. Sad ćemo da ih nakecamo. Dođi ovamo u našu ekipu. Budi prvi, ti budi glavni. To.
Miramar.
Kakav Miramar, Stalber stavlj, alo.
Da,
Pa je
Stalber.
To je default map.
A što sam...
Na deathmatch.
Dulke igravate ovi pro gameovi, tako da stavite što kaže. Nikolici, imaš obaveze sutra? Gledaj me, session deleted. Imaš obaveze sutra da odigramo BT1 skrimovi?
U koliko sati?
Od 7.
U 7?
Igra sa nama, Lucky je odsutan, da. Ako imaš obaveze, nema veze.
Pa nemam ništa sutra planirano. A
Če se
javim
dogovori?
javim ti oko 3-4, može?
Vaši.
Može i ranije čak da ti javim. Mislim, nemam ništa planirano, za sutra imam za ovoga sredu nešto planirano da idem na bazen oko 3 do 5-6 sati. Pa...
O, Bazenković. A odakle si?
Iz Indije.
Dođi. Ne seri da si iz Indije. Ti imaš onaj be ludnica bazen.
Šta je sad ovo, delete ali session?
Da, uđi vam.
Da se prata.
Ovo je za mog bratu Dada. Duliću,
Imaš 3 pogled.
ti si vežbao ovo. Čuješ?
A?
Ma Dulić je vežbao ovo da vidimo kako treba.
Igramo koje puške.
Znaš dobro ovo
Nisu rekli, brate, ja Beryl igram.
Isto.
Pa
Nisu
nije fair
rekli.
igra Beryl ako si on igra im. Nek napišu tamo šta. Ćeš Beryla navesti jedan.
Neću njemu to dore. Ako dođe još neko novi će pitat.
Poslije
Ili
ako
kod
neće
Dulika
još
na
Beryl.
stream. Marko! Alo, koje puške, alo? Koje puške? Šećerkovići, koje puške? Gle, ovaj se vrti na glavu, te pijan. Koje puške? Imate li neku godovina s tim da pitate koje puške? Nemam ni ja. Jebik.
A čekaj, ko igra s Iron Screamovima sutra?
Ja i Dulik smo sigurni.
Pa će igrat Nina.
I ja volim sa Ninu da igram. Ti li igraš s njim?
A? Pa igrao.
Da, dobar je. Dobar je, on nije loš.
Mm.
Samo...
Šta igramo, Beryl ili M4 jesi napisao?
Pa nije ništa
Ne
rekao.
znam.
A igrat ću vam M4, pa ako bude neko igra s Berylom prebaci.
Dobro, stavio sam čak na vrijeme.
I ja, gle ovo. Da, eto Beryl. Ima i MK, pa
Eto,
random.
Beryl. A, sad smo
Random
i
pucaju
Beryl.
moja brać. Ovaj puša, let. Desno puša, alo. Na kome vidiš? Ja što me promaši. Što je lepa, ovo je žuta boja, ovo je za slikanje, nešto je
Naša strana negdje.
naš spon. Što je lepo, ovo za slikanje sunca.
Nestalo i metaka.
Ne, nemoj da gubimo, alo. Će me zakolja sad. A brate, krije se dok si ishealan, to li rade? Nemo to pravo.
Što radim?
Heala se dok si... Krije se dok si ishealan.
Što ne pravo?
To je bez veze. Riha se mutirao. Riha, daj info desu. Tako je be Nikolice, be.
Veđe tamo.
Jedan je desni skoro znači.
Idemo on vidi tu, jebote. Dao sam mu glavu. A leđa nam se rodio.
Bratu, jel ovaj lik umire danas?
Ma neće. Držite ih bre, gubimo, alo, fokus. Ja, on bi ovdje, nisam ga čuo. Ma bravo bre, braćo. Blizu smo.
Lako je kad dvojica pita.
Uf, pa sam ga outplay.
Koliko kilova imam?
Tu je close, imaš ga. Bravo! Kako gubimo, a ubijamo sve vreme. Šta je ovo? Laži igrica.
Desno vam, jedan je pravo.
Jebote sunca, ljudi igraju pucaju i krenu.
Ne, pobeže. Sad sam ga na leđa, ali oni svi prešli tamo, jebi.
Koliko dropa je. Ali nije stvari meni da
To je dulik, be.
Ovo skroz
Koji
levo.
dropa ti je dulik, bi. Ne vidim ga, čorav sam.
Zagovaraju se.
Pa ne znaš ovaj spot mili.
Bravo. Na meni
Ujao,
ovdje.
ti si moj.
Znaš sam turac.
Če me zakolja, ne mogu. Braćo, idemo, jednu rundu morgi resetujemo.
Tu je negdje strana.
Ubago vas.
Kako si da se desi?
Leđa!
Jebote.
Ovdje pritrče ovdje ruke.
Če me zakolja.
Niko kraja došao do drugog. Pa će ovo reći.
Ma daj. Imamo ih. O, oni 5 minuta.
Dobro.
Molim! Bravo. Bravo, Veničice.
Evo, zaglavio sam se bio ovog gola. Kako ovako glupo umjerim.
Gdje su braća, be?
Ne mislim da je tu negdje kluzu. Ili je negdje drugdje.
Pola mapu sam prešao da nađem čovjeka. Leđa spawnaš.
Oni sve spone naći.
Pa uvijek na leđa nam daju. Jebim ti. Dobro, 1-0, ništa loše, ništa. Idemo da, imamo ih.
Moramo posle odigrat jednu onu sastavnika military base s ovim snajperima da imamo kod da budemo.
Ne, nikako snajper.
Ne voliš to?
Dulik je mnogo jak snajper, nema smisla.
No mislim ono na DMR
Pa to nema smisla na ovo.
I još jedan je tu Dulke. Dvojica na mene.
Gleda je stao. Ova strana teža za igranje.
Da.
Čuo sam ga. Odakle be, brate, oni svi na spawn! Tu iza drva. Odakle? Gdje si me ti našao? Samo su me od leđa ubili, znači jedan me nije ubio ispred mene. Jebem ti dijem.
A kad je glup spawn, vrat, oni sve
Ma da. Ba gle, oni dva na njihov na ovaj spawn, brate. Gdje sam ja, ne bi trebalo da ih stvara gdje sam ja, nego suprotno. Šta radi?
Ja sam odmah to pogledat kako velik ne umro sad.
Kako nije umro, ja, gle, ubij ga i Rihu.
Niže veze, druže, ja ga iskucao ih sastavio.
Ma...
Spištaljte, ovo mi ponižavaju, nema pravo.
Gdje bre, druže, bab ga jedan verulam ništa, on meni jednom pištolj ne umro. Ako čas za vidic.
Ma laži igrit. Ovo si mu skinuo helmet.
Ja ubio sam...
Nemoj ti meni, be, ja sam vežbao Ferrari pik, be. Leđa, gledaj, znaš. Oj, be, koja glupost. Kad ih resetujemo, uvijek ih na leđa rodi. A sad nas ponuje na ovo. Na drugu stranu. Desno ti je, Nikolč. Jedan HP je tu. Evo, izresetovali smo ih i sad će ih stvoriti na leđa.
Da,
To sam vam rekao, pa rekao sam. Dva su nam na leđa.
To je još jedan.
Ubije ga Riha. Bravo. Opet je iza nas.
I opet se spavno, opet iza nas.
Fokus, fokus, krite se sad, moramo da ih ubijamo. Voda. Ma te ti je drugar. To je to, 5, samo 5 vode, imamo ih. Leđa iza mene. Bio je spawn protect svoj. Bravo, 2. Tu smo, 2. Ćemo ubije, nemam health.
Sad ubio dvojice za sebe, opet dvojice mu stvori iza mene.
Mrtav sam, nemam health. Ubio si ga, bravo doktore, spasio si ga.
Nisam uvijek. Imamo ih, hajde.
Imamo ih, 41, ajde braću. Ne.
Jeste smiješni.
Gdje su još?
Ajmo, imam cijena razlika.
Imamo ih. Evo ga tu iza drva. Tako je bre. Tako je bre. Ne da umre.
A, brate, ne možeš tako.
Ne sad, Nikolice, ne sad.
Ajde, imate ih. To mene, sježem pomoć.
Pa sve na nedni umre. Bravo bre, Nikolice bre, imamo ih.
Mrtav i taj.
Idemo još jedan, alo! Blizu smo. Pazite sad leđa.
Leđa.
Čekaj. Ne.
Ljudi jedan.
Tako je bre, dođite! E, bolesno je, to ima Nino, brate, ima FPS konstantan, znači ludnicu. Ja ozmio sam se, brate. Bravo bre, Nikolice, 2 najvažnije fraga si doneo, doktore.
Ja uvijek na kravicu ozbili jevote.
Mora, ozbiljno. Oni nama tako.
Legli.
Tu ti je close, Dulik. Dva su isto mjesto.
Pa jebo ga se.
A ja se jari low da ono nije mrtav. Dva na meni sad su već sredini.
Na meni su.
O jevo. Soli nema pravo.
Zalego levo skroz. I još ona.
Jao, imao sam ga. Znači, nikad mi nisu bili igrači jasno u isto legnu, brat.
Još jedan tu.
Jao, što sam ga promašio. Ma gledaj, ponovo iza nas se stvara, ne može tako.
Nije pravedno,
Pa
nije
nije,
pošteno.
brat, igrica je pokvarena. Na sve strane je pokvarena. Bravo Duliću, be. Bravo Duliću. Kad je teško, brat mi Marko.
Još jedan je tu. On mene kroz ovu bombu od dima.
Šta sam uradeo? Možda će me reportu zbog ovo.
Šta je bilo?
Znaš koju glavu sam da?
Hehe.
Bravo be, Rika.
A, sad nije pošteno da zalegam na badu.
Dulik, čuvaj leđa.
Frajer mi daje headshot, ni ne vdi me. What the fuck?
I sad normalno ja nisam dropao ništa. Pored tebi.
A, bomba mi pala ispred nosa, ne vidiš.
Tu je close.
Ajmo, oni na sound igraju. Dobro, nema bombe, ne mora baciti bombe.
Aha, nema bombe, okej.
Da, ne mora baciti.
Vidi ovo, gdje mene nikne. Leže ti ima.
Pa de si mene našao na leganje, ubagova se, gle. Rekao sam vam, neće baciti. Idemo, 2 razlike samo, na leđima sam im, imam ih. Imam ih. Gleda, opet su bagova. Pem tigricu. A gledajmo, 2 spawnova na to ispod. To su 2 ili 3. Jebik.
A tapka, ne znam fair igra tapka.
Šta tapka? Tapkajte. Ide jedan puša ka vama. Kako be, bagujem se na ovu kocku. Koliko glupa igrica. A glupa igrica skroz. Close ovdje, moj pin. Video me.
Stvarilo ga tamo na spawn, ne ide vlast.
Mrtav je. 2 su ovdje na mene, ne može. Bravo be. Još jedan tu niđo. Desno ti je.
A nije, levo. Aj malo, kako lazim zvorom.
2 razlike. Gle, kako be, od leđa me valjda ubio. Ne dajte se, mora ih stignemo sad. Sad vinamo, bravo bre!
Jedna razlika.
Pazite leđa.
Trojica na mene ovdje.
Dobro. Ne, Rika, drži se. Levo ti je, ovdje jedan. Heran je na plavom. Na plavi je.
Ja ću go ne.
Heran je. Jao, ajme ubiti. Bravo, nerešeni smo. Idemo, brać, još 7 ubistva. Naši su.
Jedan na midu.
To je taj spawn, ovo je clear gdje sam ja. Sad je bitno. Evo, idemo, plus imamo. Plus 2, lagan. 10, čekaj. Bravo. Leđa, a?
Leđa, da. Ajmo jednu razliku i hodimo ljudi.
Brate, nijednog ne vidim, šta je?
Ne. Sjebuo sam. Ako izgubimo, ja sam kriv. Bravo.
Ma dođite, jedan! Ubije tog žuti! Leđa, taj tam treba.
Ajde, ljudi.
Tako je bre, dođite bre na ove momke bre, dođite bre na ove momke bre. Bravo braćo.
31
Bravo.
kill.
Bravo. Bravo, skoro ko Dulik, brate, Dulik igra 10 godina igricu, a ti imaš 10 godina. Bravo, mali.
Nemam 10 godina.
Ja šalim se. Nego to mi došlo da kažem, bravo bre, bravo, jaši. Jašite ih. Mislim da nema više smisla da igramo protiv ovih. Ako ima neko jači na stream, nek se javi, ako ne, ranke da si pucam.
Ja idem ljudi u krevet, jebi ga.
Ajde, ne zajebavaj, molim te.
A jebi ga, brate, uz te mušli, sad imam još 5,5 sati.
Uf, to je malo zajeba. I ti li reći Dulik zajeba?
Odo i ja.
Gle, pobedi smo ih i oni sad kao ovo.
Pa ne treba kvart sad ovaj.
S pobedu, a?
Ja.
Good laka i ugodno. Ćao.
I također. Ja sam nas Dulik čekinu za Australiju.
Dobro, ajde.
Baci, kontat ćemo se onda. Ajde, ćao.
Da konačno. Može igrati istuzi.
Ma ništa, pa što će radimo dvojica, viš da su ovo, party breakeri. Kakvi likovi. Dolik je sad ispao, vete. Ne znam zašto se smorio, dečko, stvarno i slušaj
Što je
se.
meni s ovim akauntom, druže? Ja na drugom svom akauntu igram mnogo bolje i dobro mi pride na ovom akauntu nikad skoro ne mogu potrebiti povukti nas.
Ma super si sad upucao, bolje si ovo. Od Dolika pucao. Grujice, odoše si, brate moj. Ovaj mora spava, Dulik nešto, boli ga glava.
Dobro, streamuju.
Da, možda ceo dan streamova.
A čekaj, do koliko sati ćeš igrati, možemo reći, streamovi?
Šta? Izvini?
Do koliko sati se sutra igraju streamovi?
Pa obično do 11, ali nekad i brže umremo, ali ne znam ni da li ću i ja da igram Tomara sa Dulika da vidim, pošto treba da montiram neku svadbu.
Ja ću te javiti u 3-4 da ću igrat, važi?
Vaši.
Od ovoga ne znam, da li će mi nešto mama sutra isplanirati, pa zato.
Ma jasno, ništa se ne sekire. Ti šta onda, idem i ja, pa
Ajde,
se čujem.
laku noć.
Ćao, laku noć.
Laku noć.
Eto ti. Mico be. Šta ti je? Da vidim da li igraju ovi. Ako igraju će nastavimo. Ja sam ispoštovao brata koji je donirao. Hvala mu lepo. Znači da je živ i zdrav. sam im bogol. Klavo je, da me zebane. Alo,
Gdje si bre?
kude ste?
Gdje?
Ima stak, ima stak, ima
Pa
stak.
nema tebe, zakasni se.
Kada? Sada?
Aha.
Igrao sam sa... To jest gledao sam Entropik i sa Dulika. Neko dete smo igrali neki challenge nešto.
Abe, kude je sad onaj, kako zove bre?
O, kude je be pistoleto?
Bre, onaj bre, kontraband kuponi on je.
Hideout.
Kako se razbijate?
Hideout.
Aha, i onda? A, evo ih.
A koji vam je bio Hellscream? Čekaj da vidim da...
Crnčave.
A. Imam obećan stak, samo da vidim da li će igraju još. Ako ne igraju...
Ma ono, ne znam pišta da li će igra. Koskice će ide.
Idem
i ja.
A, pa i vi ste se raspali. Vrti što se dešava s ovim ljudi.
Radim mobe.
Nema ga sneš i to je to.
Nema sneš, neozbiljno.
Sneš nadrogiran, boli ga kurac. Drogiran li?